Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry embraced the grey path to defy Voldemort. Here is short summary. Harry steps away from the rigid lines of good and evil, embracing the grey to challenge Voldemort and reshape the wizarding world. Can he defy expectations and find a path to true victory? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Oh, Albus, for Merlin's sake, Arabella laughed. I have some news about the Potters. The boys? Albus asked, suddenly all business. His eyes searched the bits of the room he could see from the grate and spied two pairs of knobbly knees trying to hide behind Arabella's skirts. Looking up, he couldn't help the extra bright twinkle that crept into his eyes as he saw the Potter twins again for the first time since he had left them on Privet Drive. My boys, he cried, how have you been the past 10 years? Are Vernon and Petunia treating you well? Harry exchanged a glance with his brother. Sorry sir, but, no. No. Dumbledore frowned, craning his neck to look up at Mrs. Fig. Stand back, Arabella, I'm coming through. She hastily backed away from the grate, ushering the twins with her. A moment later, the emerald green flames gushed upwards and Dumbledore appeared, all of him this time, brushing soot from canary yellow robes decorated with absurd little pictures of multicolored rubber ducks. Now then, he said, what's this about the Dursleys? Harry nibbled his lower lip and took a step behind his brother. Henry was much better at dealing with things like this. Determined that someone, at last, would see the situation and correct it, Henry laid out all the facts for this man who, according to their letter, was the headmaster of Hogwarts. Well, sir, until the first letter arrived, we shared the cupboard under the stairs as our bedroom. Whenever we so much as mentioned magic or anything unnatural, we were locked in there without food until Uncle Vernon or Aunt Petunia decided they needed us for some chore. We were forced to cook, clean, mend, garden, and anything else they could think up while Dudley never lifted a finger except to punch us or chase us with his little gang of friends. We couldn't turn in our best work at school without being smarter than him, which he would whinge about until we were punished for cheating, again without food, and every other time we've tried to tell an adult this, absolutely nothing has been done to change it. Henry took a deep breath, hoping that the stricken look on the headmaster's face meant that he was doing well. So, sir, no, we have not been all that well since we started living on Privet Drive. Nothing's gone well since our parents died in the car accident and we lived on without them. Harry's arms snaked around his middle, holding him tight. Despite his bravado, it was terribly hard for Henry to admit that all of these things had been done to them when their past attempts to confess had always failed. But magic had given them hope. Perhaps this Dumbledore would be different. Car accident, Dumbledore whispered. Oh, boys, it appears that things have not gone as I had hoped at all. Not at all. Sighing, he motioned everyone back into the living room and the cooling tea and took the remaining chair opposite Arabella. Your parents did not die in a car accident. They were killed by the most powerful dark wizard our world has ever known. His name was Lord Voldemort. On the night of your parents' deaths, Voldemort gained the information he needed to find them. And he came, and he killed them. But when he tried to kill you, the curse rebounded, leaving behind only those marks on your cheeks. The twins touched the identical lightning marks on their faces. They told us these were just birthmarks. Harry whispered. Dumbledore closed his eyes in pain. I thought it was best to leave you with the Dursleys, my boys. It was your mother's wish, should your other guardians be unable to take you, that you go to her sister. But I can see now that I should have looked elsewhere. Can you ever forgive me? Henry shrugged and Harry just looked at him with wide, sad eyes. Sighing, the headmaster attempted to shake off the melancholy that had settled on the room. I will have to see what can be done about it. But for now, will you be all right spending the rest of the summer living with the Dursleys? Only until you leave for Hogwarts on the 1st of September. They nodded, reminded once more of the magical school that they would be going to in a little over a month. Which is what I was flowing you about in the first place, Albus. Mrs. Fig handed him a cup of tea and settled once more in her chair. Vernon and Petunia are much too much against anything magical to take the boys to Diagon. I was hoping to enlist your help in finding a guide to take them and to help explain things to the Dursleys. Dumbledore nodded. I'll explain things to them myself, he said dangerously, the twinkle in his eyes changed to a hard glint. And I'll ask the professors if anyone is willing to escort the twins to do their shopping. He smiled over his spectacles at the boys, who gave weak grins in return. Sir, Henry asked, does this mean we won't have to come back here again, once you find us a new guardian? Yes, my boy, I promise. And we won't be separated? Harry asked softly, tightening the hold he had on his brother's hand. No, of course not. Mrs. Figg exclaimed. Separate the Potters. The mere thought. There is much that you do not yet know. Dumbledore told them softly. In our world, you are famous for more than just surviving the Dark Lord Voldemort. You see, the curse he used on you is one for which we have no counter. Yet it did not affect either of you. In the wizarding world, you are known as the boys who lived. But what happened to Voldemort? Harry asked. Good question, my boy. Dumbledore crowed. Many people believe that he died that night. But I think that he is out there somewhere, waiting to make his move so that he can return and finish where he left off. You would do well to be cautious when things seem to be strange to you. Harry nodded seriously, while Henry frowned. But sir, surely if he were still out there someone would have seen or heard from him after all this time. Ah, but if he lives, what sort of man do you think he might be to have survived the killing curse? He disappeared the night you survived, it is true, but what sort of vapor or mist could be left? What peace? I believe that Voldemort used very dark magic to ensure his survival. Very dark magic indeed, but I believe I have given you too much to think about as it is. I'm just going to pop over to the Dursleys for a bit and give them a good talking to. I'll see that someone is along to collect you both in a few days to get your school things. And I'll also make sure that your uncle will take you to the station on the first to catch the train. Toodaloo. And with that, the headmaster swept outside, his canary yellow robes even brighter in the sunlight outside. That was abrupt, Henry muttered. But the headmaster's departure meant that they were now at the mercy of Mrs. Figg, who proceeded to parade her albums of cat pictures past them. It was dark by the time they made their escape, though at least the squib had fed them something resembling a dinner, which was more than the Dursleys were likely to give them upon arriving home. Do you think Dumbledore really talked to them? Harry asked. I hope so, and I hope he did something to them, to make them nicer to us while we're still here, Henry replied bitterly. They hesitantly came through the familiar door of number 4. Vernon and Dudley were, as usual, sitting in front of the telly. Petunia was nowhere to be seen. Deciding to test their luck, they went into the kitchen and pulled 2 glasses out of the cupboards to get some water from the tap. Henry, Petunia was now standing in the kitchen doorway. I didn't hear you come in. Just water. Would you like some juice? She bustled over to the fridge and pulled out a carton of orange juice, then took their glasses and dumped out the water and filled them to the brim with the juice. Henry looked at the glass in his hand suspiciously. Neither boy had ever been allowed to have juice in the Dursley house. It was something special that, if they were lucky, they sometimes got at school on activity days. Something strange was clearly going on here. Are you hungry? We've already eaten dinner, but I put some plates for you in the fridge, so if your little tummies get rumbly, don't be afraid to pop down and have a snack. Harry spotted the promised plates in the fridge as she put the juice away, and gasped. They were piled high with chicken, rice, and vegetables. Portions that were usually reserved for Dudley and Vernon. He and Henry looked at one another in wonder. What had Dumbledore done to their relatives? When you finish watching the telly, try to get to bed early. I want to leave bright and early tomorrow to get you both some proper clothes. With that, Petunia flounced into the living room and joined her husband and son on the long couch, which the twins had never been allowed to sit on. She turned to look at them and patted the empty corner beside her in invitation. What do you reckon? Henry asked softly. I reckon he's brill, Hen. It may be too good to be true, but why not take advantage while we still can? Nodding, they joined the rest of the family on the couch, sipping their juice and viewing some of Dudley's favorite programs. Their uncle tried to ask what they would like to watch, but having never seen anything before, they just let their cousin pick. Dudley, for his part, seemed more than happy to educate his cousins on the finer points of television. When Petunia ushered them upstairs to bed, they went without any argument, happy for the first time in a long time. Dumbledore seemed to be as good as his word. For the past week, Harry and Henry had been treated to real, properly fitted clothes, foods and meal portions they had only dreamed about before, and the surprisingly good company of their cousin, now that he wasn't trying to beat them up. July the 31st arrived, and with it came several surprises. "Happy birthday" greeted them as they entered the kitchen that morning. A mound of presents was covering the table. Breakfast was already cooked, but waiting on the stove for them to open the presents and then eat. Petunia was beaming at them. Vernon had his arms crossed over his chest proudly, and Dudley was holding out an oddly shaped package to both of them, clearly wanting them to open that one first. Grinning, they ripped into the paper, finding a brand new PlayStation 2, which they had learned about from Dudley earlier in the week. Excited now, they opened the rest of the parcels on the table and received a TV, 3 controllers for the game system so they could play with Dudley if they wanted, an assortment of 10 new games, some books that Henry had shown interest in, and for Harry a brand new football which he gushed over after having seen his first football game on the telly the day before. "There's one more present," Petunia announced when they were finished. She looked over their shoulders towards the door, and turning, they saw Uncle Vernon holding a large box as big as he was that depicted a pair of bunk beds. "Wicked," the twins exclaimed. Their uncle hefted the box up the stairs and they impatiently gobbled down their breakfast as they listened to the sounds of clanking metal, hammering, and Vernon's curses from upstairs. Just as they finished and were about to run back to their room to see the construction efforts, the doorbell rang. "Oh, boys, could you get that?" Petunia called from the kitchen, busy with the dishes. "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry and Henry answered reluctantly. They raced to the door and opened it to see who was on the other side. But in the place of the expected mail or milkman was a sneering gentleman with lank black hair, wearing a long-sleeved dark-collared shirt with far too many buttons and skinny black trousers that buttoned from knee to ankle over his heeled boots. "I am here to escort Mr. Henry and Harry Potter to Diagon Alley to retrieve their school supplies," the man announced sharply, glaring down his large hooked nose at them. Henry smirked, thrusting his hand forward for the man to shake. "I'm Henry. This is my little brother, Harry. Hey, I'm only younger by, well, not that long. We're twins, silly." Harry stuttered a bit, as he wasn't sure exactly how much time had passed between Henry's birth and his own. The man grimaced at the offered hand, but shook it anyway. "And I am Severus Snape, Potions Master at Hogwarts. You will address me as Professor, or Sir." Harry shook his hand as well and they offered to let the professor come inside. "Sorry, sir, Professor Dumbledore only told us he would send someone in a few days, not when exactly. We weren't expecting you." "Indeed," Snape sneered. They led the dour man into the living room and bade him to sit while they went to fetch their aunt. "It's our birthday, you see," Harry explained, "and we're not sure if she'll mind us leaving or not." But when they asked Petunia, up to her elbows in soapy water in the sink, she told them that today was when Dumbledore had scheduled for them to visit Diagon, and hadn't they mentioned it. Returning to the living room, they found Snape staring at the ceiling in consternation as the hammering and cursing continued from upstairs. "What is that racket?" he asked. "Oh, Uncle Vernon got us bunk beds for our birthday," Henry said, smiling happily. "We've been sharing the single bed up there till now, so I guess they realized we've gotten too big for that." Snape frowned at them momentarily, but was prevented from speaking when Harry said, "And Aunt Petunia says that Professor Dumbledore wanted you to come today, so we can go now if you like." They were quite excited about seeing the wizarding world at last. "Very well, if you would lead me to Mrs. Fig's house. We'll be taking the Flow Network to Diagon Alley." Snape stood fluidly and stalked quickly to the front door, the twins scuttling along behind him. They chattered back and forth across all 3 yards and on the front stoop of number 10, where Arabella lived. The squib answered the door and greeted the potions master, Severus. "How good to see you." He grunted in response and turned down all offers to visit for tea, saying that he had business for the headmaster to see to. "Just came to borrow your Flow, Mrs. Fig," he said at least twice. Now then, I know you haven't experienced any magical forms of travel before, so listen carefully. Take a handful of flow powder, throw it in the flames, step in and announce your destination as clearly as possible. Watch for the right grating and step out when you've got the right one. I'll take you both one at a time since this is your first time. Come along, Mr. Potter. Both boys stepped forward at the same time, and Snape gripped the bridge of his nose in exasperation. 3 sets of twins this year, he muttered under his breath. Henry, you come first. The named boy came forward and followed Snape's instructions, and the pair stepped together into the fireplace, with the professor's hands gripping his arms tightly. Keep your elbows in, now. They disappeared in a whoosh of green, and Harry watched in fascination as Snape reappeared a few minutes later. You now, Harry, come along. Thank you, Mrs. Fig. Harry joined him in the fireplace and winced slightly as Snape's long and bony fingers dug into his arms. Diagon Alley, he cried as clearly as he could. The grate whooshed away and dozens of others followed it. The one we want is the Leaky Cauldron. A pub of sorts, but rather old-fashioned looking, Snape murmured in his ear. Harry thought all of the places flashing by looked old-fashioned, but then one zoomed up that held his own image smiling back at him, and he rushed forward, landing on the floor with a thump at Henry's feet and choking on ash. Snape calmly stepped out after him, sneering down at him on the floor and waving his wand over them both while saying, "Scourgify." He found himself suddenly cleaned of fireplace debris. Welcome, Snape sneered sarcastically, to the Leaky Cauldron. Snape escorted them to Gringotts, the wizard's bank. Inside, the twins were awed by the goblins balancing gold and gems on their scales from behind the high counters. The professor presented a small gold key to one of them, and within moments they were rolling through the twisting underground passageways to reach the Potter vault. The goblin, whose name was Griphook, opened the door to reveal a huge mound of gold, silver, and bronze coins. Both boys filled a small bag with a little of each as Snape explained the particulars of wizard gold. The gold ones are galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts. 17 sickles to the galleon, 29 nuts to a sickle. You'll be wanting more galleons for this trip, since you're getting all of your first-year supplies. When they were finished, they traveled the mine tracks back to the surface, where a great giant of a man was waiting for a goblin to return to take him to his vault. To their surprise, Snape stopped to greet him before they continued. Hagrid, what brings you here? Severus asked. Business for Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid beamed proudly. Sent me to retrieve the you-know-what in Vault 713. Did he? Snape murmured. Excuse me, Hagrid, sir. Do you know the headmaster? Harry asked curiously. No, I am. Hagrid boomed. Why, he's the greatest Headmaster, Hogwarts, as ever, had. Trusted me with an important mission, he did. The giant man peered down at them a moment later, realizing that he didn't know who had been asking. His eyes widened a second later. Blimey. The Potter twins. Why, I haven't seen you two since you were nigh on 'bout a year old, the both of ya. And before either Harry or Henry could react, they had been pulled into a musty, furry hug by the keeper of the keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Hagrid, put them down. We need to be getting on with their shopping, and I don't have all day, Snape interrupted. Oh, course, Professor. Sorry, kids, just couldn't help myself, it's been so long since I seen ya. Take care. Griphook led the man into the mineshaft, and Snape motioned impatiently for them to get going the opposite direction. We'll do uniforms first, then books, then all of the other supplies you'll need. Follow me. He moved off at a fast clip through the crowd of wizards and witches. Harry and Henry were hard-pressed to keep up. At last they stopped outside of a shop called Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions. Go on in, I'm sure Madame Malkin will know what you need. I have a request, here the professor sneered, that Professor Dumbledore asked me to take care of. I'll be right back. Left alone at last, the twins made their way into the shop, where a middle-aged witch, who was looking quite frazzled, immediately pounced on them. Hogwarts, dears, step on up. She motioned them onto 2 black step stools and motioned her wand at 2 measuring tapes, which immediately began to whip around them in a frenzied state. A third boy was being fitted with his own robes on a stool beside them. You're for Hogwarts as well? He asked. Yes, the twins replied simultaneously. My parents are next door picking up my books. As soon as I'm done here I'm going to drag them off to look at the newest broom, the Nimbus 2000. Do you play Quidditch? It's a shame that first years aren't allowed on the teams. Harry mumbled, unsure what to say. What's Quidditch? Henry asked. What's Quidditch? The boy asked incredulously. Don't tell me you're Muggleborns. His nose wrinkled distastefully at the thought of consorting with them if that were the case. No, Harry said quickly, both our parents were magical, but we were raised by Muggles. They didn't see fit to tell us about any of this until our Hogwarts letter came. So that's the way of it. My name is Draco Malfoy, I'm a pureblood. The boy, now finished with his fitting, held out his hand for both of them to shake. Henry did so readily enough, but Harry only stared at the offensive hand for several moments until his brother nudged him sharply in the ribs. He grudgingly took the hand. Draco looked at the front of the shop as they heard the bell jingling. There are my parents now. Oh, and Professor Snape had entered the shop with the Malfoys. Draco's parents were quite similar in coloring, both blonde and regal in appearance. Draco clearly took more after his mother, however. Professor Snape. The twins greeted their guide respectfully. Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. That's you done, dears. Madame Malkin told them. They quickly hopped down from the stools to join the adults. Lucius. Snape inclined his head slightly to the Malfoy patriarch. Severus. Running errands for the headmaster again. Lucius glanced down at the twins with a raised eyebrow. The Potters. But of course. Strangely, Snape shifted his weight slightly to move subtly in front of Harry and Henry. Just collecting their school supplies. Their guardians were unable to come. Draco, meanwhile, was looking at them with wide eyes now that he knew who they were. But with his father so close, he didn't dare say anything to them or ask how the boys who lived had been raised by Muggles. Severus finished saying something to Lucius and beckoned the twins to follow him. Come along, the bookstore is next door. He followed them both closely, and prevented Henry from running off and exploring the stacks of books by himself. Stay together, he snarled when they tried to protest. I can't keep an eye on both of you if you go off by yourselves. Sensing that the professor was worried about something, they obeyed him after that. Henry, of course, still ogled more books than Harry would ever have even a passing interest in. When the professor tried to stop him from buying extras, stick to the first-year texts, Mr. Potter, Henry just turned and leveled his best glare at the man until he backed off, then purposefully dropped the 3 volumes in his hands into their shopping basket. Hen, come on. Harry whined after his brother spent 10 minutes gleefully perusing the section on curses and their counters. All right, Henry agreed, but the next time we come by ourselves, I'm going to stay as long as I like. Fine, can we just go, already? Remember, the professor doesn't have all day. Henry snuck a guilty glance at the professor, only to catch the fleeting edge of what he could swear had been a smile and a muttered comment about Lily. Putting 2 and 2 together, he casually asked as they were checking out, "Did you know our mother, Professor?" Snape frowned caustically at him, before giving in with a resigned sigh. "Yes, we were good friends as children. I used to live right next to Lily and Petunia. Of course, all that changed when James Potter came into the picture." The man snapped his jaws shut after that, refusing to say any more. When they had gotten their wrapped parcels tied together and were leaving, Snape spoke once more. "I did not have a chance to finish my task before I spotted Lucius and Narcissa making their way to the robe shop. It was Dumbledore's wish that the professors could buy you a birthday present, and he suggested that we get your pet animals. Since I was interrupted, I see no reason why you can't pick them yourselves." Both boys' eyes lit up with joy. They had never had a pet before, and now it seemed they would each be getting one. Moments later, Snape led them in the magical menagerie. Do keep in mind, Messrs. Potter, that students may only have an owl or a cat or a toad. Though there have been exceptions, Snape said, remaining near the door of the shop while they made their selections. Harry quickly made his way to the owls. Mrs. Fig had explained a bit more about the wizarding form of mail to them, and he wanted to be able to keep in touch with his friends during the summers. At least, he hoped he would make friends. A snowy white owl caught his eye. She hooted gently at him and, grinning, Harry took her cage down and returned to the front of the store. Henry, on the other hand, had been intrigued by snakes ever since their adventure in the zoo earlier that summer. Although he had heard Snape's warning about the allowed pets, he just couldn't help looking anyway. Besides, he and his brother wouldn't need more than one owl, and he knew that was what Harry intended to get. That was how he found a Quetzalcoatl-winged snake curled up in its terrarium in the dark back corner of the store. Gently touching the glass enclosure, he watched as a vibrant blue eye peered open and the opalescent white scales uncoiled, revealing a line of steel-gray feathers along the snake's spine. The wings were located just behind the head joint, covered in the same soft gray feathers. "Hello," Henry whispered, unconsciously using Parseltongue. The snake's eyes widened a bit at being confronted with a speaker. "Hello, SS speaker," he answered. "Have you come to free me?" "I would like to," Henry answered sadly, "but we aren't really allowed to have SS snakes at SS school." "What pets are you allowed, SS speaker?" "Owls, cats, and toads," the boy answered distastefully. The snake laughed a sibilant hiss of syllables. "Then free me. I will come with you as a cat." With that, the snake's scales began to shift, changing to a soft white fur with spots of gray along his back. The pale blue eyes kept their slitted appearance but grew wider, framed by whiskers and a small heart-shaped nose. "Meow," the cat ordered him insistently. Realizing that the cat was now too large for the terrarium, Henry hurried to remove the cover, gently picking up the cat in his arms. "How did you do that?" he asked. "I am a Quetzalcoatl, young S's speaker. Named after the god of the Aztecs. I have many abilities that I do not know how to explain." "All right. I'll see if I can find the time to research snakes at SS school, then." Henry smiled, scratching the cat under his chin and feeling the rumbling purr in response. "Do you have a name?" "S's Sarash," the snake hissed, still enjoying the scratching sensation. "Sarash," Henry said in English. "Come along then, and I'll free you." He returned to the front of the store. "Finished?" Snape asked. Both boys had returned now. He noted their choices, a snowy owl and a gray cat. Satisfied, he asked the shop owner how much. "Fare the owl, 10 galleons. The cat," the owner stopped, looking at the cat in Henry's arms with confusion. "What is it?" Snape asked impatiently. The owner startled. Nothing, sir. Just didn't realize I had any gray cats left. The cat'll be another 5. Snape handed over the money and asked for a carrier for the cat as well. When the transaction was completed, he led the boys back into the street to continue their shopping. "All that's left are your potions things, 2 trunks, and your wands." They followed the professor into the apothecary next, where he ordered 2 sets of ingredients for first-year students. "I teach potions," he informed them. "You will not, under any circumstances, buy extra ingredients that are not included in your yearly set." They also picked up their scales, cauldrons, and crystal phials to store their potions in the apothecary as well. "Telescopes and trunks," Snape said, leading them to their last stop, Sterling's Sundries. Each of them selected a single black steamer trunk edged in silver and piled all of their purchases inside. The professor shrunk these and pocketed them. "Now, there's only one place to get wands. Ollivander's." They entered the dusty shop to find it empty except for a counter and a single rickety chair which Snape immediately sat in and crossed his legs. The twins walked forward hesitantly, eyeing the tall shelves full of thin little boxes in a variety of colors. "Messrs. Potter," a voice said softly out of nowhere. They turned to see an old man with pale, wide eyes shining like moons from his wrinkled face. He studied them with an odd smile on his face. "Yes, I thought you would be in soon. You have your mother's eyes, just as they say." He moved closer, studying the mark on Harry's right cheek and the one on Henry's left. A finger moved forward to hover over the younger twin's face. "And that's where, I'm sorry to say that I sold the wand that did it. You, 13.5 inches. Very powerful." The twins exchanged a brief glance at that, but Ollivander continued. "Well now, Messrs. Potter, which are your wand arms?" Harry immediately held out his right, but Henry seemed unsure. I write with my right, but it seems strange somehow to hold a wand like a pencil." Ah. You are one of those, I see. Henry frowned in response. Very well, let us begin the testing. The old man began to pull down boxes, removing the dusty covers so that each boy in turn could take the wand inside. The first one that Harry tried shot out sparks that exploded a vase behind the counter. Henry caused the only lantern in the shop to shoot upwards and slam itself into the wall. It took a half-dozen more tries before Ollivander tapped his lips, saying, I wonder. He disappeared into the back of the shelves and returned with an especially dusty box. Pulling open the lid, he announced, Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches. Both twins reached for it at the same time, Henry's left hand and Harry's right landing on it at the same moment. A swirling rush of magic surged through the room and multicolored sparks shot around them. They both felt the oddest surge of power that quickly dissipated as they reflexively dropped the wand back into the box. How odd, Ollivander mumbled. He motioned for Henry to take it. The boy obliged, but nothing happened. Harry picked it up as well with the same result. Exchanging a glance, they both picked it up at the same time again, and experienced the same swirl of magic as before. The shop owner removed it from their hands after a few seconds, replacing it in the box and wrapping it in brown paper with a wave of his hand. Very odd, indeed. It so happens that the phoenix who gave the feather in that wand gave one other. Just one. And that wand, why it gave you those scars. Harry looked at the wrapped box sadly, while Henry tried to appear stoic. But that doesn't help us with the problem of your wands. I feel it would be best if you took that one, since you had such a strange reaction to it. I've never seen a wand react to two wizards touching it, but neither one by themselves. But your own wands must be here somewhere. Let's keep looking, shall we? 20 minutes later, the selections had been made. For Harry, there was a 12-inch mahogany wand with a dragon's heartstring. Henry's was ebony, a slim and slender 10 inches with a unicorn tail hair inside. 21 galleons. Ollivander announced happily, receiving payment from Snape, who was holding their moneybags. All right, then. The professor looked down his nose at them again. I shall return you to your relatives now. They will deliver you to the station on September the 1st. Do you know how to reach the platform? The boys shook their heads in confusion. Sighing, Snape handed them their tickets. Platform 9 3/4 is between platforms 9 and 10. All you have to do is walk through the barrier between them. Look about for other wizarding folk if you have trouble. By this time they had reached the leaky cauldron once more. The professor motioned them towards the fireplace. Just ask for Mrs. Figs. One behind the other, the twins used the flow powder and returned to Privet Drive. Dursley dropped them off at King's Cross Station early on the morning of the 1st. Petunia fussed over the twins, smoothing Harry's hair and smartening the lines of Henry's light jacket. Dudley, for his part, actually looked sad to see them go, though he tried to hide the light quivering of his lip by frowning severely at them. After bidding farewell to their relatives, whom they fully expected to never have to see again, the boys made their way into the station with their tickets clutched in their hands to find platforms 9 and 10. Snape had told them to walk through the barrier between these, but upon arriving there they found that there was more than one red brick barrier separating one side of the platform from the other. It figures, Henry muttered with disgust. They wandered closer to the first of 3 barriers and Harry kept watch while Henry casually leaned against it to see if an invisible entrance might be hidden there. After a moment, he grabbed Harry and shook his head and they moved to the middle one. As they approached the wall, a crowd of red-headed children being ushered by a middle-aged woman swarmed in from the other side. Packed with muggles, of course, she said under her breath. The twins, realizing that this was a wizarding family on their way to the platform they were looking for, followed along in their wake as they approached the opposite side of the barrier they had already tried. Henry hit himself in the forehead as he realized the mistake they had made in not checking to make sure either side of the barrier wasn't the entrance. All right. You first, Percy. The eldest of the red-headed boys took his trolley and rushed towards the wall, disappearing just as he should have hit it. The mother ushered a pair of twins through next, and then there was just a boy about the same age as Harry and Henry, and a girl a bit younger who remained by her mother's side without any luggage. We'd best ask, don't you think? Harry whispered. Nodding, Henry stepped forward and tugged on the sleeve of the woman's dress. Excuse me, could you tell us how to get onto the platform? Oh, dears, I didn't see you there. The woman put her hand against her heart as though she had received a great shock. Is this your first time at Hogwarts? Ron is new this year too. She gestured towards the remaining boy who looked at them with a shy smile. Yes, ma'am, they answered in unison. Not to worry about the platform. Just walk straight at the barrier between 9 and 10. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Go on before Ron, both of you. She shooed them towards the solid presence of the brick wall. Taking a deep breath, Harry charged bravely forward with his trolley, Henry right on his heels. The wall came closer and closer and he squeezed his eyes shut just before he hit it, only to peek them open again on the other side. A wonderful view met him as he caught sight of the scarlet-red engine of the Hogwarts Express. Dozens of cars followed behind the main engine, stretching to the other end of the platform in a long line of emerald green pierced by gold-framed windows. A crowd of students and parents seeing them off swamped the edge of the platform. Behind them the other boy their age careened through the archway with his own trolley, stopping to gawk at the train himself. His mother followed a moment later with his little sister, immediately trying to straighten Ronald's clothing and wipe a smudge of dirt off of his nose. Let's, find a compartment, then. Henry mumbled, uncomfortable since he and Harry were the only ones without parents to see them off. They passed an awkward boy who had the slightly pudgy look of baby fat still on his face, telling an older woman who was most likely his grandmother that he seemed to have misplaced someone named Trevor. Oh, Neville, she answered, with the long-suffering tones of someone who has been on the edge of patience for untold years. The twins entered the very first car after the engine and began making their way down the train, peering into compartment after compartment to find an empty one. They looked into one, seeing the boy from Madame Malkin's, Draco Malfoy, sitting with several tough-looking boys and a simpering blonde girl who sneered at them as though they were pressing their noses against the glass and making ghastly faces at her. At last, almost at the end of the train, they found one empty compartment and promptly shoved their belongings inside to rest in the corners, placing the cages containing Sarish and the owl Harry had named Hedwig onto the rack overhead. They had just settled down into their seats opposite one another when the door opened to admit Ron, who looked at them sheepishly before asking, "Do you, mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full." They shook their heads and Ron hesitated for a moment before sitting beside Henry. His gaze skittered across the scars on both of their cheeks before settling on the twisting fingers he kept in his lap. An uncomfortable silence descended on the compartment for several long minutes. The door slid open again to reveal Ron's twin brothers. "Hey, Ron. Listen, we're going down to the middle of the train. Lee's got a giant tarantula down there." "Right," mumbled Ron. The red-headed twins turned their attention to Harry and Henry. "Hello. More twins?" They exchanged a gleeful look. "I don't think we've been properly introduced." "I'm Fred Weasley." The first twin bowed flamboyantly while the other said, "And I'm George Weasley. And you are?" Blinking owlishly, Henry answered, "Harry and Henry Potter." "Potter?" all three Weasleys exclaimed. Yes?" Ron stared openly at their scars. "Now. So that's where you know who." "Ronald." The Weasley twins exclaimed, sounding remarkably like their mother. "Sorry," he mumbled, blushing nearly the same color as his hair. "We don't remember it, you know," Harry blurted. "Just lots of green light," Henry added. "Right then," Fred said. "We're off," said George. "Bye," mumbled Ron and the twins disappeared from the doorway, clicking it shut behind them. Another lengthy silence ensued before Harry asked, curiously, "Are all your family wizards?" Looking up, Ron seemed relieved that his earlier words had not ruined everything after all. "Yes, though I think Mum's got a second cousin who's an accountant. We don't talk about him." "So you must know loads of magic already," Henry said, excited. "Mostly just housework spells," Ron blushed. "Mum doesn't cast much else. And Dad uses some complicated stuff when he's messing with Muggle things. I haven't been able to catch any of those." "Muggle things?" Harry asked, confused. "Yeah, Ron couldn't figure out how to explain for a moment. "I don't know what any of it is, but he likes Muggle gadgets. Taking them apart, fixing them. Tinkering, really. Mum hates it. He works for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office in the Ministry. She's always afraid that something he messes with is going to get him in trouble." "It must be nice having such a big family," Harry sighed. 5 brothers and a sister, Ron said glumly. Hand-me-down clothes, books, wands, pets. We have to share everything. The compartment door slid open, revealing the pale and narrow face of Draco Malfoy. His face twisted into a sneer when he saw the Potters sitting with Ron, but before he could speak Henry snorted derisively and started berating the Weasley boys sitting beside him. Try wearing the worn-out whale-sized clothes of your cousin. Never having enough to eat. Sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs. Sharing a cot barely wider than you were with your brother and taking turns with punishments so that neither of you gets too worn out. You're lucky that your family loves you just as much as your brothers and sister. That's worth more than any object or possession you could ever hope to own. Ron became paler and paler with every word, and even Draco standing in the doorway looked thoughtfully embarrassed. But Harry was incensed. Hen, that's not fair. Ron hasn't been in the situations we've been in. He has no reason to realize how lucky he is to have a family, brothers and a sister who love him and want to keep him, even when they might not be able to provide for him as well as they, and he, might like. I don't know what I would have done without you over the years, and I'm sure Ron would feel the same about his family if he thought about it. Henry gave an ugly sneer. I have no interest in making friends with someone who can't see and be thankful for the things he has. Turning, he made for the compartment door to leave, only to stop as he realized that Draco was still standing there, shuffling guiltily from foot to foot. I have to admit, the pale-haired boy said after a few seconds, that the conditions of your childhood surprise me. But I have always understood the value of parents who love and care for me. Ron snorted from within the room and Draco glared balefully in his direction. And I came here with the intention of making friends. If you'll have me. He stuck out his hand and waited patiently for Henry to make a decision. It only took a moment. The elder Potter twins shook hands with the Malfoy air and smiled. I would be glad to be your friend, Draco. Hen, you can't, Harry protested. Why not? Henry asked, puzzled. He's just like Dudley, spoiled and self-centered and a bully, and Ron hasn't done anything wrong. How can you be friends with someone like him? On the contrary, Harry, I don't see how you can be friends with him. So, what are we supposed to do? Try to all sit here and make friends and end up fighting with each other? As I said before, I have no intentions of making friends with someone like Ronald. The Weasley boy flinched, turning an angry red color. And since you can't seem to get past Draco's facade, I see only one solution. What? Harry asked, an icy feeling settling in the pit of his stomach. We shall simply not be friends with each other's friends, Henry said softly. Which means we won't be spending much time together at school, unless we're all in the same house, which I doubt. What? Harry breathed. But, Hen, goodbye, Harry, his brother answered. He and Draco quickly left the compartment and Harry imagined them, sitting with those thick-set toughs and the blonde girl sneering at him as he tried to get near his twin. But we've never been apart, he mumbled to the empty air. Harry, turning, he saw Ron sitting there and looking ashamed. Was all that my fault? Sitting with a thump back into his seat, Harry said, No, I always knew Hen and I were different, but I didn't think we'd ever go separate ways. I never thought he would want to. We're twins. Ron was silent for some time before he stood and came to sit beside his new friend, however badly made. You know, if there's one thing I've learned with Fred and George as my brothers, it's that twins might look exactly the same, but they're both distinctly different people. I think your brother might be a Slytherin once we finally get to being sorted at Hogwarts. And what about me? Harry whispered, never dreaming that Hogwarts, his salvation, might be the dividing force that he and Henry had been dreading all their lives. Can't say, really. There's 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. All my family have been Gryffindors. They're supposed to be brave. Hufflepuffs are loyal. Ravenclaw's smart, and Slytherin's cunning. But Slytherins have a bit of a bad reputation. Every dark wizard there's ever been was a Slytherin, the ones that went to Hogwarts, anyway. You don't think my brother will end up like that, do you? Harry whispered. Nah. He was almost killed by you-know-who, same as you. Personally, I'm hoping he'll be a good influence on all the kids in that house who are the children of Death Eaters. What are Death Eaters? Harry asked. Blimey. I forgot you were raised by Muggles, so you wouldn't know. Death Eaters are basically the members of you-know-who's army. Dark wizards and witches who do his bidding. They've done horrible things, when the Dark Lord was still around. They weren't captured. A lot of them were, but some, like Malfoy's parents, claim to be under the Imperious Curse. That's a spell that controls someone's mind and makes them do the will of the caster, he explained before Harry could ask. Sounds like whatever Dumbledore cast on my relatives, Harry muttered. No way. Ron exclaimed. First of all, you've met Dumbledore? But besides that, he would never cast Imperious on someone. It's some of the darkest magic there is. You can be sent to Azkaban, the wizard prison, just for casting it. Well, he did something. Harry sighed. I don't know what to do about Hen. I won't let him push me away just because of our friends. Maybe I'll just give him some time to realize he misses me. Ron gave him a doubtful look that Harry didn't notice. All right, mate, but don't be surprised if it doesn't work. They whiled away the rest of the trip wondering about the castle, and then playing with chocolate frog cards and other candies when the witch with the cart came by. Henry did much the same with his new friends, though he played other wizarding games that the others, who introduced themselves as Crabbe, Goyle, and Parkinson, had brought from home. At last, just as it was getting dark outside of the train, Henry returned to the compartment and all three boys awkwardly put on their black robes as they prepared to depart. To Harry's relief, it seemed that his brother was going to stay with them instead of going back to find Draco and his other new friends. They exited the train and followed the booming voice of Hagrid, whom they had met in Gringotts the month before, to a small fleet of boats on the edge of a smooth black lake. The three of them clambered into one, joined by the boy named Neville from the platform. As they glided across the surface of the water, Hagrid called out, "We'll be getting our first view of the castle in a minute." The boats smoothly propelled themselves around a bend in the shoreline, and there before them was the most incredible sight. A huge castle rose up into the night sky, golden moonlight reflecting off of the hundreds of windows. The whole structure seemed as though it should teeter back and forth, it was so strangely built. Layer upon layer of floors rose up, only to be suddenly punctured by a tower or, quite near them, a round shape that looked almost exactly like a rook from a giant chess set. Harry and Ron exchanged a bespelled glance and said in unison, "Wicked." Before long, they found themselves ushered into the great hall by a very stern-looking witch with horn-rimmed spectacles. 4 long tables spread with golden cutlery were placed below a 5th table that was on a short dais at the front of the room, near the door where they entered. The ceiling was dark and star-dusted, the moon a sickle of white barely peeking into the far corner of the room. "When I call your names, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat to be sorted into your houses." The stern witch, who was introduced as Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House and deputy headmistress, pulled out a fat scroll and began to read. Many girls and boys were called as Harry listened. The first that he recognized was the soft-faced boy named Neville from the platform who was clutching a large green toad with both hands, causing him to fumble as he put the hat on. It took quite a long time for him to be sorted, but at last the hat called out, "Gryffindor." Next was Draco, Henry's new friend. Harry was not in the least surprised when the hat declared him a Slytherin, within moments of touching his head. He was very worried about them being separated, though. Several more names were called, and then it was Harry's turn. Despite being the younger twin, his name came first alphabetically. He wished that could be changed, as he'd much rather try to convince the hat to let him stay with his brother, but there was nothing for it. Loud gasps and whispers hailed him as he walked up to the hat. People began to crane their necks to see him, and in turn his brother still standing in line. Thankfully, he soon took a seat on the stool and the hat was placed on his head, effectively blocking their peering eyes from his view. "Well, what do we have here? A good mind, yes. A willingness to prove yourself, very loyal to your brother, aren't you? So where shall I put you?" Harry listened with trepidation for the hat to make her verdict. "You could be great in Slytherin, you know, but I don't think your temperament really suits that house. Better be Gryffindor." The last word was shouted to the room at large, and the second table from the left erupted into cheers. Ron's twin brothers bragging to everyone that they got one of the Potters. But as Harry sat down beside a girl with very bushy brown hair among the other Gryffindor first years, he watched his brother worriedly. That sinking feeling was back in the pit of his stomach. "Potter, Henry." McGonagall called. Henry stepped forward, not a single movement betraying any nervousness he might be feeling. The hat settled over his eyes, and Harry imagined the conversation that might be occurring beneath that broad brim. "Quite intelligent, you've always outshone poor Harry, haven't you? And such logic and cunning. Why, I couldn't think to place you anywhere but Slytherin." Harry's daydream came to a close with an abrupt crash as the hat at the front of the room echoed his own thought. Henry removed the hat, dashingly handing it back to McGonagall, and then made his way to the Slytherin table to sit beside Draco Malfoy without so much as glancing at his twin. Harry's eyes followed him, willing his brother to look at him and show that he shared some of the disappointment and worry that he now felt. But Henry began to talk and laugh with his new friends. Even Ron's sorting into Gryffindor did little to cheer Harry up that night. He followed Percy Weasley, one of their prefects, up to the common room in a trudge, not even noticing the paintings or suits of armor that he passed. It didn't even matter that we would likely become horribly lost in the morning. He just wanted his brother back, and he wanted him back the way he was when they lived together at the Dursleys. A little slice of Vernon's bellow or Petunia's screech would have meant the world to him right then. Late that night, safely ensconced behind the curtains of his bed, Harry cried himself to sleep. And down in the depths of the dungeon, Henry wondered if his little brother was all right. But then he remembered the freckle-faced menace known as Ronald Weasley, and he was sure that Harry had forgotten all about him. Henry fell asleep still nursing the anger he felt at losing his brother to the foolish Gryffindors in the tower upstairs. The next morning, Henry awoke with the other boys in his dormitory and joined them in the loo for showers and other ablutions. He snickered quietly as he watched Draco meticulously slicking down his thin blonde hair and joined Crabbe, Goyle, Nott, and Zabini in some good-natured jostling for the other 3 mirrors above the sinks. There was nothing to be done about his own messy black hair, of course, so he returned to the room and began gathering supplies for the first day of classes the next day. Term this year would begin on a Sunday, so the students had the chance to relax the first weekend in the school. Just as he was bending over his trunk for the last time, rustling around the compartments trying to find his box of quills, a sharp pain stabbed him directly over his heart, causing him to clutch his chest and rub the spot as though it were a sore muscle. An image of Harry suddenly popped into his head and he bit his lip, worried that this was a sign that something had happened to his twin. The pain faded a bit, but remained a low ache that was quite distracting. Luckily Draco had finally emerged from the bathroom and Henry hustled the boy into his clothes so that they could rush down to the Great Hall for breakfast, and so that Henry could surreptitiously see if Harry was all right. The walk up from the dungeons was a short one as the Slytherin dorms were actually the closest to the entrance of the castle. The head table was fully populated and Professor Snape stood from his place as his first years trickled in, a thick sheaf of papers in his hands. Henry glanced across the hall at the Gryffindor table, relieved to see that Harry was sitting there, even if he was picking morosely at his food. As he watched, the other boy turned and pierced him with an identical green gaze and both of them visibly relaxed. The pain that had been gripping him for the last 15 minutes slowly evaporated away. Was it just because Harry was upset with him that it had happened? Draco tugged him down onto the bench, which caused him to face away from Harry. Sighing, Henry slid a few bangers onto his plate as well as a spoonful of eggs before digging in. His new friend frowned beside him and thickly buttered a slice of toast, then slathered it in jam and placed it on an empty corner of Henry's plate. "What's that for? Eat it. You're too thin and you need to fatten up a bit," Draco reprimanded him. Henry's eyebrows drew down slightly, but when he had finished the rest of his meal, he did pick up the toast and nibble slowly at it until he had eaten most of it. By that time, Professor Snape had worked his way down the table to the first years and was beginning to pass out schedules to them all. Malfoy. He handed the slip of parchment to the blonde boy. Potter. He sneered down at Henry and handed him the next sheet. Crabbe. He moved on down the line. "We don't have potions until Friday," Draco said, disappointed. "But it's with Gryffindor anyway. Double period, too," he groaned. Henry grinned. "Yeah, but after that we've got the rest of the day to ourselves. That should be all right, don't you think? Probably just get our homework done, then we can spend the rest of the weekend exploring the castle," Draco mused. He laughed. "I like the sound of that, even if it means homework. You don't think they'll let us off easy for the first week, do you?" "Nah. Especially Professor Snape. We'll have at least a foot or two to write for him, you mark my words." Henry dropped the last bit of his toast back onto his plate. That's just ruined my appetite, that has. Come on, let's explore a bit today first. The two boys, sans their dorm mates, made their way out of the Great Hall and began to wander the halls, getting hopelessly lost and learning their way around in the process. What was it like, growing up with Muggles? Draco asked after they had walked past a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy for the third time. Henry stopped, looking up and down the passage they were in and trying to figure out how to get back to the main part of the castle. Like growing up with anyone, I expect. If you discount the sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, the starvation, and the verbal abuse. Blimey, Draco whispered, I can't even imagine. Henry shrugged and walked back and forth in front of the tapestry a few times, trying to decide which of the corridors on either side of it they hadn't tried yet. They both looked exactly the same to him. He rubbed his chest for about the millionth time. The pain had come back shortly after he left the Great Hall. Whoa! Draco cried. What? The other boy was pointing at the door in the wall opposite the tapestry. That door just appeared out of nowhere as you walked past. Henry frowned. That door looked awfully familiar. He strode forward and turned the old-fashioned brass knob and opened the door to find his cupboard. Why would a broom cupboard appear out of nowhere? Draco asked. And why is there a bed in it? The blond boy ducked his head under the angled doorjamb and turned around in the small space. Hang on, there's pictures in here. Henry crowded in and looked at the wall by the door. All of he and Harry's primary school pictures were there, including his twins' prized artistic masterpiece of the two of them riding a flying motorcycle. It's impossible, he breathed. What is it? Draco asked. He had pulled out his wand and cast Lumos to see the pictures better. This is our cupboard. This is where I slept with Harry for 10 years. These are our pictures, but Harry took them down before we left because Dumbledore promised not to send us back there. But why would it be here, in Hogwarts? I don't know. Henry tugged his bottom lip with 2 fingers. Budge out, now. I want to try something. Both boys left the room and he closed the door. It disappeared almost immediately back into the wall. Now, think of someplace you want to be really badly and walk back and forth in front of the tapestry a few times. Draco did as he was told, his forehead creased in concentration. After his third pass, a new door appeared in the wall, an ornately carved wood-paneled door. Opening at this time revealed a large and comfortable room with elegant green furniture, a roaring fire, and 2 steaming cups of hot chocolate waiting on a coffee table in the middle of the arrangement. Is this somewhere in your house? Henry asked. No, I was thinking of the Slytherin common room. But this looks loads better. The pureblood waltzed in and settled into one of the chairs, grabbing one of the mugs and taking a cautious sip. It's delicious, Henry. Come see. Henry closed the door and joined his friend in the opposite armchair, taking the second mug for himself. Looking around, he asked, What, exactly, were you thinking about? Draco shrugged. Just that I was tired and would like to go back to the comfort of the common room and have a nice cup of hot chocolate. He raised his mug in a toast. Then that means, it doesn't show you places that actually exist, it gives you whatever you need at that moment in time. Whatever you're thinking of that you really need. His friend frowned. But why did you need the cupboard? Henry looked away. The cupboard was our safe place in that house. I've been feeling kind of strange since this morning. I've got this ache that just won't go away. He rubbed his chest to show Draco what he meant. It seemed to be growing stronger every minute. Then let's go. You should head to the hospital wing and make sure it's nothing serious. The hospital wing? I don't want to be poked and prodded on my first day in the castle. But Draco wouldn't take no for an answer and was soon dragging Henry away from the magic room and back towards what he hoped was the rest of the castle and the hospital wing. Harry's morning had not been going particularly well. He had awoken with a strange ache over his heart and the sense that he needed to see Hen right away. But of course, once he'd gotten Ron out of bed, the redhead only had breakfast on his mind and kept trying to reassure Harry that Henry would come to the Great Hall and he could see him there. Well, Ron was right, and while the feeling dissipated when he saw Henry, it didn't make Harry feel any better. The feeling was so strange and weird, nothing like he'd ever felt before. He watched from a distance as Hen and his friend left the Great Hall and was somehow not surprised when the ache came back a few minutes later. Once Ron had finished his second helping, the two set out to explore some of the castle. They chose, strangely enough, the dungeons. and incidentally, a certain bushy-haired young witch decided to follow them. And so it was that when the twins were at opposite ends of the castle, Henry in the 7th floor corridor and Harry in the deepest, dankest corner of the dungeons, the achy feeling they'd been fighting all morning suddenly tripled in strength. Harry doubled over and screamed, scaring Ron so bad he almost pissed his pants. While on the 7th floor, Draco barely managed to catch Henry as he cried out, clutching his chest and feeling his legs give out beneath him. It was only because of their friends. Ron was joined by the bushy-haired witch and they mostly carried Harry to the hospital, while Draco had the presence of mind to cast a levitation spell that by all rights he shouldn't have known yet. That they made it to the hospital wing at all, and Madame Pomfrey was beside herself as she tried to figure out why both of the Potter twins were screaming at the same time. Dumbledore swept in as the Medowitch silenced them to protect their vocal cords, and everyone in the room shuddered to see the boys silently screaming. The headmaster waved his wand over them a few times, and seemed particularly interested in the scars on their cheeks. But he frowned a moment later and told Madame Pomfrey to place them on the same bed and join their hands together. "Headmaster, I really don't think that would be wise in their current state. Not to mention that this is a hospital ward and patients simply cannot." He ignored her tirade and levitated Henry into Harry's bed and placed their hands together himself. The silent screams stopped immediately. "My word," she whispered. "Run along now," the headmaster told Ron, Draco, and the witch who had identified herself as Hermione Granger. "They'll be just fine now, but they need their rest. I think they'll be fit enough for classes tomorrow." The three filed out of the room as the Medowitch laid into Dumbledore again. "Headmaster, this is my hospital and I say when and if patients may leave." "With all due respect, Madame Pomfrey, do you have any idea what's wrong with them?" Dumbledore asked, a sparkle in his eyes. "No," Pomfrey snapped, "but you must, since you got them to stop screaming." "Then perhaps you should let me be the judge of whether they will be fit for classes tomorrow or not." She huffed and stomped out of the room and into her office, slamming the door behind her. The headmaster smiled and turned to the twins on the bed. "Enervate," he said, calmly waving his wand. The boys awoke and looked at one another in confusion. Henry tried to speak first, but no sound came out. "Ah," Dumbledore said, "finite incantatem. What happened? What's going on?" Harry asked. "It would seem that something a bit untoward has happened to you." "And?" Henry asked. The headmaster smiled. "I cannot say for sure without finding the correct spell to test for it, but I believe the problem is that your hearts, your very souls, have been bound together." "What?" both boys cried. "By who?" Henry asked. "By Voldemort." There was a long moment of dead silence as they digested that. "You mean, the night he attacked us? The night we somehow lived? But how? Why?" Harry cried. "Oh, do not mistake me, boys. It was almost certainly a complete accident on his part. Though it does answer some of my questions from that night, and raise a few new ones." The headmaster looked pensive, troubled even. "Well, how do we fix it? I assume this is what has been causing us to be in pain all day." Dumbledore shook his head. "It is as irreversible as a soul bond. Bound to one another for the rest of your lives, and clearly incapable of being separated by great distance for any length of time. We will simply have to find a way to cope." Harry looked at his brother and gave him a half-smile that was reluctantly returned. "Truce?" Henry sighed. "Truce." He smiled indulgently as he suddenly found his vision blocked by a head of tousled black hair and a pair of arms gripping him around the middle for dear life. He looked up to see the headmaster twinkling at them, a bit of sadness at the back of his eyes. "But Professor, how are we going to make this work? We're in different houses. We have different schedules, different friends." "Well," Dumbledore said brightly, "the Sorting Hat has been encouraging me to promote inter-house unity for some time now. Perhaps you two can help be the start of that. For now, rest. I believe that your schedules tomorrow are similar enough that you can attend classes together. I'll meet with your heads of houses and arrange for a more long-term solution." "All right," they answered, settling back into bed again. "Good. I'll have the house elves pop up with some lunch for you in a few moments, and don't be surprised when the madam re-emerges as soon as I'm gone and runs her own tests. Goodbye for now." "Goodbye, Professor," Hen answered. When he was gone, Harry ventured to ask, "Hen, what's a house elf?" His brother shook his head. No idea. The matron of the ward did indeed pop out as soon as the headmaster had left, demanding an explanation. When she found out they were soul bonded, her face went quite pale and she stopped running her incessant tests immediately. That does explain things, she said, smiling at them sadly. A few moments later, they found out that house elves were tiny little creatures with large eyes and floppy ears that had some sort of weird propensity towards wearing tea towels and were the magic that made the Hogwarts kitchens run. Their delicious lunch was chased by a mild sleeping potion that Pomfrey gave them, saying that they would be awake in time for dinner and that they would then be allowed to leave the hospital wing. Neither of them fought her after that promise. Several hours later, they followed their noses back down to the Great Hall and then stopped, unsure if they would be all right sitting at their own tables but also unable to decide which one to pick if they sat together. They were saved by the approach of Professors Snape and McGonagall. We have discussed the situation with the headmaster and have determined that for the time being you will eat meals and share dormitories with the Gryffindors on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and the Slytherins on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday and alternate Sundays, McGonagall informed them. Classes, Snape sneered, for tomorrow will be shared, and after that we will begin trying to determine if the distance between each of your lessons is a problem. If possible, we will simply have you stay near one another when you can and relocate those classes that are too far apart. Well, today's Sunday, Harry pointed out. Which table should we sit at? McGonagall smiled. I suggest that you inform your friends and dorm mates of the situation first and then make your decision. Your things will be moved each day accordingly, Snape said, and then stalked off. The Gryffindor head sighed in exasperation. Go on then, dinner's just started. It's all well and good to tell them first, but if we decide now we can tell whoever we're not spending the night with first and then tell the others as we eat, Henry suggested. Right. Rock, paper, scissors? Harry asked. It was how they usually decided whose turn it was for Vernon's newest list of chores. They went several rounds, but eventually Henry won, which made Slytherin the winner for this Sunday. Right. Harry muttered. Let's go tell the Gryffindors. They approached the red and gold table and Harry leaned over the far end of it where most of the first years were seated. Harry! Ron cried. Are you all right? Gave me a right fright when you started screaming like that. The other first years who knew him clamored for news of his health. Listen, mates, Harry called over them, I've got some bad news. It turns out that Henry and I are bonded to one another. We can't have too much distance between us or we end up being in pain. So the professors have decided that we'll alternate what days we eat and sleep with Gryffindor and Slytherin. I'll be with you on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday and alternate Sundays with the Slytherins. Hen won for today, so it's the Slytherins tonight. Everyone stared at them, speechless. Finally, Ron spoke. Blimey, sleeping with the snakes? And a Slytherin sleeping with us? There's no way that will work? Ron, Harry snapped, exasperated, this is me and Hen we're talking about. It's not like Malfoy is going to be sleeping in the Gryffindor dorm half the year. It'll be fine. Ron shrugged sheepishly. Yeah, all right. Henry rolled his eyes. Good luck, Harry, Hermione said. Thanks. Do I know your name? Harry asked. Never mind that, come on, I'm starved. Henry dragged him away and they attempted to explain the same thing to the Slytherins. Draco stared at Harry with something akin to disgust on his face until Henry dug his shoe into the other boy's shin. Sorry, the Malfoy heir mumbled into his peas. By the time they made their way down into the dungeons, the Slytherins told Harry that if any other Gryffindors turned up in their dorms because he blabbed the password, they'd eviscerate him. Both twins were exhausted. A seventh bed had been added to the first-year boys' dorm and Harry fell into it gratefully, falling asleep moments after he had pulled up the covers. Harry's day began with some jostling among the Slytherin boys for the mirrors in the bathroom. Both he and Hen showered and raked a comb haphazardly through their hair. All of Harry's things had appeared at the end of his bed the night before. He wasn't sure, but he thought the house elves might be responsible for that, and it took him a few minutes of comparing schedules with his brother to grab all of the things he would need. Henry's first class was Transfiguration, which Harry didn't have until the next day. Then Henry would attend Charms with Harry and they would both go to Herbology, though Harry's class was first and Henry's was the last period of the day. It's not fair, you know, Harry told him. I've got a class every morning, and here you are with Tuesdays and Thursdays free until lunch." Henry laughed. "Just be thankful you don't have history after lunch on those days, like me. I've heard Binns is the most boring professor in the whole school. And with all that good food, I'm likely to fall asleep." All of the first-year boys made their way down to the Great Hall together. Harry hadn't exactly gotten over his animosity towards Draco Malfoy, but he was at least attempting to tolerate the other boys since they were now going to be living together for an indefinite period of time. Malfoy seemed to be doing the same. And Harry took it as a good sign that Ron had acquiesced to Henry sleeping in their dorm. Perhaps all of them could become friends and it would work out for the best after all. Well, he thought that until his legs suddenly went all wobbly and he fell flat on his face. "Draco," Henry admonished. He bent down to help his brother up. The Malfoy heir was laughing loudly, drawing attention from the other houses flowing past them to enter the Great Hall. Harry scowled at his brother's friend. This meant war. After Malfoy had set his legs right by reversing the Jellylegs jinx, Harry grabbed his brother's arm and marched him toward the Gryffindor table. "Come on, it's Monday. And I don't want to sit with Malfoy right now anyway." "I suppose," Henry said reluctantly. The other Gryffindors fell silent as the twins joined them. Henry took this to mean they had been talking about him and sneered nastily at them. "So how was it?" Ron asked promptly after the twins had snagged some food for themselves. "How was what?" Henry snapped. "I wasn't asking you," Ron said. He turned to Harry expectantly. "What, sleeping with the Slytherins?" Harry asked. The rest of the first years nodded, seeming oblivious to the fuming Slytherin sitting with them. "It was fine. I fell asleep right off, anyway." "Oh." Ron sounded disappointed. "Malfoy didn't curse you in your sleep, then?" Harry grimaced. "No, he did that this morning, thanks." "It was just a joke," Henry said, defending his friend. "Yeah, just like it was a joke when Dudley and his gang would chase us around and beat us up. Just because it was done with magic doesn't make him any different, Hen." His brother frowned. "I'll talk to him. Thank you, and Ron, don't go getting any ideas about hexing my brother, all right? I really do want all of us to get along. You too, Hen. I know you've been reading up." The redhead nodded uncertainly, watching Henry. When the Slytherin nodded, the youngest Weasley seemed to make a decision and held out his hand to the other boy. "I know you don't like me, but you don't really have to. Let's just call it a truce, all right? And if Malfoy wants to hang out with us any time, well, I'll try my best, but I doubt he'll agree to leave me alone anyway." Hen smiled a little and took the proffered hand. "I can live with that. But you know, 6 generations is a long time to hold a grudge. Do you even remember why it started?" Ron grinned. "Dad says it's because my great-great-great-great-great-grandmother had an affair with Malfoy's 5-time great-grandfather. But just try to get a Malfoy to agree to that." The whole table laughed, including Hen, who had already discussed the feud with Draco. Turns out, the Weasley woman had broken Malfoy's heart by marrying someone else. Now it seemed it was just the principle of the thing. He decided that he would mention it to Harry later and see if they couldn't patch things up with the two families. Shortly it was time for double transfiguration for the combined Slytherin and Hufflepuff class. Harry's head was the instructor for this class, and he was actually looking forward to seeing her teach. Plus, transfiguration sounded pretty cool, turning one thing into something else and all. And Henry had mentioned wizards called animagi from one of his extra books who could change back and forth from an animal self at will. Harry couldn't wait to try that. He was a little disappointed, if he admitted it only to himself, when they started out turning matchsticks into needles. With Hen's help he managed to get his to start turning silver, but his brother was as brilliant as always and managed to fully transform his own matchstick by the end of the lesson. McGonagall awarded everyone who had managed a partial transformation 5 points, and 10 to Henry and a Hufflepuff named Susan Bones who had both managed a complete transfiguration. For class next week I ask you to read the first 2 chapters of your transfiguration textbooks and to complete the exercises at the end of each section. And trust me, it will become exceedingly apparent during the next class if you do not do your homework, McGonagall said just before the bell rang. "You have charms now, right?" Hen asked. "Yeah, it's down a corridor on this same floor." Henry said goodbye to his year mates and followed Harry to their next class. This one was taught by the diminutive Professor Flitwick, who had to stand on a stack of books behind his desk to see everyone properly. He started them on the levitation charm using feathers for practice. Ron and the girl from the night before, Hermione Granger, sat near the twins and they all began to work together to figure out the charm. Both Hermione and Henry were brilliant at it right off and helped to coach the other two into getting it right. Ron seemed to be getting a little huffy with Hermione, but with someone as smart and nice as Hen to work with, she seemed to lose a little of her know-it-all attitude very quickly, making her much more tolerable. Harry smiled up at the 4 feathers floating above them, feeling like he was making the friends he had always wished for. Even Hen seemed to be enjoying the Gryffindor's presence, and they had relaxed around him to a certain extent. Finally the bell rang. They were disappointed when Flitwick didn't distribute any points, giving them a chapter to read and setting a 1-foot essay on the uses of levitation charms instead, but they filed out anyway. Ron was leading the way and caroling about lunchtime. 2 whole hours to eat, Hermione complained. I'd much rather get to herbology. I'm looking forward to working with the plants outside. Yeah, but it gives us some time to start reading those chapters we've been assigned, Henry reminded her. Yes, but I read all of the books over the summer, she laughed. Though I suppose the review would still do me some good. They ate and talked and passed the 2 hours much more quickly than any of them had anticipated. The twins followed the little group down to the greenhouses, relishing the warm end of summer weather. Herbology was taught by Professor Sprout, a round and happy woman who was also the head of Hufflepuff House. For their first class, she told them all about the properties of a plant with tiny pinky purple flowers called fluxweed. Henry earned 5 points for Slytherin for knowing that it was used in Polyjuice Potion, and Hermione shared her knowledge that it was closely related to mint and an endangered plant in the Muggle world. As they were leaving the class, they passed the Slytherins and Ravenclaws on their way to their own herbology lesson. At last, Ron groaned, stretching languidly. So, what should we do for the rest of the day? I intend to do the homework, Hermione and Henry said nearly simultaneously. They smiled and giggled at one another. Ron rolled his eyes. Homework? But it's the first day. It can wait until the weekend, can't it? Harry felt torn. Well, as much as I hate to admit it, getting it over with now would mean having the weekend free to do something more fun. We've got an hour until dinner. Let's go to the library for that long, at least. His friend groaned. Fine, but you owe me, Harry. The 4 kids made their way up to the library on the 3rd floor and claimed a table in a hidden-away corner to do their work. Ron decided that reading for charms would be easier, since there was only 1 chapter in Madame Pants. The librarian would skin them alive if they cast any of the transfiguration practice spells in the library. Everyone readily agreed with that, and within an hour they had all finished, and Hermione and Henry, at least, had begun their essays. When the bell for the end of the last period rang, they all started to pack their things away to head down to dinner. Hermione told them all to go ahead, though, since she wanted to look up a cross-reference for her essay. Henry was feeling amazingly content as he sat with the Gryffindors and eventually followed them up to their dormitory. There were only 5 boys in Harry's dorm, so his made the 6th 4-poster in the room. His things had been brought up the same as Harry's had been the night before. It was strange, he thought, that he felt so comfortable with a house that was supposed to be diametrically opposed to his own. He supposed that it was because they were so warm and welcoming. Grudgingly he admitted to himself that it was the perfect place for Harry, though they both fit quite well with the cool and calm support of the Slytherins as well. He climbed into the bed next to his brother and pulled the curtains closed. Despite the circumstances that had placed them in this situation, he thought that they could both live with it. And maybe the Potters would somehow end the 1,000 years of rivalry between their houses. Tuesday morning they ate with the Slytherins and skipped Harry's transfiguration lesson. They spent the morning in the common room reading and hanging out with the students who also had the morning off. Professor Snape came in just before Harry was due to go to History of Magic and pulled the twins aside. Professor McGonagall and I spoke with the headmaster again yesterday evening, and we have decided that, instead of taxing you both by trying to determine what distance is tolerable, we will just combine your schedules so that your classes are divided. Here are your new sections. He handed them both identical slips of paper, except for their names. However, if you feel that you are not grasping something properly, the headmaster is going to announce to all the students tonight that, as long as they don't have a regular class that interferes, They may attend the opposite section of a class to repeat a lesson. The same goes for you, so keep your original timetables. A section schedule will be posted in every common room by tonight. Nodding to them, he left. Guess that means that we just keep doing what we have been, Henry said, studying the new schedule. Hey, look, no more history after lunch. They left the common room to attend History of Magic with Harry's house before lunch. Binns was every bit as boring as their sources had claimed, and it was with sluggish spirits that they joined the Slytherins again for lunch. Let's go to the library again, Henry said once his friends had left for their own history lesson. He had wisely given his notes to Draco and told his friend to fill in anything he had missed. Between the two of them, they might actually have a complete enough set of notes to pass the class. And of course, they would make copies for anyone who cared to have them. The library was pretty much abandoned at that hour. A few of the older students who had free periods were looking up extra sources for their first essays of the year. Both twins were stunned at the length of the scrolls being written. What should we work on? Harry asked. I did some of the Transfiguration reading this morning, but I haven't tried the exercises yet. Why don't you read the first chapter and then we can do the rest together? There's something I want to look up. Okay. Henry wandered into the aisles of the library, breathing in the dusty scent of the old books. He loved libraries. He could happily live here among all these old tomes and never re-emerge. And as if sensing a fellow book spirit in him, Madame Pants appeared at the end of the aisle he was perusing and asked him if she could help him find anything. Yes, actually. Are there any books on soul bonds that aren't restricted? She led him to an adjacent aisle and pulled out a book called Ancient and Most Magical Rituals. Rituals? He asked. It's an advanced branch of ancient runes, which you can choose to begin studying in your third year. This book might be a bit complex for your current knowledge, but it has the most comprehensive study of ritual bonds out of all the books in this section. But I don't understand. What do soul bonds have to do with rituals? I assumed that you knew. Madame Pants looked at him with confusion. Soul bonds are most commonly associated with wedding rituals. He blanched and took the book without another word. Thank you, Madame Pants. I appreciate your help. She blushed slightly. You're quite welcome, Mr. Potter. He returned to the table where Harry was sitting. It looked like his brother was about halfway through the chapter and completely absorbed. Opening the book on rituals, he studied the table of contents. There were rituals for newborns, for deaths, and for weddings, as well as many other wizarding events. He turned to the section on weddings and began reading. Wedding rituals are most commonly used between pureblood families, especially for arranged marriages. The most common of these rituals is one that contains stipulations preventing either party from seeking divorce, but not preventing them from having affairs or harming one another. Such rituals have fallen out of favor in recent times, but were originally intended to keep marriage alliances from being withdrawn. On the other end of this spectrum is a soul bond. Wizards and witches who underwent this bond were bound together by their very souls for all eternity. Incapable of hurting one another, or even being out of each other's presence for any period of time, only couples with the strongest feelings of love for one another underwent this ritual. It was declared to be dark magic by the Ministry of Magic in 1653 because it tampered with the very fiber of a person's soul, literally splitting and recombining them into one person. The last couple to have undergone this ritual before its banning was Amelia and Rigel Black in 1639. Written accounts from this time claim that they were able to communicate with each other mentally and read each other's thoughts without the use of legilimency. Both were also said to share any magical abilities they possessed, such as animagi transformations, a seer's sight, or parseltongue, the ability to speak with snakes. Well, that answered his question all right. So essentially he and Harry were married. Great. He was married to his brother at the age of 1 year. It had to be a record, not to mention highly illegal, but there were several things he didn't understand, like what legilimency was, or a seer's sight, or why splitting souls was considered dark magic. Deciding to try his luck, he went back to Madame Pants to return the book and ask some questions. Madame Pants? She looked up from a suspiciously muggle-looking paperback. He would bet 10 galleons it was a muggle romance. I've finished with the book you found me, but I have some more questions. Go ahead and ask, then. If I don't know, I'm sure we can find a book that does. Well, this book mentions a couple who were soul-bound and could read each other's minds without legilimency and shared magical abilities. But what is legilimency? And what is a seer's sight? And why is splitting your soul like that considered dark magic? She paled a little bit at the last question but seemed to sense that he didn't actually want to try such magic himself, just that he needed to understand. She could relate. She had been the same way when she was a first year at Hogwarts. Legilimency is magic that can be used to read another person's mind. There is an opposing branch, occlumency, that is used to protect the mind from such advances. Someone who is really good at legilimency can do so completely undetected. As for a seer's sight, that means someone like Professor Trelawney, who teaches divination. The sight is what allows someone to see into the future, or the past, or see present events. It depends on their ability. And for your last question, she sighed and hesitated. Madam Pants, I promise I have no intention of actually trying this ritual. I'm much too young, anyway. He smiled. It was only a little fib anyway. All right, you see, there is a way, using dark magic, to split your soul and place it in an object to protect it. That way, if you die or are killed, you will continue living on because a piece of your soul remains protected on Earth. Such objects are called Horcruxes. When the Ministry gained knowledge that dark wizards were making such objects, some of them dying horribly in the process because they did something wrong, they banned any magic that tampered with the human soul. I see. Thank you very much, Madam Pants. I think I'm going to go work on my transfiguration homework with my brother now. She smiled and watched him walk away, then pulled out a scrap of paper to write a quick note to Dumbledore. She would have to tell him that another student had started asking about soul bonds again. A simple charm, and the paper folded itself into a paper airplane and darted out the library doors. She had picked that spell up from her time working in the Ministry archives. Harry had finished the first chapter and was attempting the first exercise by the time Hen returned. Sorry about that, I had something I needed to research, Henry told him. He had absolutely no intention of sharing the nature of the soul bond with his brother yet. It remained to be seen if it behaved the same way as the wedding ritual soul bond described in the book. There was no sense worrying both of them needlessly. No problem, I was just trying the first exercise. It says that we should try envisioning the object we work with transfiguring into something else. So, for a match into a needle, we have to envision each change in order for it to work. But I don't understand how you determine which way is right. Well, obviously it's easier to turn the fat end of the match into the loop for the needle. Hen thought about it for a minute and then said, when I did it in class yesterday, I just kept repeating the same images in my head over and over again. I would think of the match taking the shape of a needle and then the match taking the color of the needle. Eventually it started to do that, so I envisioned what it was starting to look like turning into the needle and it just changed. Oh, I see. I kept envisioning the match turning into a needle. I didn't change the way I was thinking about it. We can't practice here, and it's almost time for Dada anyway. Want to try the transfiguration after dinner with the rest of the Slytherins? Harry gathered up his books and waited for Hen to join him. Sure, let's get to class, then. Dada was combined Slytherin and Gryffindor, so their sections hadn't been changed. It was the same for potions. Both of them had been looking forward to this class, but it ended up being a bit of a joke. Professor Quirrell was clearly too afraid of his subject to effectively teach it. Henry also kept feeling strange all through the double period, the scar on his cheek twinging every time the professor looked at him. Harry, for some reason, seemed fine. They spent the evening finishing their charms essays for the next day and practicing with their matches. Even Harry could turn his into a needle by the end of the night. Hen's explanation had really helped him to visualize properly, and the other exercises in the book were helpful too. Wednesday was a repeat of charms and herbology. They turned in their essays, learned about placement charms by charming square stickers onto a grid, and in herbology studied the properties of daisies. Thursday brought a repeat of history and Henry once again traded notes with Draco. They already had a list of people interested in the project, and another pair from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff who had volunteered their own notes to round out the effort. Between all four houses, they had a near transcription of Bin's extremely boring and extremely sleep-inducing lectures. That night was the first astronomy class for Slytherin, which Harry joined. Each class would go to the astronomy tower on a different night at midnight and study the stars with Professor Sinistra. Friday brought the end of the week and the class that Draco, Harry, and Henry had been looking forward to the most after Dada. Professor Snape started the double potions lesson with a bang, storming into the dungeon classroom dramatically and immediately starting his lecture. He threw out several basic questions from the first few chapters of the textbook, to see who had actually read ahead. Henry thought it was so he could gauge who had an actual interest in the subject without waiting to see who blew things up. After learning some very basic skills when it came to slicing, dicing, chopping, grinding, smashing, and most importantly following directions, Snape set them into pairs to making a potion to cure boils. Perhaps unwisely, Ron and Malfoy were paired together, while he kept Harry and Henry together. The family rivalry clearly extended directly into the classroom as they elbowed each other for space at the table and Malfoy berated Ron for his badly crushed snake fangs. "Look at them, Weasley. There are still little chunks left. They have to be completely powdered." "Well, it doesn't say that in the instructions. How was I supposed to know?" "It's common sense, Weasley. Have you even read any of the textbook?" "Of course not. I assumed it would be assigned for homework, not that we'd be brewing the first day." "It's a double period, you idiot. Of course we're not going to spend 2 hours reading aloud like primary schoolers." By this time they were bellowing at each other and Snape had come to stand directly behind them, a disgusted sneer on his face. As Ron drew breath for another volley, he gripped both of them by the neck of their robes and pulled them bodily from their seats. "If you cannot sit through my class quietly, then I suggest you leave." Ron immediately seized his books, shoved them into his bag and left. Draco, however, looked up at his professor contritely. "I'm sorry, Professor. Weasleys and Malfoys never seem to get along. Is it all right if I stay and finish the potion by myself?" The dark-haired professor considered him for a long moment before nodding once. Draco promptly sat and continued preparing his ingredients, throwing his slugs into the cauldron and adding 30 milliliters of water to set them stewing while he weighed his nettles. Across the room, Hermione was working with Neville, who seemed to be absolutely terrified of the potion's professor. His hands were shaking as he added things to the cauldron at Hermione's instruction. The twins, used to working with one another, worked as a fluid team. Harry found himself enjoying the calming process of preparing the ingredients and watching them combine in the cauldron. He had hated cooking for the Dursleys, but cooking itself was rather fun. The bell rang at the end of the period and they ladled a sample of their potion into a vial to hand into Snape. He gave them a slight twitch of his lips when he saw theirs, which they took to mean they had done well. Finally, the end of the first week. Henry sighed, collapsing into a chair in the Gryffindor common room after lunch. "Yeah, and now we have a whole weekend to explore." Harry grinned at his brother. "Oh, no you don't," Hen cried. "Come on, let's finish our homework for next week first." Sighing, Harry complied. Ron and Hermione soon joined them, and together they made the weekend a free one. After 2 months of sharing meals and dormitories, Henry had become good friends with many of the Gryffindors. He and Harry's friends had encountered a 3-headed dog in the Forbidden Corridor on the 3rd floor the first weekend after classes. They figured something was being hidden in the school and the dog was guarding it. The encounter had strengthened his relationships with the others. He still had issues with Ron, but at least he could stand to be in the same room and even study with him. When it came to Harry and the Slytherins, on the other hand, little progress had been made. Draco continued to slide subtle jinxes and hexes past his friend, despite Henry's discussions otherwise. And due to the extra studying time Henry imposed on his brother, Harry had been able to trade blows with Draco spell for spell. It came to the point where Henry decided to enlist some help when it came to ending the dispute. Being the Slytherin he was, of course, he had ulterior motives for getting Draco to like Gryffindors. First and foremost of which was Ronald Weasley. The last Friday before Halloween, Henry approached Professor Snape after class. "Sir, I have a favor to ask of you." He received a raised eyebrow in response. "You see, it's about Draco and my brother." "I see. You wish me to punish Mr. Malfoy for the petty tricks he has been playing on your Gryffindor half." There was a dangerous glint in the man's eyes. Not at all, sir. I've already tried to get him to stop. Getting you to punish him would just make him mad at me. Actually, what I had in mind was a sort of exchange program. The second eyebrow joined the first. Henry took that to mean the professor was listening. Here's what I think. 10 minutes later, Henry was on his way to lunch with the Gryffindors, secure in the knowledge that the two feuds that were the most troubling to him would be well on their way to mended by Halloween. What did you need to talk to Snape about? Ron asked as he joined them at the table. Lunch wasn't due to start for another 40 minutes, so they were gathered around working on various assignments, chatting, and reading. Ron and Harry were playing wizard's chess, which Harry was still rather hopeless at. Henry had to hand it to the redhead, he was a good strategist. Just a question about the essay for next week. I wasn't sure if he wanted the properties of mint or catnip for the deflating draft. They're interchangeable in that potion. Really? Hermione asked, making a note of it in her book which was open to the potion. I'll have to look that up. Yeah, they're from the same family of herbs. Henry proceeded to explain why either could be used. Checkmate. Ron crowed just before lunch was due to be served. Harry groaned. I'm never going to beat you at this game, Ron. I don't know why you make me play. And these pieces hate me. He prodded one of the pawns with his finger. All of his pieces were brandishing their weapons or shaking their fists at him angrily. Don't worry about it, mate. Everyone starts out somewhere. You're just worse than most. Harry glared half-heartedly at him. It's almost time for lunch. Let's clean up, Dean asked. Everyone put away their parchment and books. Ron shoved the chess pieces back into the drawers on either side of the board, locking them shut with a quick spell. Both the twins had wondered at that the first time, but Ron had told them a hilarious story about the chess pieces escaping and attacking him in his sleep back when he was first learning the game and beeped just as much as Harry did. Shortly the golden dishes appeared along with tray after tray of delicious food. Everyone dug in as the other classes poured into the room to join them. Up at the head table, only Snape and Dumbledore were conspicuously absent. Henry hoped that meant that his plan was being put into motion already. Indeed, just before lunch ended, when most people were still lingering and chatting, the missing professors appeared through the faculty door behind the head table. Snape took his seat, grabbing a chocolate biscuit to nibble on nonchalantly. Dumbledore moved to the podium just in front of the table and raised his hands. Those who paid attention to the comings and goings of the teachers shushed their friends, and soon the hall was ensconced in silence. I have an exciting announcement, Dumbledore cried. Due to the success of Henry and Harry Potter matriculating into each other's houses, I have decided to implement a sort of exchange program. Each week one student from each house will be chosen to trade with a student from another. The goal of this is to end this dreadful house rivalry that results in spells being cast to cause harm to one another and also gives Madame Pomfrey too much work to do trying to fix everyone. The students for this week will be announced at dinner. Pass along the word to anyone who isn't here for lunch. And with that the elderly headmaster returned to his seat, grabbing a large slice of meringue pie with the appearance of a 5-year-old. Ron was completely gobsmacked. But, that means, he paled, looking towards the Slytherin table. Henry laughed. But you deal with me, Weasley. Surely it won't be that bad. Yeah, but you're absolutely decent compared to Malfoy. What if I get switched with someone like Crabbe and then he tries to murder me in my sleep? Harry smiled. Don't worry, Ron. Malfoy might try to hex me every other day, but my life has not been endangered while I was sleeping. He hasn't even tried to hex me during the nights I stay there. He looked thoughtful as he realized what he had said. Hen smiled. It was already working. But the other Gryffindor continued to mope for the rest of the day. Finally dinner came around and he was so nervous waiting for the announcement that he barely ate anything. If one could call the giant slice of steak and kidney pie, barely. Finally Dumbledore stood. Everyone was waiting expectantly for the announcement, so he let them know the first victims without preamble. The two students who will trade dormitories this week are Ronald Weasley and Draco Malfoy. Starting tomorrow morning, you will eat, sleep, and study with your new house until Halloween night. And then he sat and finished his treacle tart. A squeak of despair could be heard from the Gryffindor table while Draco had turned even paler than normal, a bite of custard slowly sliding off his spoon as he stared into space. Henry just laughed. After a moment of stunned silence, the rest of the first-year Gryffindors joined him. Harry was looking at him suspiciously, but otherwise remained silent. As they made their way up to the Gryffindor Tower, Harry pulled him aside. "Did you have anything to do with this?" He didn't seem angry, so Hen decided to tell the truth. "I might have put a bee in Snape's bonnet, yes." Harry smiled. "Thanks. I just hope it works out how you think it will." Henry nodded fervently. "Me too." The next day being Saturday, Ron was lucky enough to have Harry and Henry there when he was introduced to the Slytherins. Draco didn't have that advantage, but it hardly would have helped to have his best friend there to talk to instead of the Gryffindors. Henry made a mental note to congratulate Snape on his timing. Once basic reintroductions were made, the trio sat with the green and silver table. It was the Slytherins who began talking first. Their starting policy seemed to be to ignore the redhead in their midst. But it served to relieve the tension. Ron expelled a long breath and relaxed enough to spoon some eggs onto his plate. Henry and Harry had decided the night before that it was up to Ron to break the ice. For the first meal of the first day, things weren't going too badly yet. The real test would come when classes started on Monday, since the twins wouldn't be staying with him the whole day and they suspected the teachers would pair the exchanged students with someone from their new house for all lessons. In the meantime, the Slytherins had pre-arranged plans for the weekend. It was too bad Draco would no longer be able to participate, but he wasn't essential to the preparations. Henry and Draco had shared their knowledge of the room on the 7th floor, which they had dubbed the Room of Requirement, with their Slytherin friends. Henry had told his brother as well, but not the rest of the Gryffindors. He figured it was up to them to find it themselves. But the Slytherins had been planning a party and study session there to get ahead on their work before the Christmas holidays began. It was the kind of thing Henry thought Hermione would enjoy, but he had been forbidden to invite any Griffs to the room. Now, though, the presence of one Ronald Weasley was throwing a wrench in the plans. They were required to study and hang out with the Weasel for an entire week, which meant that they would have to take him to the ROR if they continued as planned. The Slytherins were discussing the problem in low whispers when Henry decided to butt in. "You could just invite all of them. Then Draco would be able to come too." He was looking forward to it. Blaise frowned slightly, and then considered the Gryffindor table across the room. It appeared that the same silent treatment was being used on their housemate. It would certainly help the supposed inter-house relations, he reasoned. Theo crossed his arms over his chest and sighed. "Better all of them than having this one rat on us." Crabbe and Goyle nodded. Pansy flipped her hair indifferently and the rest of the girls just shrugged. "Right then. Let's go over and invite them." Henry stood and the rest of the Slytherins plus Harry and Ron followed suit. The redhead was quite confused by their discussion, but he followed silently, a true feat of strength for the normally short-fused boy. The Gryffindors got quiet at the approach of all the first years from their rival house. Draco turned and looked at them in confusion as well. Blaise took the lead. "We were planning to have a study party today. We'd like to invite all of you, since Draco was looking forward to it as well. If you want to come, meet us on the 7th floor next to the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy." And with that, they returned to the dungeons to get their books. Behind them Draco found himself under the scrutiny of a dozen pairs of eyes. "What?" he asked. "Is it really a study party?" Dean asked hesitantly. The blonde's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Of course it's a party. Do you think they would have left me here with you lot if it was a trap? We've been planning this for weeks. We're going to get ahead a bit on the reading so that when Christmas comes we won't have as much homework." Several pairs of eyes lit up at that. "Well, I'm in," Hermione stated primly, grabbing her already full book bag from beside her seat and standing. "I was planning on studying in the library all day, but it would be more fun to do it in a group. I'll take you to your friends if no one else is coming," she offered to Draco. He sneered. "Why would I let someone like you take me anywhere?" Hermione stiffened slightly at his tone and then left in a huff. "And who said we weren't coming?" Seamus stood as well. "Come on, Malfoy. Let's go get our bags and then we can join the rest of the Slytherins for this study party thing." The blonde sighed but followed. 10 minutes later, All the first years from both houses, many of the Gryffindors had joined them out of sheer curiosity instead of actually wanting to study, had gathered next to the tapestry. "All right, where's this party taking place, exactly?" Parvati asked. "Right here," Henry announced. He shooed a few people out of the way to give him room to walk and then paced back and forth in front of the wall 3 times, thinking of a room where both Gryffindors and Slytherins would be comfortable studying together. Moments later, a solid brass 8-paneled door appeared in the wall. Loud gasps were heard from the Gryffindors, and even some of the Slytherins who hadn't seen the room yet were impressed. The door opened to reveal a large room with multiple levels with various seating arrangements scattered around. The colors were black and white, with a variegated sprinkling of green and red armchairs. The walls were lined with bookcases, each one labeled with a specific subject heading, such as charms, transfiguration, and potions. "How did you find this place?" Hermione gushed, already touching the books in each case lovingly. "It was an accident," Henry laughed. He turned to the rest of the students crowded around the entryway. "Welcome to the Room of Requirement." The study session had gone remarkably well. Everyone managed to either catch up or get ahead on all of their subjects, and Gryffindors and Slytherins had actually been working together. It was the start of a week of miracles. By the morning of Halloween, Draco was getting along with the Gryffindors enough to call most of them by their first name, including Harry finally, and Ron, while still nervous around Crabbe and Goyle, had begun to joke around with his new house, to great effect. The last day of their enforced exchange began with breakfast followed by potions as usual. Draco was working on the last few lines of his potions essay during class that morning, and Hermione, sitting next to him, Snape hadn't attempted to pair Ron with Draco again, couldn't help pointing out several spelling mistakes that he had made. He scratched out several of them, but then she tried to tell him that his conclusion was completely wrong and he finally lost it. "Would you shut up and mind your own bloody business?" he snapped. "It's no wonder no one can stand you, you bloody know-it-all." Her eyes filled with tears and she kept her head down for the rest of the period. When the bell finally mercifully rang, she disappeared out the door like a shot. When she didn't reappear for lunch, Harry and Henry grew worried and asked around to see if anyone had seen her. Parvati and Lavender revealed that she had been crying in the girls' bathroom all morning and wanted to be left alone. Draco had swallowed guiltily and picked at his food after that. The twins awkwardly returned to the tower with Draco and took turns playing chess until dinner. "It's not like her to hide away like this," Henry said softly when he noticed Hermione was missing again. "Yeah, and she's been loads better since we started studying with her," Harry mumbled. Malfoy looked up and grimaced as he caught what they were talking about. He set down his fork with a sigh. "I suppose we could eat quick and take her some food." He shifted nervously when they stared at him. "And I could come with you to apologize." "Brilliant, Draco," Harry smiled. The three enjoyed the feast quickly, bundling up some bread rolls and a few pumpkin pasties for their missing friend before leaving the Great Hall. Moments after they exited, Professor Quirrell ran into the room spouting some nonsense about a troll in the dungeons. Only Professor Snape had noticed the twins plus Draco leaving, and he immediately moved to run out the door they had left through. But the headmaster quickly stopped him and told him to go protect the third-floor corridor before ordering everyone back to their dormitories. The trio was by then knocking softly on the door to the girls' loo. When they received no answer, Harry hesitantly stuck his head inside and called out, "Hermione." A loud sniffle answered him from one of the stalls. Can we come in? I mean, there's no one actually using the loo, right?" "Oh, shut up, Harry," she snapped, appearing from the middle stall with a tear-streaked face. She immediately noticed Draco with the twins. "What's he doing here?" Draco moved forward sheepishly. "I came to apologize for what I said. I know you were just trying to help me and all." He shifted from foot to foot. "It was just frustrating to have someone point out my mistakes like that. My father says that Malfoys should never feel inferior, but, well, you're smarter than me and I couldn't stand it." She sniffed again, but seemed to have calmed down some. "Thanks, I guess." He grinned and held out his hand. "Apology accepted." Hermione smiled and shook his hand. A loud crash echoed from the end of the corridor outside. Henry poked his head out and his eyes widened. "A troll," an actual troll, was making its way towards the bathroom. Swiftly, he closed the door and locked it, but the motion had drawn the thing's attention. "There's a troll," he told them all quickly. "Hurry, hide." The four of them each picked a stall and closed and locked the door behind them. Outside, the troll began pounding on the closed door with frustration, each blow bending the hinges bit by bit until the whole door fell inward onto the floor with a crash. The troll lumbered into the room and looked back and forth, seeing nothing but the bathroom stalls and sinks along the wall. Frustrated by the lack of prey, it swung its club through the stalls, reducing them to splinters and revealing 4 screaming young children inside. Thinking quickly, Harry shot out a stupefy at the troll as it backed them into the corner opposite the door. It hit with a splash of red light, but didn't even make the beast pause. "Together," he screamed. The others raised their wands and they simultaneously cast the spell. A huge wash of red struck the troll in the face and it wavered for a moment, looking somewhat sleepy, before toppling over backwards. Its own club struck it on the head, raising a large lump. "Is it dead?" Hermione asked, too shaken to do more than slump against the wall. "No, just stunned. I'm sure it will have a nasty headache when it wakes up, though." Harry grinned. Soon they were laughing hysterically. Moments later, a small cavalry of teachers, including McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, and Dumbledore rushed through the ruined doorway to stare at the first years in shock. "What on earth are you doing here?" McGonagall snapped. "You should be in your dormitories with the other students." They stopped laughing at once. "Sorry, Professor," Harry spoke up. "We left the Great Hall early to find Hermione. And then we heard the troll and locked the door, but it broke it down and attacked us. I tried to stun it but it didn't work, so we all cast the spell at the same time and, well, now it's passed out on the floor, isn't it?" Snape's lips twitched at the explanation. Henry noticed a tear on his head of House's pants and a bloody gash that looked suspiciously like claw marks. The man quickly hid the leg under his robes and gave his pupil a stern look that clearly said, "Tell no one." "Be that as it may," McGonagall began. Snape interrupted. "Please, Minerva, I myself witnessed them leaving the Great Hall before Quirrell came in to warn us about the troll. He speaks the truth." Her lips pursed, but she refrained from commenting. "Commendable, commendable." Dumbledore twinkled at them. 50 points to both your houses for outstanding demonstration of friendship and courage. Go on back to your dormitories, now." They turned to leave. "Mr. Malfoy," Snape hissed. The blonde paused to glance at his head. 20 points to Slytherin for a successful exchange week. With a grin, Draco followed his friends back up to Gryffindor Tower. "You know," he said, "I'm almost sad that this is my last night with you lot. I mean, if it weren't for the garish red and gold colors everywhere, I'd be quite willing to stay." "I'll take that as a compliment, however backhanded," Harry said dryly. "Did you notice Snape's leg?" Henry asked when they were almost all the way back. Hermione frowned. "Yeah, but the troll couldn't have done that. Plus, he wouldn't have let it get away once he found it." "I think it was the 3-headed dog we found the first week of classes," Henry revealed. "The one you found in the 3rd-floor corridor?" Draco asked with a frown. Harry nodded. "That does make sense, but why would Snape have gone there when there was a troll loose in the school?" Henry sighed, patting his brother on the head. "I think Dumbledore sent him there to help protect whatever the dog is guarding. Think about it. If someone let the troll in as a distraction, then whoever let it in would go straight to the 3rd floor instead of looking for the troll," Hermione finished. "But if you look at it that way, it's possible that Snape is the one who let it in, since he went to the 3rd-floor corridor first as well," Harry pointed out. Draco snorted. Despite how he treats some of the students, he would never do anything to endanger them. "Trust me." Harry and Hermione nodded reluctantly while Henry agreed completely. "Regardless, let's get some sleep. I'm beat after all that." That night, the twins stayed up a little later than everyone else, quietly talking in Harry's bed about their parents. Now that they knew they had died on Halloween, it seemed wrong to let the holiday pass without paying their respects. A pair of black candles stayed lit on Harry's bedside table all night as they lay curled around one another in the same bed. By the time Christmas began to approach, the Slytherins and Gryffindors had met to have a new study party every weekend. Everyone was well ahead in the reading, and when the professors handed out the assignments due after the new year, they were surprised by the whoops of joy that those two houses let out. The exchange program continued to be a hit. After Ron and Draco, Hermione had been traded with Padma Patil in Ravenclaw, allowing her to make a few intellectual friends and tone down her know-it-all character even more. Even Draco found that it was no longer galling to take advice and tips from the bushy-haired girl. Students began to sign up to stay over the holidays, and Harry and Henry were delighted to learn that Ron and his brothers would be staying since their parents were going to Romania to spend time with their second oldest son, Charlie. Both Draco and Hermione were going home, so it was nice to have at least one of their close friends there, and they hadn't had the chance yet to spend much time with the Weasley twins. After waving off their friends at the platform, Harry, Henry, and Ron trekked their way back up towards the castle and got waylaid by the twins and Percy, who had built 2 snow forts and proceeded to pelt the first years with snowballs from behind the farther one. The 3 boys immediately ducked for cover behind the available fort, and Henry set to work shaping a pile of snowballs while he let Ron and Harry throw with their better aim. A dark shape loomed up and joined them a few minutes into the fight, and Hagrid, resplendent in his moleskin coat, shaped the largest snowball Hen had ever seen, easily the size of the average snowman's bottom half, and chucked it at the older students. A muffled "eep" was heard from Percy, while the twins went down laughing. "That'll teach her to pick on first years," Hagrid chuckled. Eventually, cold, wet, and tired, they trooped over to Hagrid's hut at his invitation to share some warm tea in the cozy little room. "I wish I could have seen the looks on your faces." Ron laughed at his brothers. "Still, it didn't hurt, did it? That giant snowball." Hagrid looked chagrined for a moment until the 3 older boys assured him they were fine. "It was like having a tree suddenly dump all the snow on its branches directly over your head, that's all." Percy laughed. "Blimey, that gives me a great idea for a prank," George cried. "I think I know exactly what you're thinking. Let's get to it," Fred answered. They guzzled back the rest of their tea and disappeared back into the cold. Percy sighed, finishing the last of his own tea. "I'd better make sure they don't get into too much trouble. I'll see you later, Hagrid, boys." He nodded and ducked out the door, letting in one last gust of cold air. Hagrid chuckled, refilling the remaining boys' cups and clearing away the others. "Some poor soul is going to have snowballs chasing them around the rest of the day, you mark my words." "I hope it's not Snape," Henry said worriedly. "I've been trying to catch him in a good mood since Halloween." "Professor Snape, in a good mood?" Hagrid crowed with laughter at the thought. "Never you mind that it's impossible. Why would you want something like that?" "We've been trying to ask him why he tried to get past the 3-headed dog in the 3rd-floor corridor on Halloween," Harry explained. "How do you know about Fluffy?" "Fluffy? That thing has a name," Ron gasped. "Course, I raised him from a pup, I did. What were you 3 doing up there, anyway?" "We got lost the first weekend we were here. But on Halloween, Snape went there on purpose. He had a nasty gash on his leg when I saw him that night," Henry told the half-giant. "Do you know anything about what the dog is guarding?" Harry asked innocently. "Never you mind about that. What Fluffy is guarding is between the headmaster and Nicholas Flamel." "Flamel?" Ron asked. "You mean the alchemist?" Hagrid muttered. "I shouldn't have said that," under his breath. The other 2 boys looked at Ron incredulously. "What? There's a chocolate frog card of him. Only I've got about 20. He's famous for lots of things, but I'd have to check the back of one of 'em to see why." "Now see here," Hagrid admonished them. "You leave well enough alone, you hear? You lot are mixing into things you'd best not mess with. Leave it to the headmaster and the other professors. They have things well in hand." Harry put a hand on the man's arm. "Hagrid, it's too late for that. We already know where to look for the information. But I promise we don't do anything to interfere unless the headmaster and the other teachers can't do anything to help us." All right. Hagrid smiled reluctantly. "Off with you lot. Go find the card and read up. I'd rather you know what you're messing with before you go flying off the handle, since you're so determined." "Thanks." Ron finished his tea and stood. "Lucky for us, I brought my whole collection with me just in case someone wanted to trade." They left the half-giant behind and made it back up to Gryffindor Tower. Henry was the only first-year Slytherin staying for the holidays, so he had decided to stay with his friends in the tower. Ron rummaged through his trunk and pulled out several Muggle shoe boxes that when opened were filled to overflowing with chocolate frog cards. "Geez, Ron, it's going to take forever to find the one we're looking for," Harry complained. "No, it won't. I have them in order alphabetically. Just find the box that's labeled as having F's. This is probably the only thing you own that's actually organized," Hen accused, finding the correct box and rifling through it. "Oi," Ron cried. "Well, you're probably right. I just figured, if someone here had Agrippa or Ptolemy and wanted to trade for something I had more than one of, I had better have them in order to make finding it easier. Did all that organizing instead of packing my trunk the night before catching the train." The three of them laughed, and then Hen found the right card. "Here it is. Listen. Nicholas Flamel is an alchemist who was born in France in the 14th century and is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, which grants immortal life and riches to the user. He celebrated his 665th birthday this year." "So that's it?" Harry asked. "The thing Fluffy is guarding on the 3rd floor is the Philosopher's Stone." "Who wouldn't want it?" Ron asked, staring off into space dreamily. "I mean, living forever with as much money as you could ever want." "Sounds like it would get boring very quickly," Henry admitted. "I suppose," Ron answered, "but you could live as long as you needed to, until you had done everything you ever wanted, and then just pass on knowing that your life had been lived to fulfillment." The twins shrugged dubiously. "Well, I guess now that we know, we can just keep an eye on things and make sure nothing happens to it," Harry decided. "Good idea. Let's get some sleep, now. I'm peaked after that snowball fight earlier." The twins crawled into the same bed again, having taken to doing so since Halloween. They had shared a bed all their lives until the Dursleys bought them a bunk bed. Having given it up for a short time, they both agreed that being together was more comfortable. The candles were blown out and they fell asleep to the muted sound of snow falling outside the window. Christmas morning came fast after that. They had learned from Hagrid after a little prodding that several of the professors, including Snape, had placed protections on the stone. No one but Dumbledore knew what sort of enchantments they had left, though. The sight of the small mound of presents at the end of he and Henry's bed made all thoughts of the stone leave his mind, though. "Presents," Harry gasped, shaking his brother awake as he hadn't even stirred at Ron's excited yelling yet. "Wah," Henry mumbled, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. Then he saw clearly enough that there was a jumble of oddly shaped and brightly wrapped bundles on the end of the bed and he joined Harry in examining them with excitement. They had never had presents before, nor the money to give them to anyone else. From Hermione they each received a large box of chocolate frogs. Mrs. Weasley had sent along a box of homemade fudge and 2 emerald green sweaters with H's knitted into the fronts. They put them on immediately. Hagrid sent along 2 beautifully carved wooden flutes. Harry's sounded a bit like an owl while Hen's was more like a nightingale. The Dursleys, unexpectedly, had sent them each £50, which Ron looked at like it was the strangest thing he'd ever seen. Paper. But how do they prevent people from just making it themselves? He cast a duplication charm to prove his point, and the twins had a hard time figuring out which one was real so they could get their present back. Several of the Slytherins had also sent along presents. Crabbe and Goyle had teamed up to give the twins a thorough sampling of Honeydukay's best chocolate. Blaze gave them both very nice wizarding watches, that had extra hands that said things like, "You're late. Time for a break," and, "Homework time." He told them the shop where they were sold in Diagon Alley so that they could get new hands as the old ones stopped applying. Finally, Draco had sent them a gift certificate to Quality Quidditch Supplies. After their flying lessons early in the year, the boy was determined that at least one of them would have to try out the next year. You can't let that talent go to waste. Henry was mostly indifferent to the sport, so he suspected that by the next year he would be watching his brother and his best friend duking it out over the snitch. After all, they were both built to be seekers. At the bottom of the pile was a small squishy package wrapped in purple paper. Inside was a cloak made from some kind of silvery fabric. A note fell out as Harry unfurled it and Henry picked it up. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very happy Christmas to you. Who is it from? Harry asked. It doesn't say. Henry watched as his brother wrapped the cloak around his shoulders, and both he and Ron gasped as the other boy disappeared from the neck down. An invisibility cloak, Ron said. They're really rare, and really valuable. I bet it's from Dumbledore, Henry said. Yeah, who else would have something our dad left behind? Harry grinned. You two should try it out tonight. You might be able to catch Snape or someone else snooping around the third-floor corridor, Ron offered. Maybe. Henry hesitated. We could at least explore, Harry wheedled. Come on, Hen, you know you want to try it. Even Mrs. Norris won't be able to see us in this. All right, we can go out tonight. Henry stared down into the glowing red eyes of Mrs. Norris over his brother's shoulder. What was that about her not being able to see us? He asked in a furious whisper. The cat turned away and dashed down the hall the way she had come. Come on, Hen hissed. She's probably gone to fetch Filch. They ducked into the nearest classroom. They had made it to the third floor, but not the particular corridor where Fluffy was hiding the stone, but it seemed that the professors and the caretaker were patrolling the area much more heavily now that most of the students were away. The room they entered was completely empty except for a tall gilt mirror in the very center of the room. Harry slipped out from under the cloak and stepped in front of it, curious. After a moment he gasped. Hen, come look, it's our parents. Henry hurried over and joined Harry in front of the mirror. He frowned. I only see us. Stand in it properly, go on. Stand here where I am. Henry moved to take his brother's place and glanced up at the mirror to see them. He was about to tell Harry that it was just an ordinary mirror when he realized that the twins in the mirror were several years older than they were now. He had his arms wrapped around Harry's waist possessively, and as Henry watched, his twin in the mirror turned his head and their lips met in a warm and gentle kiss. Gasping, he turned away from the mirror, sure that his face must be flaming red. Did you see them? Harry asked, taking his place in front of the mirror once more. There's loads of people behind us, too. I reckon there's a grandfather on Dad's side that has our knobbly knees. Hen didn't answer. Instead he studied the inscription at the top of the mirror that he had not noticed before. Arised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi, he mumbled. What's that? Harry asked, taking his eyes off the mirror at last. The inscription at the top. It's not Latin. Henry frowned and then glanced at the mirror below, a sudden idea occurring to him. It's a mirror image. I show not your face, but your heart's desire. That makes sense. Harry smiled back at the images of his mum and dad. All I've ever wanted was to know our family. Do you see the same thing? Hen shook his head. No, and he left it at that. Oh, Harry looked sad, but then he looked at the mirror and the frown was replaced by a strange happy look. He moved to sit down, but suddenly Hen was beside him and pulling him up. Come on, Harry, I don't like the way this mirror is making you act. Let's get back to the tower. But Hen. No buts, Harry, he wavered at the upset look on his brother's face. And then there was that key. Now that he was no longer flustered, he almost wanted a second look himself. We can come back tomorrow night and bring Ron and the twins with us. Oh, all right, Harry pouted but followed his brother under the cloak anyway. So where is it? Fred whispered. This cloak is a bit small for all 5 of us, mate, Ron muttered. Relax. It was just up here a bit farther. The only classroom on the left. There. Henry pointed under the cloak at the door that was just barely ajar. They ducked inside and all 5 teens drew deep breaths as they freed themselves from the cloak. As airy as the fabric was, it was still a bit crowded with so many people underneath. So this is the mirror? George asked, moving to stand in front of the frame. He gasped a moment later. Fred, come quick. The other twin hurried to take his place and a grin of delight suffused his face as well. They turned to one another and grasped hands, looking as though Christmas had continued for an extra day. Our own joke shop, and Zonko's in the dust at our feet. They crowed. Harry frowned. How come both of you saw the same thing and Henry and I didn't? It's simple, Harry my friend. Fred wrapped an arm around his shoulders. You and Henry simply don't have personalities as similar as ours. George came up on Harry's other side. Yeah, I mean, one of you is a Gryffindor and one of you is a Slytherin, Ron offered. That's as different as you can get for twins. Henry chose to intervene as he noticed his brother looking more and more upset. Ron, you go next. Harry and I have already seen ours. And what did you see? Fred sidled up to him as he had Harry. Oh, Slytherin, George added from his other side. Harry looked interested in the answer as well, but luckily Ron interrupted. I'm head boy, he cried. I'm holding the house cup and the Quidditch cup. I'm Quidditch captain too. Fred and George were suddenly at his sides. Oh, ickle Ronnikins, we have failed you. Don't go over to the dark side like Bill and Percy. Shove off. He pushed them away impatiently. It's my turn. Harry cried. I want to see my parents again. He took his place in front of the mirror and just smiled happily for several minutes while the twins wrestled with Ron on the floor. Henry grew worried that they would be hurt and decided to round everyone up. He pulled Harry from the mirror once more, and noticed that his twin was even more reluctant to leave now. But eventually everyone moved back to the cloak, getting ready to leave. As he passed the mirror, Hen couldn't help but to glance in again at the captivating image. There they were again, but this time their lips were locked in a much more heated key asterisk, and he could swear that both of Mirror Harry's hands were up the back of Mirror Henry's sweater. His mirror image took the opportunity while Hen was watching to grip Mirror Harry's ass and pull him closer. Henry could practically hear the groan of arousal that left Mirror Harry's lips at the movement. Gasping, he turned away and joined his friends and brother under the cloak. Ickle Henry is blushing, one of the Weasley twins teased. What does your brother see when he looks in the mirror, Harry? The other asked. Shut up, Henry cried, a little too loudly. A distinctly cat-like yowl was heard down the corridor. Run, Ron shouted. They thundered back up to Gryffindor Tower and collapsed into their respective beds. Henry joined Harry on their four-poster once more, but couldn't bring himself to touch the other boy after his twin fell asleep. What's wrong with me? He whispered into the dark room. The image in the mirror was surely his heart's desire, but it wasn't something he saw himself ever wanting, much less at the age of 11. There had to be some other reason for it. Thinking of the soul bond that they shared, Hen resolved to spend some time in the library researching the connection a little more. Deciding that it couldn't be helped, he rolled over and spooned against Harry's back, smiling when the sleeping boy's hand fell into his and threaded their fingers together. If he pulled Harry a little tighter against him than normal or relished the smell of his brother's hair tickling his face, he didn't admit it even to himself. Harry smiled into his pillow. Whatever Hen had seen in the mirror of her eyes, it seemed that he had come to terms with it. The older boy quickly fell asleep at his back and Harry wriggled around to face him, wrapping his arms around his brother to protect him from the demons that had been haunting his eyes all day. He didn't expect Hen to snuggle into his neck, nor the key placed there that sent an electric tingle down his spine. Harry did his best not to blush the next morning, and mostly succeeded. Hen wanted to spend the day in the library researching something, so they decided to try parting ways and see how far they could get before the pain started. The answer was about 2 floors or halfway across the castle. After that, a dull sort of ache started that grew worse the longer they stayed apart. That night, Harry lay beside his brother in their bed and waited for Henry to fall asleep. The mirror was still weighing on his mind, and he wanted to see their parents just one more time before he stopped going. He slipped softly from the bed and opened his trunk to retrieve the cloak before tiptoeing out of the room. Henry opened his eyes when the door closed and sighed. Harry was probably going to go see the mirror of Arised again. He just hoped that his brother would come to his senses on his own, since his own attempts didn't seem to have worked. He rolled over and thought of what he had read that day. There was no other information on soul bonds in the normal part of the library. He could only assume that the restricted section would have more, but Madame Pants had been pinch-lipped enough at him asking to see the soul books again. For now, it seemed that the nature of the bond, and the reasons for what he had seen in the mirror would remain a mystery. Harry sat in front of the mirror and gazed up at his parents, almost reaching out a hand to touch them before he reminded himself that it wasn't real. A noise behind him made him turn and he gasped as he saw Professor Dumbledore standing in front of the chalkboard at the front of the room. "Good evening, Harry. I see that you have discovered the seductive allure of the Mirror of Eyes." Harry looked away and glanced at his mother waving at him from the corner of his eye. "I know it's not real, Professor. But I can't help wanting to see them. My mum and dad, and all the rest of our family." "Ah, yes, you are not the first to be entranced by what you have seen. The happiest person in the world could use this mirror as though it were nothing more than mirrored glass. Men have wasted away before it, or gone mad, not sure if what they are seeing is real or even possible." Henry saw something else, but he won't tell anyone what it was, Harry whispered. "And he doesn't seem to be drawn back to it like I am. It's like, whatever he saw isn't something he really wants." Dumbledore chuckled. "The heart is a peculiar thing. Whatever your brother saw, I suspect that he does not yet know himself well enough to expect it to appear in the mirror." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Harry. I must ask you not to go seeking it out again." "Yes, Professor." He stood and wrapped the cloak around his shoulders. "Good night." "Good night, my boy." Dumbledore smiled gently and watched the youngest Potter leave the room. When he was quite sure that Harry was gone, he tapped the side of the mirror and murmured, "Orexis Revelio." His eyebrows raised as he viewed the most recent heartfelt desires that the mirror had absorbed. "This complicates things," he hummed to himself as he turned and left the room. The first of the year passed and the other students returned. Classes resumed with a vengeance as the professors prepared the students for end-of-year exams. The History of Magic Notes project took a whole new level when the Slytherin first years decided to approach the upper years about the problem. With a few representatives from each class, it was agreed that over the next year and a half, the students from all 4 houses would team together to make a master set of notes separated by year. Bin's lectures never changed and everyone was sure they would be able to practically record every word of the boring old ghost speeches. By the time the current first years were in their 3rd year, they would have a set of notes for all 7 years of Hogwarts, should they choose to continue with owls and newts for history. It was a cloudy evening in late April, only a few weeks left before exams, when the Potter twins were approached by the Weasley twins. Pissed, Harry looked over and saw the red-headed twins hiding behind a statue of a humpbacked witch and nudged his brother. Soon both pairs of twins were squished in behind the statue and George began to speak. "You remember the 3-headed dog on the 3rd floor?" Henry nodded. Fred continued, "We were just in Hogsmeade getting supplies for the party we're throwing when Gryffindor wins the Quidditch Cup, and we saw Hagrid going into the Hog's Head with this strange cloaked bloke. So we snuck inside and listened to their conversation from a distance. The man in the cloak kept buying Hagrid drinks and asking him about what he does up here at the castle. Somehow he knew that Hagrid also has a thing for large and dangerous beasts," George supplied. Eventually, they got to talking about what sorts of creatures Hagrid has raised, and he said, after Fluffy, "Well, I think I could handle even a full-grown dragon," Fred cried. The cloaked man was very interested in Fluffy, asking how Hagrid had been able to handle a 3-headed dog. And Hagrid said, "Oh, Fluffy is a sweetheart once you play him a bit of music. Puts him right to sleep." Harry looked at Henry aghast and then asked, "Did you see who the stranger was? Did he sound familiar?" "Nah," Fred said. "He kept his hood up the whole time and left after he heard the bit about the music. Gave Hagrid some kind of book and a business card on black market dragon eggs." "This is bad," Henry muttered. "Whoever it is knows how to get past Fluffy now, and he's probably the most dangerous thing out of whatever protections the other professors put on the stone. But as long as Dumbledore is here," Harry said, "then the stone is safe." "Right." The other boys all nodded in agreement. "We'll keep our ears open," George promised. "If we get wind of Dumbledore leaving the castle, we'll let you know." "All right, let's meet up with Ron, Hermione, and Draco to come up with a contingency plan if that happens," Henry said. After much arguing amongst the Slytherin and Gryffindor sides of the discussion, for Henry and Draco still maintained that Snape was innocent, while Ron, Harry and Hermione could only compromise by saying they'd rather be safe than sorry, it was decided that they would go to find McGonagall if Dumbledore left the castle for any period of time. It seemed only moments later that exams were upon them, and all thoughts of the stone were driven from their minds. The Sleeth indoor study parties, as they had been reluctantly dubbed, had continued after the new year, aiming this time to prepare both houses for exams. Copies of the history of magic notes were provided to everyone, and they all worked together to help each other with the various weaknesses each particular caster was prone to. By the time the first exam rolled around, everyone was feeling remarkably calm and relaxed about their chances, with the possible exception of Hermione, who would always obsess over her grades regardless. Monday they took the written tests for Transfiguration and Charms and the Herbology practical exam. Tuesday were both the Defense written and practical tests, Wednesday Herbology written and Charms practical, Thursday Astronomy written during the day and practical at midnight, and on Friday morning they all stumbled through a forgetfulness potion for their practical and breathed a little easier through the written portion in the afternoon. The last test of the year, all the first years were gathered in the Great Hall to take the History of Magic written exam. McGonagall, who was proctoring the exam, was used to students taking either forever to finish this test or turning it in after barely half an hour of pulling their hair out. This year, however, every single student took around 45 minutes to finish the test and handed it in with a confident smile on their faces. Of course, this made the stern witch somewhat suspicious, and she immediately cast a spell on the tests to grade the multiple choice portions. Nearly every student had gotten more than 80% correct. It was unheard of, and the essay sections, when she found the time to read them, were even better. Several of the first years, despite this being their last exam, had hung around when she began grading the tests in the hopes of hearing or seeing their grades a bit early. One of these was Hermione Granger. "Professor, did I do all right on the test? I've just been wondering, because we've all been studying ever so hard, and—" "Ms. Granger, I cannot divulge your test score until it is told to you when you return home. The number of first-year students who have passed the exam this year, however, is unheard of. I'm going to have to make sure there was no cheating involved. I'll discuss it with Professor Dumbledore tomorrow when he returns from London. In the meantime, go outside and enjoy the fresh air. You've earned it." She gave the young girl, who had gone a little wide-eyed towards the end of her speech, a rare smile and returned to her office. Hermione ran outside to find the twins, Ron and Draco, and gasped out the news that Dumbledore was in London until the next day. "What?" Harry cried. The 5 children sat in a circle to discuss the problem. "That's it then, Snape is going through the trap door tonight." Ron groaned. "For the last time, it's not Snape." Henry and Draco yelled in unison. "Regardless," Hermione snapped, "the stone is in danger. We should go to Professor McGonagall right now and let her know what we've figured out." They all marched back into the castle and found the Transfiguration professor in her office. "Professor," Harry gasped, "you've got to do something. The Philosopher's Stone is in danger." McGonagall gasped, "How on earth do you know about that?" "Never mind that, Professor," Henry interrupted. "You said earlier that Dumbledore is going to be in London overnight, and we know that someone is after the stone. Tonight is the ideal time for the culprit to strike, since the headmaster is not here to protect the school." "And how, exactly, are you so sure that someone is after the stone?" she asked rigidly. The 5 children exchanged glances. We know Snape went up there on Halloween and got bitten in the leg by the dog," Ron offered. "We think that Professor Dumbledore sent Professor Snape to protect it that night, because the troll was a distraction to let whoever is after the stone get a look at the protections." Draco interrupted the redhead before he could accuse Snape of being the culprit. But McGonagall's lips thinned even further. "That is hardly strong enough evidence to suggest that the stone is in danger. And regardless of what you 5 may think, there are many different protections on the stone, including some created by Dumbledore himself. Now if you are quite finished, go back outside and enjoy the rest of the warm weather today, and leave the safety of the stone to your professors." They were ushered out of her office despite their many protests, and everyone flinched when she slammed it shut behind them. "So much for asking a professor to help," Ron mumbled. Harry leaned closer to the others and whispered softly to them, "Tonight, we go through the trap door ourselves. If McGonagall won't listen to us, neither will anyone else. We'll have to do this on our own." Henry and Draco exchanged a look but nodded with everyone else. The two Slytherin boys slipped away from their friends a little later that afternoon and made their way into the dungeons to find their own head of house. Professor Snape was busily grading several racks of potions created by his students during their exams. "Professor Snape, do you have a moment?" Draco asked as Henry closed the door behind them. The man raised his eyebrows at their unusually serious attitudes before nodding slightly. Licking his lips nervously, Henry began to talk, rattling off the whole long tale about their knowledge of the stone and the fact that Dumbledore was gone and how McGonagall hadn't believed they had enough proof to warrant any action on her part. The dark-eyed professor simply sat and listened, barely raising an eyebrow during the whole exchange. Finally he whispered at the end of their tale, 50 points to Slytherin for attempting to notify a professor, even if you picked the wrong one. They winced, but Draco protested, "We wanted to tell you all along, Professor. But the Gryffindors seem to think that you may be the one trying to steal the stone in the first place. No matter how much we tell them, you would never endanger students." Snape gave the barest glimmer of a smile. "I suppose that's to be expected, given how nastily I tend to treat my students. Still, I'm glad you came to me anyway. But this causes problems. I cannot help you without your friends knowing that you came to me, but at the same time I cannot let 5 first years try to protect the stone by themselves." He tapped his fingers rhythmically on his desk. "Here is what I suggest. Take the Weasley twins with you." He raised a hand to stall their protests. "They may only be 3rd years, but they are quite a bit smarter than they act most of the time. They'd have to be to get away with what they do. I will leave immediately to fetch the headmaster back from London. With any luck, I will return before you have to leave for the 3rd floor tonight." The two boys nodded reluctantly and turned to leave. "And Henry," he turned to face his head of house, "I believe the culprit is quite a bit more than you may believe. You and Harry should be especially careful." He nodded again and he and Draco left the room. Inside his office, Severus Snape opened a tall, narrow cupboard behind his desk and pulled out a light cloak and his broomstick. He just hoped that he and Dumbledore would make it in time. Both Henry and Draco joined their 3 Gryffindor friends in the Tower Common Room, eventually joined by the Weasley twins when the Slytherins explained that they might need the help of some older students. All 7 of them loitered around and played several nervous games of Exploding Snape, an altered set of the cards created by the twins, as the rest of the Gryffs slowly filtered away and disappeared into their dorms. Finally, it was just them at almost midnight and Harry dashed upstairs to fetch the invisibility cloak and he and Henry's flutes that Hagrid had given them for Christmas. The 5 first years crowded under the cloak while the red-haired twins cast disillusionment charms on themselves. Together they exited the portrait hole and made their way through the darkened castle to the 3rd floor corridor. A quick Alohomora cast by Hermione opened the door to Fluffy's room and the Potter twins immediately began to play on their flutes, stilling the giant dog mid-growl and creating a strange sort of nightingale-owl harmony in the dark room. The other 5 worked together to lift one of Fluffy's giant paws off of the trapdoor, then opened it and dropped down one by one. They were followed by Henry and then Harry. They landed in a pool of water covered in beautiful yellow flowers on long stems that floated above the water. Hermione was looking around worriedly as she treaded water. These look familiar. Fred swam a little closer to one to get a better look when he was suddenly beeped under the water with a swift bloop. "Bladderwort!" Hermione screamed. "Don't move. Each one of these plants has half a dozen pods hidden under the water." George didn't listen, too worried about his brother to stay still. He was beeped under a moment later. "George! Fred!" Harry screamed. "Hermione, how do we get them out?" "Bladderwort! Bladderwort, it's like a Venus fly trap underwater. If we can trigger the response mechanism, they might be able to escape." "But how do we do that without getting captured ourselves?" Ron yelled. A bubble of water appeared about where Fred had gone down and moments later the redhead popped back up gasping for air. "Fred!" Harry yelled. George got pulled down too. "How did you get out?" "P. Primo Vita," he gasped. Henry aimed carefully at the place where George had disappeared and repeated the spell, Primo Vita. A second whoosh of released water surged up from the bladder he had hit and George came coughing and spluttering to the surface a moment later. "Are you two all right?" Ron asked his brothers worriedly. They nodded, wiping the water from their eyes. "Right, no one move," Henry ordered. Hermione, any ideas on how to get out of here? She spoke slowly. This plant exists in the Muggle world, too. I remember reading a study that said that if you cut the stalks of the flowers, the bladders will no longer trigger when you brush against them. Right, Fred said, leave that to us. No one move, I wouldn't want to sever any heads. The twins began casting cutting hexes at each of the flowers. Soon the surface of the water was covered with floating flowers. I think that's all of them. I'm going to try moving out of the pool now. I'm counting on you guys to bail me out if that didn't work. George started swimming slowly to the edge of the pool. He could feel the underwater stalks and bladders from the plants as he brushed past them, but none of them reacted to his presence, and he reached the edge and pulled himself out. I think it's worked. One at a time now, swim this way. They each swam to the edge and helped one another out of the pool. Draco looked down at his sopping wet clothes in disgust and proceeded to cast drying charms on everyone. Thanks. Ron smiled. No problem, Draco answered. Wondering what else this place had in store for them, they followed the only open hallway into the next room. As they all crowded through the doorway, they entered a long and narrow room that appeared at first glance to be empty. But as Henry stepped onto the long royal blue and bronze rug that stretched across the length of the room, a pile of dust at the other end quickly rose up and created the shape of a very familiar and diminutive figure. Professor Flitwick, Henry asked. The dust figure raised its right arm where they could see the long straight shape of a wand grasped in its clenched fingers, and then it bowed and paused in that position as if waiting. Ron gasped. It's a wizard's duel. You have to duel Professor Flitwick to move on to the next room. Henry gulped, but raised his left wand arm and bowed back to the dust specter. After a moment the shadow of Flitwick stood straight and took a dueling pose. Henry followed suit. In the air between them, a large glowing blue 3 appeared, then counted down to 2, then 1. As the number faded from the air, Flitwick shot out a shadowy maroon spell that Henry just managed to dodge in time. He's casting silently, George cried. If you don't recognize one of the spells he casts, you'd better dodge, mate. I think I'd figured that out myself. Henry yelled back, dodging what he suspected was a stinging hex at the same time. Stupefy. His spell struck a light blue barrier that appeared around the specter after a short wave of its wand. Moments later the telltale blue beam of a disarming charm struck Henry on the left side of his chest and his wand was ripped from his fingers and flew into Flitwick's waiting hand. A red counter appeared in the air in the middle of the room, counting down second by second from 60. What's that mean? Henry asked Ron, dodging the spells that Flitwick continued to cast. You have 60 seconds to get your wand back before you're considered incapacitated. Ron answered, wincing as his friend got struck by a mild tickling charm. Well, that's not exactly fair, is it, George? Fred asked his brother. No, brother mine, it really isn't. I mean, some wizards are able to cast spells pretty reliably without a wand. They exchanged a glance and then drew their own wands and dove into the fray, firing off a succession of spells against the shadow of their charms professor. Most of them were blocked, however one of Fred's exhortation curses managed to strike the diminutive figure in between several casts of its Protega charm. Oi, Ron tried, you can't just barge into the middle of a wizard's duel. It's against the rules. Sorry ickle brother, George answered, dodging a spell cast his way, but the rules of this particular duel were already being broken by Professor Flitwick here. The remaining 3 first-years shrugged at that, drew their own wands, and entered the duel as well. The timer in the air was still counting down, however, and as it reached 1, and then 0 feet, Flitwick paused and held up Henry's wand between both hands and raised it as though it would break it in half. No, Hen screamed, making a mad dash towards the figure to save his wand. Expelliarmus! Cried 4 different voices. George, Fred, Draco, and Hermione all struck their professor with the spell at the same time, and Hen found his wand flying towards him as though it had wings. The power of the combined spell smashed the specter of a wizard into the opposite wall, where he slowly crumbled down into a pile of dust. Everyone drew a deep breath. Henry was hugging his wand as though they had been separated for 10 years, dusted themselves off, pun intended, and made their way across to the door, to find it locked. I told you we shouldn't have interfered with the duel. Ron cried. It probably only unlocks if you beat Flitwick according to the rules. Relax. Fred admonished him from where he was studying the professor's remains. He held up an ornate bronze key. You just have to defeat him to get the key from inside of him. They unlocked the door and proceeded into the next room. It was pitch black inside until they stumbled onto the edge of a raised platform. Then, the lights flashed on brilliantly and revealed a giant chessboard complete with larger-than-life pieces. Can we just walk across? Hermione asked. In response, the pawns of the white pieces across the way drew their weapons and barred the walkways between them. I guess not, she muttered. We have to take their places and play, Ron said. The others all exchanged glances and then the twins appeared on either side of their brother. You know Ickle brother, Fred began. You're the best chess player we know, George finished. They're right, Draco admitted reluctantly. You're even better than me, and no one in Slytherin can beat my set. Harry and Henry clapped their friend on the shoulders encouragingly while Hermione just smiled confidently at him. Right, Ron took a deep breath. Harry, you be the king. Hermione, you're the queen. Fred, George, you take the king's side rook and bishop. Henry, you're the king's side knight. I'll be the other knight, and you can take the other bishop, Draco. Everyone nodded and the pieces he had specified left the chessboard to let the children take their places. White always moves first, Ron said. Moments later, a white pawn moved from in front of the king and took 2 paces forward. Ron cleared his throat. Pawn to g4. The pawn directly in front of him took 2 paces. And so they continued. Ron did his best to keep all the human pieces out of danger. Their other rook was taken early on to free Hermione from the clutches of the White Queen, leaving them with nothing but pawns that could safely be lost. Finally it came about that Henry, Ron, and Draco were all in danger of being attacked on the next turn. Ron studied the board desperately, trying to find a way to save all of them and still win. Ron, Draco called from across the board, move me to b5. Ron studied the move and realized what Draco was asking. No, I can't, Draco, you'll be killed. If you move me to b5, I'll be taken, which leaves you free to checkmate the king. Draco smiled nervously. Don't worry about me, I've got a hard head, remember. Ron glanced over the board once more and made a decision. All right, but before Draco could move, he took 1 step forward and 2 right, forcing Draco's plan to work in reverse. The White Queen stalked towards him across the board and raised the stone fan in her hand, bringing it crashing down on Ron and sending him into a crumpled heap on the floor. No, Draco and Hermione both screamed at the same time, almost walking out of their squares before they remembered themselves. Then Draco, with tears running openly down his face, took the 3 diagonal squares necessary to checkmate the White King, who dropped his crown at the blonde Slytherin's feet. Everyone rushed immediately to Ron's side. He's all right, Hermione said with relief, noting that Ron seemed to have a bump on his head and a few minor cuts, but no severe damage. Draco hoisted the redhead's arm over his shoulder and stood with the burden. You all go on ahead. I'm going to take Ron to the hospital wing and try to find a professor to help us. Henry smiled, knowing now that Draco had truly come to like the Weasley under his arm. All right, Draco, good luck. Good luck to you, Draco answered softly, worried for his friends despite the need to get Ron to Madame Pomfrey. They parted ways and the remaining 5 members crossed the rest of the chessboard and entered the next room. Inside they were struck by a horrible odor and turned a corner to see an even bigger troll than the one the first years had faced on Halloween. I'm glad we didn't have to deal with that one, Harry said, holding his robes over his nose to block the smell. They moved on through the next door and found a single table with 7 bottles standing on a raised plinth in the center of the round room. The 5 of them crowded onto the raised ledge and looked at the bottles and the bit of slightly burnt parchment next to them. Hermione lifted it so that she could unfold the paper and see what it said, but the moment she did, flames shot up around the room. Black flames covered the doorway to the room ahead, purple ones to the room behind, and around the edge of the rest of the room a ring of emerald green flames sprung up and moved in a strange slow motion, acting not at all like real fire at all. She read off what the parchment said aloud so everyone could hear. Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poix, she trailed off, looking at the bottles in horror. The green flames around the edge of the room roared a little higher and began to creep across the floor towards the center of the room. Well, what's the rest? Fred asked, noticing the flames licking across the floor. We're all going to roast unless we figure this out fast enough. There isn't any more, Hermione whispered, showing them the parchment. Whoever got here before us burned off the list of clues. All we know is that 2 will get us through the flames, 2 are wine, and 3 are poison. Right, George said grimly. Leave this to us. The twins began unstoppering each of the vials, taking sniffs of each one and setting them back in order, though often with one forward here or back there. Fred conferred with his brother about the smallest bottle, and they both seemed to agree that they had no idea what it was. The same seemed true for the bottle furthest on the right. The flames encroached on the plinth where they stood. Leaving would now mean jumping over them to reach the exits. Okay, Fred announced, pointing at each bottle in line from left to right. Poison, wine, potion of some sort, poison, poison, wine, another potion. That means the 2 potions are the ones that get you through the flames on either side. Hermione said with excitement. Yeah, but we can't tell which is which, George admitted. Harry quickly took the smallest bottle and pressed his finger against the tiny opening and upended it to see what it looked like. It was black. Harry grabbed the other potion and did the same, seeing it was purple. The 5 children exchanged looks. There's only enough of the black one for maybe 2 people to pass through, Harry admitted, inching away from the flames that were trying to climb up the side of the stone below them. You 2 go, Fred said firmly. But, Hermione protested. No, he's right, George said. The twins have a much higher stake in all of this. Whoever is in there is probably trying to bring back you know who. The 3 first years looked at him in surprise. Don't tell me it didn't occur to you, Fred asked. You know who is number 1 on my list of people who might want a stone that grants immortal life. You're right, Hermione gasped. Drink, Fred and George told the twins sternly. Harry and Henry took the smallest bottle and drank a sip each before leaping through the flames circling the plinth. Strangely, the green flames didn't even feel hot now that they had the potion in their system. They walked through the black flames, which felt like a warm tickle along their exposed skin, looking back to see the twins and Hermione jumping into the purple flames across the way. Pressing forward, they entered the last room and found an unexpected person waiting for them. You, Henry gasped. The form turned and a delighted grin suffused his face as he realized who the intruders were. Potter and Potter, how delightful. Professor Quirrell took a step closer to them and Henry noticed the gilt mirror that stood behind him. The mirror arised. I am not surprised to see you here tonight, but I am afraid we have no time to chat. I was just examining this fascinating mirror. The defense professor turned back around and ran his hands over the frame. I see myself presenting the stone to my master, but how do I get it? Do I need to break it? But why are you after the stone? Harry asked. Quirrell laughed maniacally. It didn't suit the stuttering, cowardly professor they were used to. I will give it to my master to return him to human form, of course. You don't mean, Harry whispered. Yes, the Dark Lord. He found me while I was on a trip through Albania. I alone have had the honor of sharing my body with him. Sharing your body? Henry asked in horror. A thin whisper of voice joined the room. Let me speak with them, face to face. The turbaned man looked up. Master, you are not strong enough. I am strong enough, for this. Quirrell began unwrapping his turban from his head. He was quite bald underneath and as he turned they were granted the horrible sight of a second face sticking out of the back of his head. The eyes were a dull red, the nose flat and slitted like a snake, and the lips were thin and white. Potter, Voldemort whispered in a raspy snarl, we meet, at last. Quirrell walked backwards towards the twins, who stumbled over their own feet to get away from the terrible face of the Dark Lord. Do you see what has become of me? Reduced to mere spirit, forced to possess the bodies of animals to survive. You did this to me, he hissed menacingly. You did this to yourself, Henry answered as calmly as he could. You'll never be able to get the stone from the mirror. He laughed. I suppose Dumbledore is responsible for this guilt artifact. But if I cannot get the stone, then perhaps someone else can. Use the boy, Voldemort rasped to Quirrell. Yes, of course. Quirrell turned, and the twins were grateful that the other face was now turned away from them. He grabbed Harry, who was closest, and thrust him in front of the mirror. What do you see? Harry saw himself in the mirror, holding a ruby-red stone in the palm of his hand. With a wink the mirror Harry put the stone in his pocket, and he realized with a start that his own pocket now seemed a little heavier. I see, my family, he whispered, doing his best to imitate the hunger and longing that he had felt when he first looked into the mirror and saw those things. He lies, Voldemort hissed. Henry drew his wand and prepared to fire a curse at the defense professor. Expel. Crucio. Voldemort took control of one of Quirrell's arms, bending it backwards unnaturally as he raised his wand and fired the pain curse at Henry. He was on fire. Every nerve ending screamed for release. His body arched off of the ground where he had fallen when first hit by the curse. Ligaments popped and twitched, muscles spasmed. An eternity of pain that ended after 30 seconds. Beeping, Henry tried to crawl towards his wand that had fallen nearby. Crucio. Voldemort cackled as Henry screamed again. Harry's voice was joining him, but he couldn't hear it. Both boys experienced the curse simultaneously despite the fact that it was only being cast on Henry. Curious, the Dark Lord murmured, releasing the curse. Please stop. Harry gasped from Quirrell's other hand. The man was clutching the neck of his robes in a fist. You're killing him. And how? Voldemort lay his wand along Harry's cheek and stared intently down into his eyes. Do you know that? I can feel it, Harry whispered brokenly. Tears gathered in his eyes as he looked at his brother lying face down on the floor. And why is that? The Dark Lord kicked Henry over onto his back as he asked. Soul bond. Henry's voice was dry and sore-sounding. Soul bond? Voldemort asked. He was silent for several long moments, eyes darting back and forth as the gears turned in his mind. Should I kill them, Master? Quirrell asked eagerly. No, Voldemort cried, and Harry thought he could detect actual horror on the man's snake-like face. He shook Harry slightly. This one has the stone in his pocket. Take it and leave them here. I will deal with them at a later date. Quirrell turned and manhandled Harry so that he could search his pockets. But the boy grabbed his arm and tried to pull him away. It took them both a moment to realize that his flesh was searing at Harry's touch, crumbling into ash after only a few seconds of contact. What are you doing? The stone. Get the stone, Voldemort ordered. Harry, realizing his advantage, grabbed Quirrell by the face and watched as the man crumbled beneath his fingers. He felt no pain. There was only a queer sort of tingling feeling under his skin that made him feel safe and warm. It was like his mother was there, hugging him and telling him that everything would be all right. No, Voldemort screamed. Quirrell's body dissolved into ash on the floor and a misty ghost-like specter emerged from his shell and disappeared through the wall. Harry cried, kneeling to help his brother sit up. Are you all right? Henry was clutching his cheek over the cursed scar and gritting his teeth in pain. Hurts, he muttered. What hurts? Your scar? Harry asked, confused. The other boy slowly pulled his hand away and was startled to see the blood on his hand. Harry studied the wound. It looked as though it was newly cut. But why? If it was because of Voldemort, then why didn't mine hurt, too? Henry. Professor Snape hurtled through the fire in the doorway and sighed with relief to see that both boys were unharmed. Thank Merlin. Come on, let's get you to the hospital wing so that Madame Pomfrey can check you out. Dumbledore is here as well. All right, Henry said tiredly. He sat up and then tried to stand when a feeling like blood rushing to his head came over him. Blinking black spots from his vision, he took one step and promptly passed out. Harry just barely caught him in time. Harry sighed as the effect of his brother's fainting spell struck him as well. Snape caught them both before they hit the floor, wondering how he was going to get them out of there now. They woke in the same bed in the hospital, squinting up at a pair of twinkling blue eyes framed by half-moon spectacles. "Welcome back," said Professor Dumbledore. The boys sat up, retrieved their own glasses from the table beside the bed and looked questioningly at the headmaster. "I expect you have quite a few questions, foremost being how you got here," he stated. "I remember Professor Snape coming to get us," Harry trailed off. "Everything was a little blurry after that." "He did indeed. And he brought you both back up here where Madame Pomfrey treated you. I was wondering if you could tell me what happened to Professor Quirrell and Voldemort. Did you know he was possessing Quirrell this whole time and you didn't do anything about it?" Henry asked angrily. "Alas, I did not know. I only suspected, and suspicions are horrible things to act on at the best of times. I had to wait until I was sure to do anything. Unfortunately, that seemed to be too late as well." Henry continued to frown slightly at the headmaster, but didn't say anything else about the possession. Through his bond with his twin, he could feel a huge wave of guilt building and looked at his brother in concern. Harry's bottom lip was being nibbled fiercely as he stared at his fisted hands. "I killed him," Harry whispered. "When I touched Quirrell's skin with my hands, he just crumbled away and died. I don't understand why. Ah, that explains the state of my defense, Professor, when I found him there. I believe that the answer to your question has something to do with why you both survived the killing curse as babies. Your mother died sacrificing her life to save yours. It imbued you with a protection that even Voldemort could not face. A protection in your very skin. Someone as dark and evil as Voldemort would never be able to touch something so pure without feeling pain or even dying." Harry nodded hesitantly and slowly relaxed his fists. "My dear boy," Dumbledore said sympathetically, "you must understand that even if you had done nothing, Professor Quirrell would have died anyway. By sharing his body with Voldemort, he used up his very life force keeping him alive. Had the Dark Lord suddenly left the professor's body, he would have died immediately. It was only a matter of time." The younger twin sighed and shook his head. "I still killed him, Professor. Nothing you say will change that." The headmaster nodded reluctantly. "And my scar?" Henry asked next, desperate to know why his hurt and Harry's didn't. It hurt when Harry killed him, but Harry's didn't even twinge. "I had noticed that Poppy had to treat the wound, yes. I am curious myself to know why only one of you seems to have such a connection to Voldemort. I would have assumed that if it existed, both of you would feel the same things. So I'm connected to Voldemort. Is this like the soul bond between me and Harry?" Dumbledore's eyes lit up as though he had just grasped the final piece of a puzzle. "Perhaps," he murmured to himself. He pointed at the scar on Henry's face. "It is conceivable that as the curse rebounded off of you and struck the Dark Lord, it created a soul bond between you and Harry, and between yourself and Voldemort. So, there's a bit of Voldemort's soul stuck in my cheek?" Henry asked incredulously. The headmaster shook his head. "It would not be in such a specific location. The soul is a complex thing. It is more likely that that tiny piece of Voldemort is a part of the person you are now. Do not be concerned. The worst part seems to be that you have this connection to him. Should he ever regain his body, it would grow even stronger." Harry clutched his brother's hand over the blankets and asked another question. "How did I get the stone out of the mirror? And where is it now? Is your friend Nicholas Flamel going to be all right? You did do your homework, didn't you?" Dumbledore chuckled. "It was rather ingenious of me to place it in the mirror. Only someone who wanted to find the stone, but not use it, would be able to get it free. Otherwise you would just see yourself drinking elixir or swimming through piles of gold. I fear that Nicholas has decided to destroy the stone so that no one will be tempted to steal it again. He and his wife will continue to live long enough to set their affairs in order, and then they will move on to life's next great adventure." Henry frowned. "How do you know so much about the mirror? I mean, how did you get the stone inside of it?" The old man smiled. "The mirror of Arised is very old magic. I have spent quite a number of years studying the mirror, and I have learned some of its secrets. Hiding the stone was simple enough after that." The older boy fingered the sheets in his free hand, looking down at his lap. "I saw." He stopped and glanced at Harry and then quickly looked away. "I saw something in the mirror, but not something I've ever wanted." "What you saw?" Henry, is nothing more than your deepest, more heartfelt desire. But just because somewhere in your heart of hearts you want it, it does not mean that it will ever come to pass. Do not dwell overmuch on it. I suspect that when you're older, other options, shall we say, will seem more appealing. He twinkled reassuringly at the boys. Henry looked at him in horror. How did you know? I never told anyone. Dumbledore patted his arm. I think that is enough questions for tonight. Madame Pomfrey has granted you both a clean bill of health. The closing feast will be starting in an hour. I do hope you'll both be able to make it down and join your classmates. And with that, he quickly disappeared from the ward. Henry was tightly clutching Harry's hand in his downcast eyes glaring daggers at the bed sheets. A glass of water on the bedside table began to tremble suspiciously before shattering with a sharp crack. Hen, what's wrong? What did you see? You can tell me, you know. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm down. The spilled water from the glass stopped trying to freeze itself. I saw you. What? That's it. I saw you keying me. And I keyed you back, Henry whispered brokenly. Oh, Harry looked away for a few moments as he thought. When he finally looked back up, he was smiling. It's all right. Hen looked at him incredulously. No, really, it's all right. I think that our souls are bound closer than anyone can really imagine. I'm not surprised that when you looked in the mirror, you saw us like that. If you think of our souls as two different people joined together, half for half, then I think it's natural that that kind of closeness could exist. But Dumbledore is right, I don't think it will matter in a few years. We'll both find someone else that we like. I'm sure of it. His brother hugged him tightly. Thanks, Harry, but I can't believe that Dumbledore invaded my privacy like that. I'm not just going to forget it either. He had no right to use whatever he knows about the mirror to find out what I saw. Harry nodded against Henry's hair. I think you're right. He seems like a nice old man, but that says a lot about his character. Perhaps we should be more cautious around him. Henry nodded and pulled away. Let's get down to the feast. I think Slytherin won the House Cup again, even if Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup finally. They changed out of their pajamas into the clean uniforms and robes laid out for them and trekked down to the Great Hall. There was a lull in the conversation when they entered, and a few people actually cheered for them as they went to sit at the Slytherin table for dinner. Ron was already there, sitting beside Draco, while Hermione had joined her friends at the Ravenclaw table. Dumbledore stood from the head table once the twins were seated. Another year over already. Tomorrow you will all return home to your families for a summer of fun and relaxation. And tonight we celebrate our last night in Hogwarts by awarding the House Cup. Slytherin cheered at this. Yes, congratulations, Slytherin. However, I do have a few last-minute points to hand out. Henry and Draco frowned at each other. They didn't like the sound of that. First, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of her extensive knowledge to save her friends from a watery death, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Loud cheers were heard from both the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables. Second, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has ever seen, and for the sacrifice he made to protect his friends, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Draco clapped Ron on the shoulder with a fond smile as the Gryffindor table cheered again. They were now only 50 points shy of a tie with Slytherin. Dumbledore raised his hand for silence. To Messrs. Fred and George Weasley, for the use of their entirely secret skill in potions in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor House 100 points. Gryffindor exploded, realizing that they were now beating Slytherin. Fred and George had paled dramatically at the outing of their skills and were looking at Snape's evil smile and gulping in terror. And finally, the headmaster cried, I award Mr. Henry Potter, Mr. Harry Potter, and Mr. Draco Malfoy 50 points each for the bravery, support, and cunning it took to help their friends and come out victorious in the end. With a wave of his wand, the hall was redecorated to include the Gryffindor colors and banners along with the Slytherin. They had tied for the House Cup. Now, dig in. Dumbledore retook his seat with the other professors and the plates and platters on all the long tables suddenly filled with an endless array of tasty things. Everyone was in good spirits, for even though Slytherin had still partially won, the inclusion of Gryffindor assured the rest of the school that the Snakes' winning streak was coming to an end. Harry, Henry, Hagrid called across the platform to the two Potters as the other students filed onto the express to head back to London. "Hello, Hagrid," Harry greeted the half-giant cheerfully. "Where are our things?" he asked, confused. "Aren't you talkin' the train home fare the summer?" "Nope," Henry cried with an infectious grin. "Dumbledore told us we could come see our friends off, but he's going to take us to our new summer guardian after the train leaves." The twins waved to the compartment they were standing near, where all of their friends were clustered close to the window, as the train started to move out of the platform. Everyone had traded promises to write, though Draco had said it may not be possible for him because of his father. To even Henry's surprise, the blonde Slytherin had kept his friendship with the Potters, Weasley, and Granger a secret from his family for reasons they didn't understand and that Draco was reluctant to explain. They walked slowly back up to the castle with Hagrid after the train disappeared around a bend through the trees. "I hope Wy'll be stayin' in Hogsmeade for the summer," Hagrid said. "Wy'll be close enough to come visit. I'm goin' ter be working with some of the beasts that live in the forest, if you'd like ter take a look. Might even be able ter help me if I can get Dumbledore's say-so." They readily agreed to do so if they could and greeted the headmaster as they reached the steps of the castle. "I have had the house elves take your things ahead. You will be staying in Hogsmeade with my brother this summer." The old man twinkled brightly at them. "Professor, would it be all right if they came ter visit me occasionally? Only I told them about the beasts I'll be seeing ter, and—" "Of course, Hagrid," he turned to smile at the twins. "You're welcome to wander around Hogsmeade and the grounds of Hogwarts as much as you please this summer, but not in the castle itself. I will be working with a few of the professors to strengthen the wards after that little fiasco with the stone, and I wouldn't want you to stumble in at the wrong time. Warding can be very delicate, and Hogwarts is very temperamental." "Excellent," they said in unison, grinning from ear to ear. "Well, then, if you would follow me." "Good day, Hagrid." The headmaster led them down the long path that led from the school to Hogsmeade. "I should warn you before we arrive that my brother, Aberforth, and I do not particularly get along. He may say things about me that you will find most surprising. I wish to assure you that he is simply casting aspersions on my name." "What happened to cause you to fight like that?" Henry asked. "I fear he blames me for our sister's death. In truth, I do not know who is responsible. He and I had a fight with a good friend of mine and she was caught in the middle. By the time we realized she had been hit by a stray spell, it was too late." The twinkle died from his eyes and they shone with a suspicious brightness. "I'm sorry, Professor," Harry whispered, Henry murmuring his agreement. "Oh, it was many years ago. I have had a long time to get over it. But as is the case with accidental death, it is always hard to rid oneself of feelings of guilt and pain." They approached the little town and proceeded from the main road onto a dingy little side street and a worn-down old establishment called the Hog's Head. "I don't know why he won't let me clean this place up," Dumbledore informed them, "but over the past few weeks I have added numerous wards and enchantments to ensure your protection here. And despite our falling out, I know Abe will take good care of you." They entered to find a dusty and dirty bar room that was even gloomier than the outside of the building, if that was possible. A few rather sketchy-looking patrons were nursing drinks under long black cloaks at various intervals around the room, and a man with graying auburn hair was polishing a dirty glass with an even dirtier cloth behind the bar. "Albus," the barkeep growled. "Aberforth. These are Harry and Henry Potter." He gestured to each boy in turn. "I will leave you to get settled and get to know each other," he told the twins. "Farewell." Albus swept out of the room back into the street, leaving the boys and the man staring at one another for several moments. At last Abe smiled. "I have quite a bit to share with you boys, but why don't I show you to your room first?" Nodding, the twins followed him upstairs, surprised to find a cozy and well-kept living room complete with couch and muggle telly. He motioned to 4 doors, 2 on each side of the room. "My room is the first on the left. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't go in there without my permission when the door is closed. If it's open and I'm home, feel free to knock. The second door on that side is the bathroom. Your room is the first door on the right." He opened the door to reveal a very nice bedroom with a single 4-poster, a wardrobe, and a standing mirror on a small table. It was decorated in tasteful midnight blue with shooting stars and constellations picked out on the comforter and climbing the walls. They were delighted to see that the stars moved across the walls in bright flashes every few minutes. Their trunks were placed on opposite sides of the room next to each end of the bed situated under a window. Next door is a study room of sorts. There are 2 desks and I found some of my brother, sister, and my toys from when we were kids and placed them in a chest in there as well. He winked brightly at them. This is amazing, Mr. Dumbledore, Henry breathed. Please, call me Abe. I'll leave you to get settled and come find me when you want some lunch. I'll start telling you things you'll need to know before you start your next school year as well. He swept out the door and returned to the bar downstairs. The twins exchanged glances. I wonder what he's going to tell us, Harry asked. Well, if Dumbledore is to be believed, I would imagine he is going to try to turn us against the headmaster. Henry grinned. If that's his aim, it shouldn't be too hard. I think it will be interesting to hear the take of someone close to our dear professor. They unpacked their clothes into the wardrobe, their books and supplies into the room next door, and took some time to explore the chest of toys in the corner. When lunchtime came, their stomachs ordered them downstairs and they sat down to a delicious-looking meal prepared by Abe. Now, he poured them both glasses of pumpkin juice and picked up his fork. The first thing you should know is that Albus was good friends with Gellert Grindelwald. The twins stared at him in surprise. It was going to be an interesting summer. Henry sighed, staring at the stack of letters on his desk. It was a month into the summer holidays, and every single letter he tried sending to Draco had been returned. Aside from talking to his brother or Abe, he only really had the occasional letter to Anne from Ron and Hermione, and sometimes Blaise or Pansy to keep him occupied now that his summer work was done. He stood and stared out the little window of the study room. Harry was down there helping Abe feed the goats. His little brother seemed to have developed a knack for animal care after their many stints up at the castle helping Hagrid with his beasts. The goats still puzzled them both. Every last one of them was male, but neither had worked up the courage to ask why yet. Abe had filled them in on one Albus Dumbledore over the past month. Aside from the shocking news that the headmaster was once in love with Grindelwald, they hadn't really heard any surprising news. They had been told Abe's version of the story of their sister's death. Dumbledore had told the truth when he said that it was impossible to tell who had accidentally killed her, but he hadn't mentioned that Ariana could not care for herself and that he had neglected his responsibility of her while friends with Grindelwald. The fight in which she died was between all 3 men, with the Dark Wizard wanting to send her to St. Mungo's, Albus wanting to hire a caretaker, and Abe wanting to take care of her himself. Harry had spent a lot of time in quiet conversation with the portrait of Ariana Dumbledore that hung over the mantel in the silent bar. She spoke very little, but was an angel when listening to someone else's troubles. Henry wasn't sure why, but every time the headmaster was mentioned around Harry, he now went all cold and stiff and refused to talk about him. Of course, as far as he was concerned, this was a good thing. Aside from the invasion of his privacy, he didn't trust the way Dumbledore had told his brother how the mirror worked or how he had suspected Quirrell but done nothing about it. It was as though the headmaster wanted them to face near death so that they would come out stronger in the end. It made no sense coming from a man whose profession demanded that he protect the children under his care. Sighing, Henry glanced at the letters on his desk again. He had attempted to talk to Draco about all of these worries, but the letters hadn't gone through. Maybe he should write to Blaise or Pansy and ask if they knew what was going on with his best friend. At the very least, maybe he could find out when Draco was going to Diagon Alley for his supplies and waylay him there. Harry grinned at the bleeding white head with the curling horns that was headbutting him, trying to get some more of the grain in the bag he was holding. Aberforth had 6 goats that he kept in separate pens in the backyard of the Hog's Head. Every single one of them was white with long curled horns over their ears and well-kept little beards on their chins. All of them were also male. Harry had decided that today he was finally going to ask the question he and Hen had been pondering all summer. Abe, he asked, starting out casually. Was the grunted reply. Why are all of your goats male? And why do you keep them in separate pens? The older man stopped and turned to look at the boy who was trying unsuccessfully to remove the corner of his grain bag from the goat's stubborn teeth. Harry was obviously trying to appear nonchalant. Gryffindors, he muttered softly under his breath. No tact. Raising his voice, he decided to sat the boy's curiosity. They aren't male. Harry paused, leaning slightly to the side to glance between the legs of the goat he was feeding and then at the ones in the pens on either side. I beg to differ. Abe grinned. They aren't male. They aren't female either. They're both. Both? Harry asked incredulously. How? Why? The bartender laughed to himself as he remembered how it had started. When I was much younger, I decided to get Albus back a bit more properly than just breaking his nose. So I started working on inventing a charm to let men get pregnant. I figured I'd just cast it on old Albus once I got it right, and then he'd get himself in trouble and be the first wizard to give birth. He laughed again. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the poor child born from my brother, but that's beside the point now. So what happened? Harry had stopped fighting the goat and was watching Abe with round eyes. Well, I had it near about perfect, but I needed to test it. And I wasn't about to test it on myself, mind. But I happened to have a pair of male goats that, well, were rather fond of each other, if you get my meaning. Harry nodded. So I cast it on one of them and then waited a few weeks to see what happened. Soon enough it became apparent that old Al was pregnant. Abe pointed to the ugly old goat that he had named after his brother. So I went ahead and cast it on my brother. Of course he ruined it by not getting involved with anyone after Gellert, but it's just as well. He shook his head ruefully as he looked at the penned-up goats. Turns out, the spell worked the way I planned, but for one flaw. Every goat born after that has been both male and female. I think Muggles call them hermaphrodites. Except for these guys, both sets of organs are functional. So they can both get pregnant and make the others pregnant. That's why I have to keep them separate. Harry looked at the goat next to him with wide eyes. Isn't creating and testing a charm like that kind of illegal? He asked finally. Abe sighed and nodded. Yeah, the ministry gave me a pretty hefty fine for doing it. And I have to keep this little herd here separate from other goats until they all pass away. I'm still working on paying them off. I'd probably have managed it by now if I weren't so determined to keep Albus away from my bar. He winked at the Gryffindor boy, whom he had shared a little secret with the week before. The hog's head wasn't really dirty. It was simply covered floor to ceiling in charms to make it appear dirty and badly kept. There were smearing charms on all the glasses, potion stains on every rag, apron, and tablecloth. Magical cobwebs covered the ceiling and filled corners, stubbornly resistant to being swatted down by a broomstick. The regular patrons were in on the joke, and it was considered polite to wear a dark hooded cloak into the bar to add to the atmosphere. Harry shook his head in amazement at his summer guardian. So the headmaster is a hermaphrodite. Abe grinned. Yup, the ministry never bothered to make a counter for it, and my dear brother never admitted that I had cast it on him. And that's a rumor I dare you to spread around the school this coming year. I can't wait for Albus to come down here and demand to know what stories have been spreading around about him. He frowned, realizing that would make Albus visit him. On second thought, maybe you had better not. Harry howled with laughter and went back to feeding the goats. On the morning of July 31st, the boys came downstairs to find their potions professor sitting at the bar, wrapped in a hooded cloak and wearing a scowl. Professor! Harry cried in surprise. What are you doing here? Snape grimaced, lowering his hood. The headmaster has somehow managed to coerce me into taking you to Diagon Alley again this year. I have come to collect you. Excellent, Henry said. Draco will be there today as well. I asked the headmaster if we could go today, but he told me he wasn't sure if someone would be available. Snape's eyes fastened onto Henry's. You have been in contact with Draco. He shook his head sadly. I had to ask some of the other Slytherins to ask him when he was going. All my letters keep getting returned when I send them. The professor nodded. Very well, come along. Abe, I will speak with you some more when I return, he promised the barkeeper. The trio used the flow connection in the Hog's Head to travel to the Leaky Cauldron in London before making their way into the alley. What sort of marks did you receive at the end of last year? The professor asked curiously, leading them to Gringotts. I think Hermione had top marks in almost everything for our year, Harry volunteered, but I had the highest grade in Dada and Henry somehow managed to beat out Draco in your class, sir. Snape smirked. I'm sure he will be quite upset with you over that, Mr. Potter, he told Henry. They trundled down to the vault and refilled their moneybags for the year. Re-emerging from the darkness of the bank, they saw that there was some sort of event being held at Flourish and Blotts. No doubt the idiot Dumbledore hired for defense this year is making a nuisance of himself. Snape sneered. Let's get your books last. Hopefully by then the crowd will have dissipated and Henry can spend a little more time perusing books, since he could not last year. He smiled down at his student and led them first into the apothecary. 2 second-year ingredient sets, Henry asked politely. Professor, neither of us has grown enough for new robes, so other than ingredients and books, we only really need to visit the creature store to get treats for Sarish and Hedwig and get Harry a broom at the Quidditch store. A broom, Mr. Potter? Snape asked, looking at Harry. The boy blushed. I'm going to try out for Seeker on the Gryffindor team this year, sir. And I know Draco is doing the same for Slytherin, so I'm going to need a good enough broom to keep up with him. And I take it you aren't much of a Quidditch player? He asked Henry. No, sir. Hen grinned. I prefer my books, thanks. Snape gave him a strangely fond smile and led them across the street to the magical menagerie. Harry got some owl treats, while Henry pretended to get some for cats but actually bought a bag of desiccated mice for his snake familiar that could be reconstituted with a simple charm. It would be nice to have something to give his pet when the snake was unable to hunt anything himself. Their final stop before the bookstore was Quality Quidditch Supplies. Despite his lack of interest in the game, Henry still enjoyed looking over the sleek designs that had been released over the summer in preparation for World Cup tryouts. There were 2 new top-line brooms that Harry was having trouble choosing between. The baby blue Cirrus 6000 was the more well-rounded of the two, with equal ability in speed, braking, and maneuverability, and capable of higher altitudes than most brooms. But the Nimbostratus 10 had raw power and speed, which better suited Harry's seeker abilities. Get the Cirrus, Snape told him. Harry looked up at him curiously. Why? It is more deceptive, the professor explained. It may not be as fast or as powerful as the other broom, but I think with your abilities you will be able to get more out of it. You may be a seeker, but from what I have seen of your flying, you perform more towards agility than brute strength. The Nimbostratus would only suit a very few number of seekers I have seen fly. You are not one of them. Henry nodded at the man's assessment. He's right. You need a broom that will let you turn the other way at top speed. Only the Cirrus will do that. After considering the Thunder Grey Nimbostratus for another moment, Harry decided they were right and found a sales clerk to request one of the Cirrus models. 60 galleons, the man told him, not moving to get the broom until he was sure the kid could pay. Harry handed over the money with no argument and a few minutes later left the store with a lightly wrapped broomstick in one hand. Books? Henry asked the professor eagerly. Books. Snape hid a smile by looking away. The activity around the bookstore had, thankfully, died down to almost nothing. Apparently whoever had been drawing the crowd was now gone. Who is the new defense professor? Harry asked curiously. And please tell me he's not as worthless as Quirrell was. Henry blanched as they entered and were confronted with a giant cardboard cutout of a blue-eyed blonde-haired man winking and smiling at them with his blindingly white teeth. No, he whispered in horror. Yes, Snape grumbled. The new Dada professor is worse than Quirrell, har. He's a fraud, a completely worthless layabout who only cares about one thing, himself. Harry looked at the poster his brother was staring at with horror. This guy, how do you know anything about him? I got all those extra books last year, remember? Every single one that mentions defense says that this guy is the absolute worst authority on Dada. How in the name of Merlin did he get the job at Hogwarts? Henry asked Snape. The dark-eyed man sneered. Charm. We're meant to buy his entire series. Harry cried indignantly. Henry snorted. Don't bother. Second year we should be studying more creatures and start in on minor curses. Follow me. I'll find us some useful books to study instead of Lockhart's masterpieces of fraud. They walked around the corner towards the defense section and came upon Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy practically lunging at each other's throats. As soon as Draco's father saw the Potters round the corner, however, he stuffed something small in his hand inside of a tattered copy of Beginning Potions and dropped it into the youngest Weasley's cauldron. "Good day, Arthur," he snarled before motioning to the previously hidden form of Draco and stalking past the Potters and Snape on his way out of the shop. As the blond boy passed Henry, he thrust a folded piece of parchment into his chest and let it go. Henry just managed to catch it and watched the Malfoys leave the shop. "What was that about, Mr. Weasley?" Harry asked, approaching the group of red heads. He shared a smile with Ron and raised his eyebrows when the girl holding the cauldron blushed furiously and promptly dropped it. "I'm not entirely sure," Arthur admitted. "It was somewhat uncharacteristic of Lucius to pick a fight with me so violently and publicly." Henry gallantly picked up Ginny Weasley's cauldron and the potions book that had fallen out of it and returned them to her with a smile. Thank you," she stuttered. "No problem," Hen grinned. Mrs. Weasley was studying the shelves of Lockhart's books with a worried frown. "I don't understand why they don't have any used copies. I mean, he's a popular, brilliant man, but surely someone would return a book every once in a while." "Mrs. Weasley," Harry said, "Hen was telling me that he could find us better books for this year among the regular defense section. I'm sure there would be used versions with the same information. The new Dada professor is only asking for Lockhart's books because he is Lockhart." "Really, dear?" Molly asked Henry, who nodded reassuringly. "In that case, could you pick out a first-year book for Ginny and whatever books you're getting for Ron? She'll be starting Hogwarts this year and it seems that only the students through third year need the full set, so the twins and Percy are fine." "Sure thing, Mrs. Weasley." Henry started perusing the defense section, pocketing the letter from Draco and something else as he filled a basket with books for the others. "Harry, why don't you look at these too?" he asked. "Since you're top of the year in Dada, you should find these more interesting than most of your other textbooks." "Oh, all right." Harry sighed and squatted down to look at one of the lower shelves. A book on dueling techniques immediately caught his eye. "Here you go, Mrs. Weasley." Henry handed over a basket that had 2 defense books for Ron and 1 for Ginny, all of them reasonably well cared for used books. "Thank you very much, dear. I'll just go pay for these, then. Why don't you and Harry grab the rest of your books and we can all go eat at the Leaky Cauldron for lunch?" she offered. "Can we?" Harry pleaded to Snape with big eyes. He was holding a small stack of defense books in addition to the other required texts for this year. The professor sighed. "I suppose. Merlin knows I'd rather take my time getting back to the castle. Albus has been running me ragged trying to finish the repairs on the wards before September 1st. The 2 boys quickly paid for their books before the potions professor could change his mind. Lunch in the Leaky was a splendid affair. All of the younger Weasleys plus their parents, the Potters, and Snape took over the largest table in the center of the pub and shared a delicious meal. The younger children caught up with one another and Henry quickly realized that Ginny had a horrible crush on both he and Harry. Hero worship one might call it. She barely spoke a word through the whole meal, and kept dropping bits of sandwich and chips in her lap every time one of them looked at her. He decided that it was rather nice, even if he was too far from proper puberty to really appreciate the attention and reciprocate. At the end of the meal, everyone promised to meet on the platform and share a compartment back to school and the twins plus Snape flowed back to the Hog's Head with all of their purchases. Harry and Henry both dashed upstairs to put their things away while the potions master loitered around the bar with his hood back up as Abe brought him a shot of fire whiskey. Harry came back down the stairs with his broom in hand to show Abe a few minutes later and was just rounding the corner into the bar area when he heard he and Henry's names. "And the Potters?" Snape was asking softly. "They've been safe here this summer. No one has bothered them. Albus made sure no one would be able to. It's kept out some of my better customers, but they've been well protected, rest assured. Lucius has been in contact with him." Abe paused while wiping off a glass to stare at the man across the bar from him. "He wants them protected as well," Severus continued. "Why, I don't know." Severus sighed and drained his shot in one gulp. "Keep one eye on them always, Abe. The potions master set down his glass and placed 3 sickles beside it before leaving without another backward glance. Abe set down the cloth and the glass with a sigh and glanced at the portrait of Ariana. "What should I do, little sister?" Harry tiptoed away from the corner and back upstairs. "I thought you were going to Hogwarts to test that out," Henry asked, glancing up from the letter Draco had handed him. Harry quickly repeated the conversation he had overheard between Abe and Snape. Henry sighed and held up his letter. "I think you had better read this. It seems several people have recently taken an interest in our welfare." Harry took the letter and read it slowly. "Dear Henry, I want to apologize first, because your letters can't get through the new wards Father has placed on the manor. He has ordered me to drop my friendships with you, Harry, Ron, and Hermione and just stick to the others in Slytherin that he approves of. As a result, any letters from you or them can't get through. I think I may have almost gotten him to reconsider you and Harry, though. But now I don't think that's such a good thing. 2 weeks ago a strange man came to the manor and my father has been spending most of his time catering to his every whim. I don't know who he is, and he always goes around wearing a black cloak with the hood up to hide his face. It's so frustrating not to even know what he looks like. But I think I don't really want to know. He really creeps me out, Hen. And he's dangerous. I think it's because of him that Father is reconsidering my friendship with you and your brother. He's got these notions now that if I'm friends with you, it will be easier for him and his associates to control you. The only thing that I've been able to find out is that something is going to happen at Hogwarts this year. Father was rather keen on the idea of timing our trip to Diagon Alley to coincide with the Weasleys. I hope to give you this letter there, and one for Ron as well. Share it with Harry. I've told Ron to do the same when he sees Hermione. Then burn it. I have no idea what's going to happen, but I don't want my friends to be in danger because of one of my father's schemes. One more thing, Henry. Whatever is going to happen, Father wants you and Harry to be well out of it. Someone, I suspect our illustrious guest, wants you protected. I'll come to your compartment on the train to threaten everyone. Give me your reply then. Stay safe. Draco. Voldemort, Harry asked. Hen nodded. Do you think he's found a new body and is staying with the Malfoys now? Exactly. And that's not all. I know why Mr. Malfoy wanted to be in Diagon when the Weasleys were there. He slipped this diary into Ginny's potions book when he put it back in her cauldron. Henry showed the small leather journal to his brother. He felt strangely fascinated by it, as though it was something he used to own that he had only recently found again. Harry examined the book, flipping through the blank pages and running his fingers over the embossed letters on the front. TMR. I would assume that is the name of the prior owner. I've tried thinking of wizard families that have last names ending in R and the list is rather short. Ravenclaw, Harry agreed, though I'm sure there are other less famous ones that we don't know about. Wait, there was a Demelza Robbins on the Quidditch team for Gryffindor last year. But she's graduated now. Could be her family. Maybe, Henry said reluctantly. There's a couple other students with our last names, but somehow I doubt it has anything to do with them. That diary looks pretty old, despite the nice condition it's in. Could be someone's parents, I guess. There's also the fact it could belong to a Muggle or Muggleborn or someone like Seamus whose dad is a Muggle. The name could be anything really. I'd have to research the lines of those we know of when we get back to school to find out for sure, Henry said. He hesitated. I've been thinking. I was wondering when you were going to tell me your idea for this thing. Harry grinned. Hen smiled sheepishly. There's no way that's just a blank diary. Otherwise, Mr. Malfoy wouldn't have tried to give it to Ginny. He hates the Weasleys. It's probably something dangerous. Harry nodded. What do you suggest? I think one of us should write in it and see what happens. Just an ink spot on the page. We can destroy it later, but I'd like to know what we're dealing with first. All right, you write in it. Let me fetch my wand and I'll cover your back just in case something happens. Why me? Hen complained, sitting down at his desk and laying the book on top. Who got the best marks in defense? Harry teased. Just hang on a tick, and I'll grab my wand. Henry pulled out one of his quills, wiping dried ink from the nib and dipping it into the pot of black on the corner of the desk. Harry returned. Right. Go ahead. As his brother brandished his wand at the book, Hen opened it and rested his loaded quill against the clean parchment. A large black spot soaked into the page and, as they watched, was absorbed. Definitely not normal, Harry muttered. I'm going to try asking who TMR is, Henry said. He wrote out the sentence and watched as the ink disappeared once more. This time, however, a new stream of ink appeared in someone else's handwriting. Tom Marvolo Riddle, who are you? Henry slammed the book shut and threw it into an empty drawer on the desk, his face pale. Right. Well, now we have a name to look up. I don't like the fact that it can hold a conversation, though, said Harry. Me either. Let's leave it alone until school starts. We can find out who that is and then destroy it. Why not get rid of it now? Harry asked, confused. Henry hesitated. Why not? Because, knowing who it belonged to might not answer the question of what the diary has to do with what Mr. Malfoy is planning at the school. We might have to ask it more questions if that's the case. All right. Harry frowned at his brother. Hen was staring intently at the closed drawer, a fine line of sweat forming in the creases on his forehead. He pulled his twin to his feet. Come on, let's go read some of those books you picked up for us. Might as well do it before school starts. You're not going to go flying? Hen asked in surprise. A weight seemed to lift from his shoulders once they left the study room. Nah, I can go tomorrow. I'm actually pretty interested in reading that book on dueling I found. After Flitwick's duel for the stone last year, I feel like it would be good to know how. All right. Henry glanced back at the closed door to the study but followed Harry into their room to select a book to read. A niggling feeling in the back of his mind kept distracting him from the first chapter, so he eventually gave up and went downstairs to help Abe with the dinner patrons. That night, Henry dreamt of a boy who looked remarkably like himself and Harry. He was taller, and older, with well-kept black hair that just reached his collar and stormy gray-green eyes. He whispered things in Henry's ear all night, and in the morning, he couldn't remember what he had dreamt about at all. Henry scribbled furiously across the page. When did you go to Hogwarts? 50 years or so ago, I think. Dumbledore was the Transfiguration professor then. Old fart. Henry smiled as he wrote. He was really starting to like Tom. Indeed, the sarcasm was palpable even without a voice to match it. It was probably close to 1 in the morning. Henry had taken to writing in the diary after Harry had gone to sleep. He couldn't seem to stay away from the thing, no matter how guilty he felt for keeping it secret from his twin. And after his initial fright of having an object actually answer him back, he found that it was rather like exchanging instant letters with someone. It felt like he was talking to someone that really understood him. It helped that Tom was a Slytherin as well. Was everyone biased against Slytherin then as well? I don't know what it's like now, but the Gryffindors have always been deplorable. I was one of the few snakes that the professors seemed to treat fairly. Everyone but Dumbledore, that is. He always suspected me. Suspected you. What happened? Have you ever heard of the Chamber of Secrets? Henry frowned at the page, vaguely remembering that it had been mentioned in Hogwarts, a history. Perhaps this had something to do with Mr. Malfoy's plot for the school this year. I've read mentions of it, but nothing specific. When I was in school, Slytherin's heir returned and reopened the chamber. Apparently Slytherin created a room under the school in secret from the rest of the founders and left a monster there that would emerge to attack the mudblood students of the school when his heir called it. What happened? Henry asked. And, I hope you don't mind my asking this, but could you not call them mudbloods? One of my best friends is Muggleborn. My apologies. Well, during my 6th year the monster was released and a student died as a result of the attacks. I caught a boy named Rubius Hagrid who was keeping a dangerous beast in the castle, and he was tried for releasing the monster from the chamber. Hagrid, Henry wrote with shock. He's the groundskeeper now. He does like his dangerous beasts, but he wouldn't hurt a fly. I assure you, Henry, I only caught him with a monster. It was Headmaster Dippet who had him expelled and sent to Azkaban. As I understand it, Dumbledore later had him freed because there was no proof that Hagrid was responsible. Regardless, After he was caught, the attacks stopped completely. Henry sat back from the desk to think this over. It was definitely plausible that Lucius Malfoy might want the Chamber of Secrets to be opened again, but there was no way that a diary, that Tom, would be capable of doing it. But he still hadn't found out what Tom had to do with any plans for the coming year. He hesitantly dipped his quill and penned a new line. Do you know how to open the chamber? It took longer than usual for the ink to reappear. Do you know the gift of Slytherin's line? Henry scoffed. Every Slytherin learned that their first year. Of course. They were all Parselmouths. Then it is most plausible that only a Parselmouth would be capable of opening the chamber. That is why it can only be opened when Slytherin's heir returns. The dark-haired boy decided not to mention his own ability with the language. He still wasn't sure where he and Harry had gotten it, but he doubted they were descendants of the founder. With a large yawn, he wrote his farewell. I should get some sleep. Harry has been pestering me about why I seem so tired all the time. Wait, will you tell me more about what the world is like right now? He sighed, but decided a few more sentences couldn't hurt. But he was soon enthralled by the diary again and related the tale of he and Harry's defeat of the Dark Lord, absently rubbing his twinning scar every once in a while. Harry woke and immediately noticed that Henry was missing. After dressing, he tiptoed from the room and went next door to find his brother sprawled across his desk, the diary of Tom Riddle resting below his cheek. With a sigh, he considered his options. It was clear that the diary was exerting some sort of control over his brother. He could take it and destroy it, but he did not want to anger Henry. It may be better just to hide it until they could find out more about the previous owner when school started. He gently lifted his twin's head from the book and pulled it out from under him. The pages were clean, leaving no evidence of their previous conversation. Harry closed it and returned to their room. In the bottom of his trunk he found a dirty sock and stuffed the diary into it, then placed the wrapped book into the almost empty box of chocolate frogs he had received from Hermione at the end of last year. It was not the best hiding place, but it was the best he could do for now. That done, he decided to leave his brother to his sleep and go for a morning flight at Hogwarts while the bartender slept off the long night of tending the Hog's Head. Henry could feel the uncomfortable sticky feeling of his own drool under his cheek. He lay lying on something hard instead of the comfortable bed he was supposed to be sharing with Harry. The memory that he had been writing to the diary until much later than he planned surfaced and he bolted upright, staring at the surface of his desk where the diary ought to be. It was gone. Panicking, he bolted from the room and entered the bedroom, instinct driving him to Harry's trunk. A box of chocolate frog cards lying on top immediately caught his eye and he opened it to find a familiar sock-wrapped shape. Harry had taken the diary and tried to hide it from him. A blind rage shot through him for several long moments. The wrappers on the frogs curled around the edges and the chocolates inside melted to their wizard cards. Blinking at his emotional roller coaster, he reminded himself that this was Harry. His little brother was just trying to protect him because he didn't know the diary the way Henry did. The sound of Harry's voice downstairs as he spoke to someone made him act quickly. He pulled the diary from the sock and picked one of Harry's schoolbooks that was about the same size to replace it. The sock-wrapped book was returned to the box, the lid was closed, and the trunk relatched. Henry decided to secret the diary on his person to keep it safe. One of the large pockets on his robe did the work nicely. He then returned to bed, recognizing that he was still tired and that confronting Harry just then was probably not the best of ideas. He was asleep again even before Harry made it back up the stairs to put his broom away. September 1st, King's Cross Station, London. Harry greeted Hermione with a grin and a hug, clasping hands with Ron once he had let her go. Abe had been instructed to let them flow to the station so that he and Henry could take the train with their friends. With a frown, he watched as his twin drug his trunk onto the train, completely ignoring their friends. The morning that he had discovered his brother with the diary, he had returned from flying to find the older boy asleep in bed. Worried that he might have tried to find the book while Harry was gone, he had checked the hiding place in his trunk. The shape was still there in the same place he had left it. He had been relieved at first and tried to get Henry to spend more of their last month of summer together. But despite the disappearance of the diary, Henry grew more and more withdrawn and disappeared for hours at a time into the edge of the forest around Hogsmeade. His brother had barely spoken to him in weeks. "What's he being such a git for?" Ron asked, glaring after the Slytherin boy as he disappeared into the train. Harry just shook his head. He had repacked his trunk the night before and found that the book in the dirty old sock was not, in fact, the diary. Henry had probably been writing in the thing for close to a month now without him knowing about it. "Let me handle it, all right?" he asked them seriously. Hermione nodded worriedly and Ron frowned darkly but agreed regardless. The trio spent a few more minutes on the platform to say farewell to their families. Hermione's parents were a brown-haired man and woman who looked distinctly nervous and out of place, but quite kind. On the train, they found Henry sitting in a compartment alone, a familiar to Harry leather-bound book in his hands and a self-inking quill clenched in his fingers. Motioning for Ron and Hermione to step back, Harry drew his wand, threw open the door, and yanked the book from his brother's grip, a well-aimed incendio striking the book on the floor of the compartment. "No!" Henry screamed. The book smoldered for a few moments before the flames hissed balefully and died, leaving it completely untouched. Henry quickly picked it up and hid it in his robes again. "What did you do that for?" he yelled at Harry, a murderous glare on his face as he drew his wand on his own flesh and blood. "Give it to me." Harry held out his hand calmly, used by now to Henry's wild mood swings over the past month. "Sod off, Potter," he snarled, then shouldered past the 3 second-years standing in the doorway and left for a different area of the train. Noticing his friends' questioning looks, Harry sighed and motioned them into the compartment, closing the door gently behind them and casting a silencing barrier. "The book is a diary that belonged to someone named Tom Marvolo Riddle. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's exerting some kind of control over Hen. I'm sure you noticed he's not himself." Hermione shook her head slowly. "If it's just a bit of leather and paper." "No." Harry stopped her. "When you write in it, the pages absorb the ink. If you write it as though it's a real diary, it answers back. That's how we found out who the previous owner was, since the cover only has his initials on it." Ron blanched. "Dad always says not to trust something that can think for itself when you can't see the mind behind it." "Harry, we need to get that book away from him. It's probably really dangerous. Dark magic," Hermione said. "I know, but I don't know how. You saw him. He carries it with him everywhere. I thought I had gotten it away from him earlier this summer, but I discovered last night that he had replaced the diary with a book about the same size and shape. He's been writing in it all month." Ron nibbled his lip thoughtfully. "If you could get it away from him, Hermione and I could hold him back while you ran away and hid it. But you'd have to find a place where he would never find it again." Harry nodded and tried to think. It would be easier to hide the diary in the castle. There were loads more places to hide something than there had been in the Hog's Head. He just needed a place that no one else would be able to get into. Hermione noticed when the green eyes lit up and asked, "You've thought of someplace?" "Where?" asked Ron. "I won't tell you. It's better if you don't know, since Hen will be really mad when I make a run for it with the book. But I think I know a place where he won't be able to find it. Now, here's what we're going to do." They plotted until Draco came to taunt them with Crabbe and Goyle just before they arrived at Hogsmeade Station. Harry thrust a piece of crumpled parchment at him, telling him to keep his poorly written homework to himself. Everyone but Draco's Slytherin cronies understood that it was a letter, though the blonde boy did look concerned that Henry was not with them in the compartment. They waited until after the sorting ceremony and the welcoming feast to strike. Harry paused until everyone was walking out of the Great Hall, letting his brother walk in front of him. Despite his anger with Harry over the attempted destruction of the diary, Henry had little choice when it came to sharing a dormitory with him. As they slipped through a group of sixth years loitering just outside the doors, Harry dashed forward and ripped the book from the pocket of Henry's robe and immediately turned to run in the opposite direction. Ron and Hermione filled the gap behind him as his brother roared incoherently and tried to follow him. They just managed to grab an arm each and keep him from leaving the Great Hall. Harry ran for his life, determined to get the book as far away from his twin as possible. His feet took him unerringly towards the 7th floor and the room of requirement. He paused just long enough beside the tapestry to pace back and forth before opening the opaque glass door that appeared and entering a room with the largest collection of random things he had ever seen. It stretched for as far as he could see, jumbled piles of furniture, teetering piles of books, broken objects, and precious gold and jeweled things. Without a thought, he dashed into the mess, purposefully turning himself around several times to confuse the location. At last he stopped beside a bust of a man's head with an elegant tiara placed on it and tucked the diary around behind. Job finished, he retraced his path back to the door as well as he could and emerged into the hallway, smiling with satisfaction as the door disappeared. By the time he returned to the Great Hall, Ron, Hermione, and Henry were being interrogated by Professor Snape. With the second Potter available for questioning, he began to ask why Harry would steal something from his own brother and what he had done with it. Harry, of course, remained stubbornly silent and gladly took the lost points and detentions even as his heart twinged to see his brother's hateful glare. It was almost curfew by the time they returned to Gryffindor Tower, and his brother went to sleep in the extra bed after closing and locking shut the curtains around it. Henry awoke feeling somewhat confused the next morning. For the first time since he had begun writing in the diary, he felt as though he was able to think clearly. The memory of Harry trying to burn the diary surfaced and he winced. His brother was smart, more so than he gave him credit for. And strong too, much stronger than Henry. He had been completely unable to resist Tom Riddle. Rolling over, he saw the silhouette of his brother outside the bed curtains, his wand raised as he tried to break the locking charm on the curtains. With a sigh, Henry sat up and removed the spell to allow his brother entrance. Harry stuck his head in with understandable trepidation, a hopeful frown on his lips. "I'm sorry," Henry whispered, gulping back the tears he could feel gathering as the full weight of his actions the past month gripped him. Some of the emotion, he could feel, was from Harry. He could feel how alone and hurt his brother had been without him. Harry crawled onto the mattress and cradled his brother's head against his chest. "Pain shared is pain halved," he murmured into Henry's hair. The older boy completely broke down as he felt the forgiveness and acceptance through their bond. It was growing stronger. He'd never felt the shared emotions so strongly before, but he couldn't bring himself to care. A slight rustling was heard from the curtains, and Henry looked up in surprise, wiping the tears from his face. Hermione and Ron were watching the twins with worried eyes, and the bushy-haired girl hesitated momentarily before crawling onto the bed to hug the Slytherin boy as well. "Well, come on then, Ron." Harry giggled. The red-haired boy rolled his eyes but joined the party on the bed. Henry found himself enveloped in their warm embrace and couldn't help the laugh that bubbled its way up through his tears. "Better?" Hermione asked from her position, hugging him from behind. He nodded slightly, and the hug loosened, though Harry continued to hold him close to his chest. "Thanks," Henry mumbled. "And sorry." Ron patted him gently on the arm. "It's all right, mate. I mean, that diary had to have been created with some pretty dark magic to have such an effect on you. I suppose since you're feeling better, I had better ask." Harry hesitated, but Hen sent him a wave of reassurance through the bond. "Did you find out any more about the owner, Tom Riddle?" Henry nodded and wiped the last of his tears away. He was a student here 50 years ago. Now that he could really think about it, he remembered the conversation about the Chamber of Secrets with a frown. There were attacks going on at the time, because Slytherin's heir had returned and set loose a monster from a secret chamber under the school. Hagrid got caught with one of his beasts and was expelled and sent to Azkaban, because a student died as a result of the attacks. Tom Riddle was the one who caught him. Harry tugged his lip thoughtfully. "I think the Chamber of Secrets has something to do with why Lucius Malfoy wanted the diary here this year. I think we all know that Hagrid was innocent, but when I was talking to Tom about his time here, he said that Dumbledore always suspected him. I didn't really think enough of it at the time to ask why, but I think Tom had more to do with the monster attacking the school than he let on," Henry finished. "If Tom Riddle was actually the one who opened the chamber," Hermione said, "then it would be in his best interest after someone was killed to lay the blame on another student. Hagrid's fondness for dangerous creatures worked against him." Henry nodded sadly. He still couldn't help liking the snarky Slytherin, even though the power of the diary wasn't affecting him. But the only way to open the chamber is to be a Parselmouth. Ron frowned. But aren't you and Harry? The twins hadn't bothered to keep such a secret from their friends the year before. Although Ron had been a bit twitchy about it at first, he eventually accepted it as a part of them, as well as Henry's snake familiar disguised as a cat. Yeah, but I think we would know if our dad was a descendant of Slytherin, Harry said. The way Snape talks about him, there's no way James Potter wouldn't have lorded his ability to speak with snakes over all the Slytherins. Hermione sighed with frustration. We need more information on Tom Riddle and Slytherin's line. Come on, let's get down to breakfast and get our schedules. We can look him up in the library later today after classes. Harry and Ron groaned at the thought of hitting the library on their first day back, but got up to get ready for breakfast regardless. Here it is. Hermione called them over. They had finished the morning potions class and were now into a free period before lunch. They had been perusing various records in the library for over an hour. Ron and the twins gathered around the lone girl of the group and read the newspaper clipping. May 23, 1943, this past Tuesday, Hogwarts head boy Tom Riddle succeeded in apprehending the criminal responsible for the death of 13-year-old Myrtle Salix. Rubeus Hagrid had been hiding a young Acromantula in the school, and it is believed that this monster was the cause of the student's death. Riddle has been granted an award for special services to the school, and the young orphan will be residing at the school this summer instead of returning to Stockwell Orphanage in London. Henry stopped reading there and groaned in frustration. It's no wonder we can't find anything on Slytherin's line. Tom could very well be descended from him, but as he's an orphan there's no way for us to find out. Well, I have a theory, Hermione said, shutting the book of articles with a snap. You and Harry are both Parselmouths, even though you're most likely not a direct descendant. But you were telling me that when Voldemort attacked you, he bound all three of your souls together. So Henry has a piece of Voldemort's soul, you two are soul-bound, and most likely the Dark Lord has a piece of one of your souls. What's that got to do with Tom Riddle? Ron asked. Well, people who are soul-bound, like Harry and Henry, share special abilities. We know that Voldemort is a Parselmouth. He was very well known for it during his rise to power. She trailed off, waiting for one of them to get it. So you're saying that I can speak Parseltongue because I have part of Voldemort's soul, and Harry can speak it because he has part of mine? Henry asked. Exactly, Hermione cried. And, if Voldemort can speak it then he's probably a legitimate heir of Salazar Slytherin. But he's using an assumed name. She tapped the cover of the book soundly. Voldemort's real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. He is the heir of Slytherin, and he did open the chamber and kill a student 50 years ago. The ghost of Myrtle Salix is still here in Hogwarts. She haunts a bathroom on the second floor. The three boys gaped at her in amazement for a few moments before they all turned and dashed out the door of the library. Wait, where are you going? She cried. Harry turned and ran back to grab her arm, dragging her from the table of books they had been researching. Well, come on. If we're going to go talk to Myrtle, we're going to need a girl to check that the bathroom is clear. Well, it's not like anyone actually uses that bathroom, she muttered to herself, but followed them up to the second floor anyway. Myrtle's bathroom on the second floor was covered in a scant inch of water and smelled exactly like an overflowing toilet, which it technically was. So, Ron asked, where is she? Oh Ron, really? Hermione began, but just then a high-pitched wailing came from the last stall on the right and the translucent form of a young girl wearing Ravenclaw robes shot through the door to float before them. Your boys, she spat in disgust. What are you doing in here? We're just wondering, Harry tried. Just wondering about poor, dreadful Myrtle who died in the girls' bathroom. I suppose you told them all about me. She directed at Hermione. Well, yes, but, well now you've seen me. Go away. And with that she began to sob brokenly and, wailing, returned to the stall whence she came. Myrtle, wait, Henry cried, sniffing. She turned to look at him questioningly, if a little suspicious. We were wondering if you would tell us how you died. Her entire demeanor changed immediately. Ooh, it was ever so frightening. Crocodile tears, muttered Hermione. What's that you're muttering? Myrtle snapped at her. Nothing. Good. As I was saying, it was terrible. I was in here crying in my stall. You know, the one I haunt. Because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses again. Well, I heard the door to the bathroom open and someone said something in this weird language I couldn't understand. But what I noticed was that the person speaking was a boy. Here she stopped and glared at the 3 boys in the room. So I poked my head out to tell him to get out, and then I died. Ron blinked. What? That's it. But how? I don't really know. All I remember is seeing a great pair of big yellow eyes, and then I was just floating away, dead. Harry frowned. Well, that gives us something to go on, anyway. What do you know about Tom Riddle, Myrtle? He should have been in Ravenclaw. Myrtle sniffed. He was ever so smart. Prefect, head boy, top marks every year. I couldn't believe it when people told me he was an orphan. I never spoke to him really, but everyone thought he was very charming and intelligent. Do you know if he was a Parselmouth? Henry asked. She shook her head thoughtfully. I never heard anything about that, and I was quite good at keeping up with the rumors back then. I'm sure the whole school would have known if he revealed it. Right. Hermione started shooing the boys towards the door. Thank you for your help, Myrtle. We need to get to class now and then lunch. And of course defense this afternoon and all. Yeah, thanks. Harry gave her a broad grin, and the ghost simpered and batted her eyelashes at him just before they escaped through the door. The 4 made their way into the corridor and split up. Ron and Hermione had their history class now and the twins had a free period. The 2 boys headed down to the Great Hall early for lunch and played chess for an hour while they waited for their friends to return. As the Great Hall filled with chatter, the 4 friends quietly discussed what they had learned. It sounded almost like the monster's eyes are what killed her, Ron mused, biting into a large boiled potato on the end of his fork. What sort of creature kills with its eyes? Harry asked. A basilisk, Henry announced. Everyone looked at him curiously. I did all that research last year on Sarish and I read about all kinds of other snakes in the process. Basilisks are hatched from chicken eggs sitting under a toad. Their gazes are deadly to anyone who sees them. A rooster's crow can kill them, and spiders flee from them. That certainly seems to fit, Hermione murmured. But why would something like that be in the school? Well, the chamber is supposed to be Slytherin's creation. So if he were going to leave something down there to protect the school or to kill off all the Muggleborns, Ron said. Then it would be a snake, Harry finished. They sat down at the Gryffindor table and pondered the problem of the chamber. Do you think we should tell someone? Hermione finally asked. Tell someone what? Henry said. Harry has effectively stopped Malfoy's plans by hiding the diary. He's the only one who knows where it is. So long as the diary doesn't resurface, only Harry and I are able to get into the chamber, wherever it is. I think we're all agreed that neither of us really wants to kill people with a giant snake that's been living in the school for 1,000 years. Understatement, Harry muttered. Well, that's true, Hermione hesitated. My own, really, unless something happens, we have no reason to bring this up with the professors. We've got enough information for now. And Hen's right, without the diary no one will be attacked. Ron tried to calm her down. All right, she sighed. Harry absorbed himself in eating for the next few minutes and was surprised when a bouncy first year with blonde hair suddenly squished himself between the 2 twins and smiled adoringly at them both. Hello, Harry, Henry. Hello, Harry asked uncertainly. Henry just scowled. I'm Colin Creevy. Every word was filled with excitement. I was so surprised to get my letter. My dad's a milkman, you know. And then I learned about you two and now I know we're in the same house and I just wanted to introduce myself and say hi, so hi. Hi, Harry said shortly. Hadn't he already said hello once? I just think you two are so amazing, and I can't wait to get to know you more and can I have a picture? There was suddenly a camera in the boys' hands and first Harry and then Henry were blinded by the point-blank flash that filled their vision. Thanks, Colin cried. He stood and took one last snapshot of both of them together before running off to where the other first years were sitting to tell them all about the Potter twins. Looks like you've got a fan, Ron sniggered. Henry sneered at him and turned back to his lunch, what little of it he could see with the spots obscuring his vision. I hope he leaves us alone now, Harry muttered. They finished eating and made their way to the Dada room for their first class with Lockhart. Everyone lined up outside the door, and they made sure to stand near Draco so that they could talk to him without really talking to him. Hermione was clutching the full set of books and looking quite excited, while the three other boys held their 2 texts and smiled at one another. Draco was also holding a full set and sneered at the 3 boys who were holding the different ones. He was clearly wishing he had thought of that. "I meant to thank you again, Hen," Ron told the elder Potter. "These books are loads more useful than the Lockhart ones." Henry smiled. "No problem." The door to the classroom opened and the smiling face of Gilderoy Lockhart greeted them. "Welcome. Come in, come in." He waved everyone through the door and they trooped in to take their seats. The classroom was nothing like it was the year before when Quirrell was teaching. The windows were uncovered, letting in lots of natural sunlight, and the walls were thickly coated with pictures of their defense professor, if one could call him that. All the other students thumped the stack of books onto their desks, many of them wearing scowls. Lockhart beamed around the room and began to speak. "I'm glad to see that everyone has bought my full set." His eyes landed on Harry, Henry, and Ron's desks where they sat just behind Hermione in the second row. Draco had taken the last seat next to Henry. "What's this? You have different books?" Lockhart asked. "We have accurate books." Henry sneered at the man. Lockhart frowned, marring his cheerful facade. "Oh, this won't do. This won't do at all. I'm afraid you're going to have to buy the full set if you expect to keep up in this class. And I was going to give everyone a pop quiz on the books today to see how well you've all read." He actually sounded quite upset. It was almost touching, Henry thought. "I believe you will find, Professor, that we are more than capable of keeping up with the second-year curriculum without your books. They are an unnecessary expense, and quite frankly I would simply burn them once I am finished with your class." Lockhart actually turned white with horror. "I will be discussing this with Dumbledore. I believe it will say somewhere in the rules that students are required to buy the recommended texts for each class." Henry just sneered at him again. "Now, class." Lockhart recovered from his shock and began passing out thick sheaves of parchment to each student. "Here's the pop quiz I mentioned. You have 30 minutes, and I wish you luck." Henry stared at the first question. "What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color?" And on it went, ending with, "When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would his ideal gift be?" With a smirk, he began filling in his answers. To the first he wrote, "Lilac," unwittingly giving the correct answer. He continued casting aspersions on the professor's name, getting more and more creative until he reached the end and wrote, "Who cares, though I'm sure he would like to have a new heroic deed tied up with a ribbon and delivered to him so he can write another dreadful book about it." And time, Lockhart crowed, picking up the collected papers from each row. "Let's see how you did, shall we?" He began to leaf through the papers. Henry watched carefully and smirked when he could tell the professor had reached his. It was very satisfying to see him pale drastically, and was that a nervous tick he saw in the man's neck? 2 more papers seemed to give him equal pause, and Henry assumed that Ron and his brother had also bullshitted their way through the quiz. "You 3, Lockhart pointed at them. "Detention with me every night this week. And longer if I get Dumbledore's approval about those books. You clearly need to actually read them, an error I will be sure to correct in our detentions together." Now, everyone else seems to have done fairly well, though you might want to reread some of the particulars that you weren't sure about. "Miss Granger has answered every question correctly." He looked up from the papers and smiled winningly at her. Hermione blushed. 10 points to Gryffindor. "Now then." Lockhart moved back behind his desk and placed his hand on the cover of a cage that was hanging next to it. "I have prepared a bit of a practical lesson for the rest of the period today." He removed the cover with a flourish. "Freshly caught Cornish pixies. But they're not even dangerous." Ron protested. "Nonsense. Quite nasty little things if you get on their bad side. Very mischievous. So, the incantation for stunning them is pesky pisky pesternoni. Got it." The class mumbled various forms of negation. "Good. Have at them." And with no warning whatsoever, the professor opened the cage and unleashed hell on the classroom. The pixies proceeded to destroy the room, pulling hair, destroying numerous sets of Lockhart books, something that Henry unobtrusively aided by blowing up several sets himself, including Draco's, who winked at him in gratitude and even lifting poor Neville toward the ceiling by his ears. Hermione began casting immobilist jinxes at the pixies, catching 3 or more at a time as they harried the students. Most of the class had fled in terror, along with Lockhart. After 10 minutes of chaos, they had replaced the last of the pixies back into their cage and gathered up their things to leave. "The nerve of you 3, Hermione huffed. "I know you have good books, but you really should have purchased the Lockhart texts. Detention all week. I don't know when you're going to study," she continued to complain in a scathing whisper as they trailed along behind her. Draco had managed to lose his goons and was walking slightly behind them so he could listen in but not appear to be hanging out with them. Henry subtly passed him a note letting him know what had happened and what they had learned in the past day or so. The blonde smiled gratefully at him and then hurried past them with a sneer as he headed to the Slytherin Hufflepuff section of history. The twins split off from Ron and Hermione at the doors to the Great Hall, giving the redhead a sympathetic look as he followed the still ranting girl. They joined the rest of the second-year Slytherins for history, continuing the organized note-taking that they had started the year before. Bins droned on and Henry watched out of the corner of his eye as Draco opened and read the note below his desk. The blonde's gray eyes widened minutely before he destroyed the note with a quick incendio. A few people looked around to see what was burning, but only ash was left on the floor, which no one noticed. The 3 boys stayed bent over their papers, pretending to take notes. Draco unobtrusively scrawled a few lines on the corner of his parchment and ripped it off a moment later, crumbling it with a sigh and throwing it to the side where it rolled off his desk and into Henry's shoe. The dark-haired boy lifted his foot and placed it back down on the other side of the paper, kicking it to the other side of his desk and knocking off a spare quill with his elbow at the same time. He bent down and quickly retrieved both items, uncrumpling Draco's note and rustling through his own papers at the same time to cover the noise. When he was sure none of the other Slytherins were looking, he glanced down at the note to read, "If the DL is in him, why send diary to H?" It was a valid question, and not one he had considered. The Dark Lord had survived well enough from their last encounter to find a new body to inhabit. He had been staying at Malfoy Manor all summer, and would have to know about Lucius giving the diary to Ginny Weasley and that it would end up back in Hogwarts again. But the why of it didn't make sense. A number of new questions suddenly occurred to him. What was the diary, exactly? Why did it exhibit such power over the one writing in it? How did opening the chamber again benefit Voldemort? How could something the Dark Lord had once owned have such a strong memory and personality? How were the chamber, the diary, and the Dark Lord connected? He didn't have answers for any of the questions. As he burned the note under his desk, he waited until Draco gave him a sidelong glance and shook his head slightly. He didn't know, but he intended to find out. The first week passed slowly. All 5 of them Draco would read alone when he could, researched every spare moment in the library, trying to find answers to their questions. They never found any. Whatever the diary was, it wasn't written about in the normal section of the library. Hermione suggested using her influence with Lockhart to get a pass for the restricted section, but they would need to know the exact title of the book they were looking for and none of them had any idea where to look. The detentions with Lockhart passed slowly. He set them to reading all 7 of his series on the magical creatures he had fought, and when they finished those even made them read his autobiography, Magical Me. Dumbledore, much to the professor's irritation, had decreed that since the boys were reading the required text during their detentions, they did not have to buy them after all. Especially since the texts they had purchased were more than adequate. The end of the week saw many first, second, and third-year students sending for the texts Henry recommended by owl order. Colin Creevey seemed to have memorized the Potter twins' schedule and kept popping up between classes to say hi to them, whether his class was at the other end of the building or not. He never seemed to get tired of hearing Harry say, "Hello, Colin," back, and was somehow immune to the venom of Henry's glares. Friday night, Henry had a very strange dream. In it, he saw the diary hiding in a dark hole behind a stone bust wearing a tiara. As he watched it, the tiara snapped in half and a dark shadow emerged and shot into the diary below it. In the morning, All he could remember was that he had had a dream that felt wrong in some way. When the weekend came at last, it brought a surprise. Harry was delighted to find that a notice had been placed on the common room bulletin boards saying that Quidditch tryouts would commence on Sunday. He and Draco spent most of Saturday practicing on the field while their friends watched on. They pretended to be having a vicious match over who could catch the snitch the most times in an hour, for the benefit of the Slytherins who came to watch. Colin again got in their way, standing at the edge of the stands and clicking the shutter on his camera as fast as his fingers could move. The twins were shocked to find that by the end of the day, the boy had managed to print multiple copies of the pictures he had taken of them during the week and was working with another first-year girl on making magical calendars of them. It didn't seem to matter then. The Harry in each picture tried his best to hide behind the frame, and Henry simply stood there and scowled whenever anyone came close enough to look at him. On Sunday, most of the members of each house appeared in the stands to watch the Quidditch trials. Harry and Draco were a shoo-in for both their teams. Gryffindor had been hurting for a good seeker since Charlie Weasley had graduated, and Slytherin was always looking for new talent. Their lineup seldom kept a single player from year to year. Draco had the broom that Harry had not chosen, the Nimbostratus 10. He handled it fairly well, but Harry could see what his brother and Professor Snape had meant when they told him that very few seekers would be able to use it effectively. On his Cirrus, he could practically fly circles around the other boy despite the difference in speed. By the end of the tryouts, they had both been picked for their teams and arranged the first practice with their team captains. Oliver Wood was, Harry was convinced, quite nutters when it came to Quidditch. They were to have done practice sessions 3 days a week and every day when it came close to a match time. But he loved flying enough to put up with it, he supposed. After a long day of flying, the group returned to the castle for a well-deserved meal. He had been intending to spend the day at the pitch to support his team as they picked new players, and instead found himself locked in a broom closet by 2 laughing upper years. Try as he might, no spell he could think of managed to break the enchantment on the door. Several hours into his vigil, Peeves suddenly started rattling the handle from outside and cackling with glee. "What's this? What's this? Summit interesting in here that no one wants found." The door flew open and he ran for it, not wanting to get caught by one of the poltergeist's tricks. But the little man started chasing him through the hallways, throwing dung bombs at him and bouncing off the walls. He managed to make it to the 7th floor and rounded a few corners ahead of Peeves only to reach a dead end with a large tapestry and 2 corridors leading away from it. He darted from one to the other, trying to figure out where to hide when he heard a soft pop behind him and turned to find a translucent glass door in the wall opposite the tapestry. Hearing Peeves coming around the corner, he dashed inside and shut the door behind him. The poltergeist didn't follow. The room was piled with junk and small treasures. Things broken, things hidden, things lost, and things to find. He began to wander through the piles to waste some time before re-emerging to see if Peeves was gone. Something drew him towards an area in the middle. There was the bust of a stern man wearing a very feminine and elegant tiara that was cracked neatly along the middle. Giggling, he picked up the pieces and pretended to put them on for a moment before placing them back, slightly crooked, onto the bust. As he did, the edge of something black and leathery peeked out from behind. Pulling it out, he saw that it was a blank journal with the initials TMR on the cover. It felt magical, even if he didn't know how or why. Deciding that someone must have hidden it and forgotten about it, it did look very old. After all, he pocketed it and made his way back to the door and went down to dinner. The Quidditch trials were long over by now anyway. Henry paused with a forkful of green beans halfway to his mouth. There was something familiar nearby. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, feeling his brother's worry. "I don't know. I thought I felt the diary for a moment, but now it's gone." "Maybe it's trying to make you sense it and come find it," Harry suggested. "Maybe," Henry said. "I'll let you know if it happens again." "All right." But he didn't feel it again at all. But not because the diary's presence had disappeared. It was as though it was hiding from him. Harry paused in alarm as he heard the murmuring voice nearby. He was just climbing tiredly back up to Gryffindor Tower after a particularly wet and muddy Quidditch practice. Wood was driving them all to illness with his endless practices, and it didn't help that he and Henry's bond was stretched to the limit while he was down on the pitch and his brother in either the dungeons or the tower. So hungry, for so long. It was coming from somewhere up the corridor he had just turned off of. Jogging lightly, Harry ran back to the corner and peered around, only to find it empty. It was moving away from him now. Moving upwards, though he couldn't imagine how. Biting his lip worriedly, Harry dashed the rest of the way up to the tower, ignoring Filch's screeches about his muddy prints and the brooding form of nearly headless Nick. For the cup, he gasped to the fat lady and crawled through the portrait hole she revealed. Hermione, Ron, and Henry looked up as he entered, smiles on their faces until they noticed his flushed and worried appearance. Henry came over and enveloped him in a hug. The ache from the bond eased at once and Harry took a few moments to bask in the warmth and get his breath back. I just heard the strangest thing, a voice somewhere talking about killing and being hungry. But when I looked I couldn't find anyone. Ron frowned. That does sound weird. Has anyone else heard it? He looked at Hermione and Henry, but they both shook their heads. I would say that I'm just exhausted from Quidditch training, but I know what I heard. Harry sighed and plopped onto one end of a couch, his brother sitting cross-legged beside him. Well, there's no sense in worrying about it for now. We'll all just have to keep an ear out for it to happen again. Though whatever they were saying is a bit disturbing, Hermione reasoned. Harry nodded, feeling his eyelids drooping shut. Listen, I'm beat. I'm going to get some actual sleep before Wood comes to wake me up again. I'll come with you. I'm still feeling a little sore. Henry rubbed the area over his heart so that they would know what he meant, and the twins went upstairs to sleep. Curled around one another in their bed, Harry murmured, only another week until Halloween. Henry nodded against his hair. I was thinking we could skip the feast and hold a vigil for Mum and Dad outside for a couple hours. I'd like that, Harry mumbled sleepily. He snuggled further into Henry's chest and began to breathe deeply, already asleep. Halloween dawned frosty and clear that Saturday. The twins disappeared before the others woke and spent a quiet morning in the kitchens, Fred and George having long ago given up that secret, having tea and scones and laughing over the eagerness of the elves. While everyone else was having their own breakfast, they snuck out of the school and took a long walk together around the lake. By the time Ron was awake enough to notice they were missing, Hermione had worried enough to remind both herself and him that it was Halloween. They both agreed to leave their friends alone until they re-emerged. After a few hours of skipping stones across the surface of the lake and watching the giant squid trying to catch them, the boys returned inside and headed this time to the room of requirement. The room they stepped into was cozy and warm after their time outside and supplied them both with a cup of hot chocolate and a slice of warm pumpkin pie piled high with whipped cream. When they finished their snack, the room changed again, making their mugs and plates disappear and filling a small cupboard on one side of the room with a jumble of Muggle board games. They played Frustration, Chutes and Ladders, Checkers, and Risk until it was time for lunch. Feeling that it was probably time to spend a little of the day with their friends, they ate in the Great Hall with everyone else and informed Ron and Hermione that they would not be at the feast that evening before sitting with the Slytherins. Draco sat down across from them and gave them both a solemn nod before pretending to ignore them. At the end of lunch they switched back to the Gryffindor table and played chess with Ron while Hermione alternated between reading and watching their matches. Just as the other students began to gather for the feast, the twins said goodbye to their friends and made to slip out the front doors of the castle, only to find Professor Snape blocking their way. "Where might you be going?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "We're going to go outside and light candles for our parents," Henry told him softly. The professor's gaze softened slightly. "You should not go alone. I will accompany you." Harry started to protest, but Henry cut him off. "It's all right, Har. I think the professor needs to pay his respects to Lily Potter just as much as we do." Snape stiffened slightly but did not disagree. As they had done the year before, the twins lit 2 black candles and then sat cross-legged on the ground beside them. After a reluctant sigh, their professor joined them. "Will you tell us more about our parents, Professor?" Harry asked the dour man. Snape continued to stare into the flames of the candles for several long moments. They thought that he would not speak, and then his lips parted and he whispered the story to them in the cold air. Lily lived down the street from me. My parents were not terribly kind people, and I would spend most of my days wandering the streets alone. When I first saw her, she was doing magic for her little sister, Petunia. My mother was a pureblood witch and my father was a muggle, so I knew all about magic. I found Lily enchanting. You loved her, Henry whispered, the puzzle pieces finally starting to fit together. Snape nodded imperceptibly. From then on, instead of wandering randomly, I would search for her. I watched her do incredible things with magic. Most children do not gain the same control over it at such a young age. When I realized she was Muggleborn, I was very surprised. And then one day, I slipped in my hiding place and they heard me. I had to reveal myself and I told Lily all about magic and Hogwarts. I knew her sister was just a Muggle, so I'm afraid I pushed the other girl away and caused Lily to do the same. He looked up from the candle, his dark eyes sad as he looked at the twins. It is probably at least partially my fault that Petunia treated you so horribly. Harry shook his head. Aunt Petunia was bitter. The other two looked at him with surprise. She wished that she could do magic, too. I remember when Hen and I first started showing signs of it, she got this really pinched and painful look on her face. She was jealous of Mum, and of us, and of you, Professor. Snape looked away and closed his eyes. Jealousy, he whispered. That emotion has done so much harm to your family. You were jealous of Lily and James getting together? Henry asked shrewdly. It was more than that. From the moment we laid eyes on each other, James and I hated one another. And Sirius Black as well. He was James's best friend along with Peter Pettigrew and Remus Lupin. But those two were the worst. There was barely a day that passed that they didn't play a prank or a cruel joke on me. Snape's voice was bitter but not filled with hate. Finally one day I snapped. Lily tried to help me, and I called her a mudblood. From then on she would barely even speak to me. It was the worst day of my life. The twins watched the wax dripping from the candles for several minutes as their professor collected himself. I had already fallen in with what your mother called a bad crowd. After that I immersed myself in learning the dark arts and sequestered myself in Slytherin House. A bitter smile twisted his lips. Oddly enough, it was then that I found someone else to love, though it lasted only a few short years. Harry looked up curiously. What happened? Henry nudged him a second too late. I mean, if you don't mind me asking. Snape actually chuckled. He went mad. They blinked, trying to process several things at once. Snape had switched from loving their mother to loving a man. And then said man went mad. And he thought it was funny. The professor noticed their blank looks and smiled sardonically. If you knew the circumstances, you would find it funny as well. But I do not think you are ready to know just yet. Perhaps at the end of the year. Henry nodded and glanced back up at the castle. Looks like the feast is almost over. Snape stood fluidly. We should return inside, then. If you're lucky you might be able to grab something to eat before it all disappears. Grinning, each boy picked up a candle and gently blew it out. They placed the stubs in their pockets and followed the professor back into the school. Students were beginning to break up into groups to walk back to their dormitories. Harry and Henry grabbed a few pumpkin pasties apiece and followed their professor as he headed for the dungeons. They were among the first to leave the Great Hall and immediately noticed the water covering the stones of the second-floor corridor. Myrtle must have flooded the bathroom again, Harry said. Snape sneered at the flagstones as though his expression could make the water evaporate. What's that? Henry asked, his head cocked to the side. I smell blood, I smell blood. That's the voice I heard earlier this week, Harry cried. The two boys rushed into the corridor with the professor following curiously behind. There, between two of the torches opposite the girls' bathroom, was a message written in what looked suspiciously like blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. And hanging above it was the still form of Mrs. Norris frozen in her most intimidating stance, fur puffed up, eyes wide, and teeth bared. You two stay here. I'm going to go fetch the headmaster, Snape said tersely. Henry noted that the potions master didn't seem terribly surprised by the message. Shortly after Snape disappeared, the corridor began to fill with those who were now leaving the Great Hall. Everyone stopped dead upon seeing the Potters standing next to the incriminating message and the apparently dead form of Mrs. Norris. Enemies of the air beware. You'll be next, mudbloods. Draco emerged from the crowd to cast slander as he was expected, but shot Henry a questioning glance. Before Henry could tell the waiting crowd what had happened, Filch pushed his way to the front and shook an accusing finger at them. You killed my cat. We did not. We just found her there. Harry protested. But you weren't at the feast, were you? A Hufflepuff boy accused. Everyone was talking about how you were missing. Henry's eyes narrowed dangerously. We were outside paying our respects to our parents. Or did you all forget that they died today? The boy looked slightly chagrined, and Snape reappeared with Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall in tow at the same moment. They're telling the truth. I went with them to keep an eye on them, Snape told the headmaster. Filch looked heartbroken. Well, if they didn't kill my cat, who did? Dumbledore approached the wall and looked closely at the hanging form of Mrs. Norris. She is not dead, Argus. She has merely been petrified. What does that mean? Filch cried. Several of the students echoed his sentiment. With a properly prepared potion, she will be restored once more. Do not worry overly much, my friend. Dumbledore looked around at the students who were peering over each other's shoulders trying to see the message and the cat. Everyone, please return to your dormitories for the night. We have everything well in hand. Grumbling slightly, those present turned to leave. Harry and Henry joined the tail end of the crowd and found Professor Snape beside them a few moments later. My office. Now, he said sternly. They followed him into the narrow space that was decorated by slimy things in jars. Put there, Henry was sure, to unnerve the students forced into their presence. The professor's black eyes studied them as he sat behind his desk, motioning them to take the chairs opposite the door. What did you hear? He asked them curiously. Harry's brow furrowed before he realized what their potions teacher meant. I heard it last weekend as I was coming back from Quidditch practice. A voice talking about killing and eating. Tonight all I heard it say was something like, I smell blood. It was the first time I heard it, Henry admitted. But it was definitely talking about killing someone and then started screaming about smelling blood. But when we rushed around the corner, there was nothing there. Yes, Snape murmured. He sat up and leaned his elbows on his desk, threading his fingers together as he looked at them intently. What has me concerned is that I did not hear anything at all. Both boys shared a confused look. Henry spoke, but it was really loud. Literally screaming about blood and, he trailed off as something occurred to him. Black eyes seized on the tidbit of information. What? Gulping, Henry decided it was all or nothing. You didn't hear it because it was Parseltongue. The basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets has been let out and now it's hunting in the school. But I don't see why Mrs. Norris wasn't killed. Snape's eyes narrowed. The water on the floor. She didn't see its eyes, she just saw the reflection. That would explain it, Henry said. Your Parselmouths. How did you figure out it's a basilisk? And how do you know about the chamber? Most of the students in the school have never heard of it, Snape asked. Mostly deduction, sir. But Lucius Malfoy planted a diary that once belonged to Tom Riddle on Ginny Weasley this year. I stole it and... The diary, Harry cried, interrupting. If the chamber has been opened, then someone must have found it and is writing in it. We have to go and check. He stood and made to dash out the door, but Henry stopped him. Wait, Har, we need to finish explaining to Professor Snape about what's going on. The whole school is in danger now. Indeed. Snape stood. But I believe Harry is correct. We should check to see if the diary is still there. You know more than you're letting on, Henry accused. The potions master stopped cold and looked at him with calculating eyes. Perhaps, he said hesitantly. Both boys stared at him, trying to figure out the puzzle that was their potions professor. Harry remembered the conversation that he had overheard in the Hog's Head during the summer break. Lucius has been in contact with him. He wants them protected as well, Snape had said. You work for him. Harry cried. Both boys were suddenly made immobile by a full-body bind jinx, and the door behind them locked shut with a snap, a silencing ward clicking into place around the room. Snape brandished his black wand at them, his dark eyes glittering brightly. What have you figured out? Tell me everything you know about the diary and Tom Riddle. The curse was removed from the neck up, allowing them to speak. Despite their circumstances, Henry still felt he would trust Snape with his life. I wrote in the diary at first. It tried to control me, control my emotions. Harry took it away and hid it. We've been trying to figure out what it is and how it works since then. The library doesn't seem to have any information that isn't in the restricted section. And we know that Tom Marvolo Riddle is really Lord Voldemort. The black wand lowered and Snape turned to pace behind his desk, regarding them both with an intelligent gleam in his eyes. You're close. What do you remember from your reading about soul bonds? Henry frowned. How did you, Madam Pants? Snape nodded, waving his hand for the boy to continue. He frowned, trying to remember. Nothing about the passage from the book seemed relevant, and he had to ask Madam Pants a few questions about it. Yes. Madam Pants told me there is a way, using dark magic, to split your soul and place it in an object to protect it. That way, if you die or are killed, you will continue living on because a piece of your soul remains protected on Earth. She said they're called Horcruxes. Harry's eyes widened. Is that what the diary is? A piece of Voldemort's soul. That's why he didn't die when he tried to kill us. And that's what I am, Henry thought, his stomach sinking. I have a piece of Voldemort's soul in me. Yes, Snape cried triumphantly. That is his greatest secret, and something Dumbledore does not want you finding out for many years yet. But why are you telling us this? Why do you want us to know? Harry cried. You're a Death Eater. Because the Dark Lord made a mistake. He made too many Horcruxes, and turned into a monster. I am telling you simply because Dumbledore ordered me not to, Snape told them with satisfaction. He does not want you to know that he is manipulating you towards a destiny where you will have no choice but to destroy the Dark Lord. He does not want you to know that Tom Riddle was once a good leader who had suffered too much at the hands of Muggles. He does not want you to know about a prophecy supposedly foretold by that crackpot old woman who hides in her tower. He does not want you to know that neither you nor the Dark Lord can live so long as the other survives. Dumbledore thinks he knows what he is doing. He thinks that he is manipulating you both for his greater good, but he does not know Tom Riddle the way that I do. He does not know that the true Dark Lord can be restored. Snape breathed harshly through his teeth as he finished his speech and took in the shell-shocked expressions on the boys' faces. He had told them too much, too quickly. They weren't ready yet. Too soon, he muttered. Looking first Harry and then Henry in the eyes, he asked, Where did you hide the diary? In the room of requirement, Harry stuttered. Henry looked at him in surprise. Thank you, Snape said, recapturing their attention. Obliviate. Two blank expressions gazed up at him, the first lights of confusion beginning to show already in their eyes. You came in here and told me about the basilisk and I promised to warn the headmaster that the school is in danger. You did not tell me about the diary. The next time you face the Dark Lord you will remember our conversation, breaking my spell. The clause at the end made the memory spell risky. Such a clause would make it easier for the two boys to break it as they tried to identify their disoriented feelings. But with any luck, it would hold long enough for his master to return. Now thank me and return to your common room. Thank you, Professor, Harry told him with a warm smile. Henry echoed him and they left the room to go to the Slytherin common room. Severus waited for them to leave and then ran from his office all the way to the 7th floor and the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. I need somewhere to hide, I need somewhere to hide, I need somewhere to hide, he chanted in his mind. A door appeared in the wall and he entered and cast a quick Accio spell to fetch the diary. Nothing. Frowning, Snape tried again, Accio Voldemort's Horcrux. This time the two shattered pieces of a very familiar tiara zoomed into his hands. Gasping, Snape gently ran his fingers over the last Horcrux his master had created. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem was broken now, the piece of soul that once resided in it gone. There was no clear way of knowing how such a thing had happened. And it appeared that the diary that the Potter twins had hidden in this room was gone as well. But who had it now? The common room was full to bursting when they got to the dungeons. The crowd of students turned almost as one and silenced as the twins entered, a speculative gleam in many eyes. Draco sauntered close to the front of the crowd and spoke, "So is it true? You two are the heirs of Slytherin." "What?" Harry gasped, glancing nervously at the students listening intently. Henry looked his blonde friend in the eyes and saw an apology and also reassurance in his gaze. "You're Parselmouths, after all." Draco sniffed. There were several gasps from the younger students in the room. Henry narrowed his eyes dangerously at everyone. Except for a few 6th and 7th years, they all shrunk back respectfully. With his mind working a mile a minute, he came to the conclusion that Draco was doing this to protect them. He and Harry were already suspect because of their proximity to the heir's message. Slytherin House wouldn't take too well to a couple of half-bloods claiming lineage to their founder without proof. "Draco, how could you?" Harry whispered fiercely. "We are Parselmouths," Henry spoke above the quiet whispers that had filled the room. The portrait of Salazar Slytherin above the main fireplace raised his eyebrows in surprise. He continued, "But we're not heirs. We can speak Parseltongue because of the Dark Lord. When he attacked us as children, he bound our souls together, allowing us to share special abilities. Voldemort is the true heir." Although a few people flinched at the name, most people were too shocked by this information to react properly. "I trust this information will remain within Slytherin?" Henry asked coldly. One of the 7th-year prefects stepped forward. "I think that's a good idea. Slytherins protect their own. This information would make life hard for all of us. I assume you two do not know who is responsible for the attack." Harry shook his head. "Not directly, no. We've warned Professor Snape of the danger and he will notify the headmaster. Right now we're the only two who can hear the thing that petrified Mrs. Norris." "What is it?" Pansy Parkinson asked fearfully. "A basilisk," Henry told them. More gasps and exclamations followed before the prefect called for silence again. "I can only hope that the headmaster will make this information known to the rest of the school, but we should spread the word to the other houses regardless. If you have friends outside of Slytherin, let them know and tell them to share the message." "How can we combat it?" he asked everyone at large. "Why didn't Mrs. Norris die?" called a 3rd year from the back of the room. "She only saw its reflection," Harry informed them, still glaring daggers at Draco. "Perhaps we should tell people to carry a mirror with them and look around corners with it before walking blindly into its gaze." "That's sound reasoning. I'll see about contacting my family and having a package of hand mirrors delivered for any student who needs one," the prefect said. "We should also have older students escort the younger ones to classes," a 6th year added. "I'm sure the professors won't mind the older years being a little late to their own classes once they know what's going on." "Agreed," several prefects said at once. "I'll create a roster and post it for sign-ups," the 7th year decided. "Anything else?" "I wish to speak to my heirs," said an older male voice. Many people looked up in confusion and then noticed that it was their founder who had spoken from his portrait. During all the years he had hung there, no student had ever heard him speak before, and now he did so only in Parseltongue. Harry frowned at the dark-haired man with his dark eyes. He could almost be distantly related to Professor Snape. "We are not your heirs." If the other students needed any proof of Draco and the twins' claims, hearing the hissing coming from the younger twins' mouth was enough. Many people sensed that the impromptu meeting was over and disappeared into their dormitories. Others hung about unobtrusively to listen in on the hissed conversation taking place. "You speak, therefore you are worthy heirs," Henry snorted. "Compared to your last heir, you mean?" Salazar gave a strange hissing laugh. "Indeed. Tom was always too ambitious for his own good. I'm afraid he embodied all of the worst traits of my house." "And what of your ideals?" "He's been trying to take over Wizarding Britain and kill off all the Muggles and Muggleborns," Harry told him. Salazar shook his head. "During my time, we were in the middle of the witch hunts. Children who came to our school to learn returned home to Muggle parents who beat them and punished them for their abnormal abilities. Muggles were so very afraid. There were too many times when none of the Muggle-born students ever returned after their first year. Back then, my desire to remove those children from their homes and separate from the Muggle world was realistic. But the other founders did not want to break up any families, despite the deaths that occurred every year. In the end, I left. I couldn't bear to invest myself in another child only to see them die because of the things I showed them." The twins frowned in sympathy for the founder's plight. "And what about Tom?" Henry asked. "Why does he want to get rid of the Muggles, if that wasn't your original intent?" "I am not sure what happened, but he originally disagreed with my opinion of Muggles. He wanted families to be evaluated and magical children removed and placed with magical families if it was necessary." "He certainly has changed," Harry muttered darkly. Slytherin raised his eyebrows in amusement. "I know he is trying to take over everything now, but he used to just want to better the wizarding world and bring it out of the dark ages where it has remained stagnant." The words tickled at something in the back of Harry's mind. But as much as he tried to remember, it stayed on the tip of his tongue where he couldn't find it. "Go to sleep," Slytherin told them. "I will have other opportunities to talk with you." The twins readily agreed and went back up to their dormitory. Harry glared at Draco and refused to speak to him, but Henry gave him a solemn nod when the other boys were climbing into their own four posters and couldn't see. They fell asleep quickly, unaccountably exhausted after their lazy day. Harry dreamt that night that Draco and Snape were presenting him trust and silence to the Dark Lord, and was very uneasy around the pair for the week that followed. Gryffindor won the first Quidditch match by only 30 points, and as Harry landed, Lockhart appeared out of nowhere and attempted to cast a charm to make the boys' robes flash red and gold and say, "Slytherin stinks," as he loudly proclaimed afterwards every time someone wearing green walked by. Unfortunately, he only managed to somehow graft the fabric directly to Harry's skin. The twins spent an irritated night in the hospital wing, plotting ways to get rid of the terrible professor. "We could erase all of his memories and set him loose in the Forbidden Forest," Henry suggested. "Too easy to trace," Harry decided. "We need something simple that will drive him from the castle for good." "Set the basilisk on him," Henry joked. Well, they were interrupted by the doors of the hospital wing opening to admit Professor Snape, Dumbledore, and McGonagall with a small figure on a stretcher floating behind them. Madame Pomfrey appeared out of her office moments later to take the new patient. The twins pretended to sleep and watched through slitted eyes as the stiff body was placed onto the bed next to them. The shocked face of Ginny Weasley stared into the round surface of a mirror held outstretched in her hand. What would have happened if the Slytherins hadn't distributed mirrors to the rest of the school, Albus? McGonagall was demanding of the headmaster. Said wizard was looking extremely old as he looked on the girl who was now going to miss most of her first year. "It does not bear thinking about. Something terrible, assuredly, unless she was extremely lucky. I still do not agree with closing the school, however. We know this time what the threat is, Minerva, and as such we can combat it. We do not need to close, not yet." Snape made a noise in the back of his throat, but said nothing. McGonagall sighed, as though they had had this argument many times already, but only said, "I will contact her parents in the morning and inform her brothers in Gryffindor tonight." She turned to leave. "Thank you, Minerva," Dumbledore said gravely. "I will continue my rounds," Snape said, and left immediately. The headmaster turned and looked directly at the supposedly sleeping twins. "If you ever need to talk, my office is always open to those who need me. I'm rather fond of drops." Then he, too, turned and left the hospital wing. Henry sighed and opened his eyes after everyone had left. "He knows that we know something about what's going on." "Do you think Snape told him about us and the basilisk?" Harry asked. "Probably. He would have to reveal where he got the information, after all. I just wish I knew what else he told him." They left the hospital wing the next morning and returned to the Gryffindor common room, where a somber group of Weasley boys was gathered and most other people were grouped around the bulletin board near the portrait hole. Harry went to comfort Ron, while Henry approached the group to see what the fuss was about. "A dueling club?" Henry asked with disgust, eyeing the announcement pinned to the board. "I think it sounds exciting," Hermione announced, coming up behind him. "And we need to know how to defend ourselves, especially with students already turning up petrified. I feel so bad for Ginny. The mandrakes won't be ready for months. She's going to miss most of the first-year curriculum." Henry smiled and shook his head at his clever friend. "Somehow, I think she'll manage all right, Hermione." "Maybe, but anyway, the club's tomorrow afternoon in the Great Hall." It seems like everyone in the school is planning to attend, so we might as well join in. So the next day found the twins standing with Ron and Hermione amongst a mixed group of students around a long dueling platform in the center of the Great Hall. "Welcome to the first dueling meeting." Gilderoy Lockhart twinkled brilliantly at them from his position high on the table. Henry grunted in disgust. "No one told me he'd be in charge. This is a waste of time, let's go." Harry nodded in agreement, but the blond man's next words stayed them both. "Assisting me will be Professor Snape. To start, we are going to hold a brief mock duel to give you an idea of the method involved." The twins exchanged gleeful grins and turned as one to watch the match, even crowding closer to the platform to get a better view of Snape kicking Lockhart's ass. The duel was painfully short, but sweet. Before the defense professor could fire a single spell, Snape whipped up his wand and shot an overpowered Expelliarmus at him that sent him over ears to the end of the table. "Thank you, Professor Snape," Lockhart said through gritted teeth. Harry strongly suspected that with enough stress, they would crack and crumble directly out of the man's mouth. He then started to think of ways to make this happen more quickly. "Let's break you all up into pairs, shall we?" the gratingly chipper man suggested. People immediately began to shuffle around the room to find partners. Before the twins could decide, Snape swept over and gripped Henry's shoulder, his other hand already tight beside Draco's neck. "Perhaps a student demonstration is in order first," he suggested. "Excellent, excellent. Come on up, then." Lockhart smiled as though it were all his idea. Draco and Henry rolled their eyes at one another, but stepped dutifully to either end of the platform. Both of them bowed and raised their wands as the professors had done. Lockhart counted down and they both cast their first spells simultaneously. Draco fired off a borderline dark-cutting hex, and Henry shot a rather nasty tickling charm coupled with a leg locker jinx. Both of them just barely missed. Before they could try the next round, Snape interrupted and came up beside Draco to whisper something in his ear. The blond boy smiled gleefully, but gripped his wand in a tight fist which betrayed his worry. Serpensortia. A 12-foot cobra slithered out of Draco's wand and advanced down the table towards Henry, sending nearby students screaming and scattering out of the way. Henry raised his eyebrows incredulously at the two other Slytherins. Draco bit his lip, but he detected a definite suspicious gleam in the potions professor's eyes. So, Snape wanted the whole school to know they were Parselmouths. But why? Calmly, he walked down to the middle of the table while everyone watched on fearfully. Kneeling, he extended his hand to the snake and said, loudly enough for everyone to hear, "Come, Scaled One. I mean you no harm." The snake looked up at him in surprise before slithering over his hand and around his arm to rest on his shoulders. The room was deathly silent for a moment, and then all hell broke loose. "He is Slytherin's heir," a Hufflepuff by the name of Justin Finch Fletchley crowed triumphantly to his friends. Henry leveled a glare at the boy, who gulped nervously, and then turned to look questioningly at Professor Snape. This was his idea, after all. Before Snape could speak, though, Harry had jumped up onto the platform. "He is not. Both of us can speak Parseltongue because of Voldemort." Henry was more than a little tempted to hit himself in the forehead using an entire stack of Lockhart's books. Gryffindors. If anything, this news just made more people in the room more certain of their now shared guilt. Snape stepped forward to take control. "They are correct, the Dark Lord was the last heir of Slytherin. Despite their ability to speak the language, these two are undoubtedly Potters," he said, spitting the last two words with extra venom. The students looked horrified. "You mean, someone in this school is you know whose kid?" someone asked. The potions master sneered at their stupidity. "I assure you that the Dark Lord does not have any children." "Then it's still possible they're the new heirs," Justin said with determination. Henry and Snape both reached up a hand to pinch the bridge of their noses at the same time. Harry took the stage again. "No, we gained the ability to speak to snakes when we were attacked as children. And I assure you that we are not trying to attack the school. It was us that warned everyone about the basilisk in the first place." Most of the room continued to look somewhat suspicious of them. "Leave it, Harry," Henry said. "They aren't going to listen to words. They want proof, and we have none." Snape vanished the snake on Henry's shoulders. You cannot have snakes as pets, Potter. It would probably eat your cat, anyway. Yes, sir, Henry smirked. Lockhart spoke up again finally. Let's see what the rest of you can do, then. Go on with your pairs and cast a few spells back and forth. Safe spells, he tried to stress too late. What followed was pandemonium. Despite the size of the room, many pairs were practically on top of one another. Spells that were dodged by a member of one group hit members of another. Slytherins took the opportunity to throw snide spells at Gryffindors. After 5 minutes of Lockhart trying to get everyone to stop, Snape finally threw sparks from his wand over the crowd with a great bang. Henry took advantage of the brawling crowd to drag his brother with him out of the room. He would be willing to bet 100 galleons that there would never be another meeting of the dueling club while Lockhart was the defense professor. They passed Hagrid carrying a dead rooster by the neck and exchanged glances. Basilisks were vulnerable to the rooster's crow. Whoever had the diary wasn't taking any chances of the giant snake being stopped. They trooped through the corridors and down into the dungeons, not stopping until they reached the Slytherin boys' dormitory. What now? Harry asked miserably. Why did you speak to the snake like that, anyway? Snape wanted me to, for some reason, Henry shrugged. Now, I suppose we'll have to recover the diary from whoever has it in order to clear our names. Let's get together with Hermione and Ron tomorrow and figure out how to find the thief. We should infiltrate the other common rooms, Hermione said promptly when they presented the problem to her. Infiltrate? Ron asked, laughing. You make it sound like a war. She blushed, but forged ahead. Well, it's probably a student that found it, right? And whoever has it is probably writing in it regularly. We can keep an eye on people in Gryffindor and Slytherin to see if they use it in the common rooms. I have friends in Ravenclaw I can visit, and their entrance is locked by riddles instead of a password, so getting in is easy. We just need someone who can get into and spy on the Hufflepuffs. Who do we know that's been exchanged with them? Fred and George, Ron said immediately. They traded with a 5th-year named Cedric Diggory and 4th-year Mark Summers. And terrified the wits out of the poor Hufflepuffs in the process, Henry muttered. The Badger house had been jumping at shadows for weeks afterward. If we send them in there, I doubt anyone would stick around long enough for them to see the diary. But they're the only ones we can really trust with knowledge of the diary, Hermione pointed out. Fred and George it is, Harry decided. We can talk to them later. So each of us will spend as much time as we can in each common room and keep an eye on people, agreed. The others all nodded. Might as well get started, Henry said, glancing casually around the Gryffindor common room. Most people were playing games, chatting, or studying. Colin Creevey was sitting in one corner, mounting photographs in a book. He had been hit especially hard by the loss of Ginny Weasley and had lost much of his cheerful countenance. Although not being blinded every 30 seconds for new pictures was a plus, it was still sobering to see him so changed by the events. The portrait hole opened and the headmaster and Professor McGonagall came in. Messrs. Potter, the head of house said sternly. Come with me. Everyone is confined to their dormitory with an enforced curfew until further notice, Dumbledore announced. I know prefects have already been escorting the youngest students, but that patrol is now to be extended to include everyone up to 5th year. You will be excused for any tardiness, within reason. Harry and Henry stood to follow the professors with confusion, when Parvati Patil called out, Has there been another attack, Professor? Dumbledore nodded gravely. Justin Finch Fletchley was found petrified on the 6th floor along with nearly headless Nick. Both of them have been taken to the hospital wing. Several students looked fearfully at the twins, remembering that at the dueling club, Justin had been the one most certain of their guilt. Come along, McGonagall said. They followed her from the common room with trepidation. Surely the headmaster did not actually think they were responsible for the attacks. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.